check, check, check.
We request the distinguished scholars of this wonderful session to come to the dais to start this historical event. Dr. Subrail sir, Professor Ingo, Dr. Ravishankar sir, Dr. Maxi Gandhi ma'am, மகத வினைஞரும் மராட்டக் கம்மரும் அவந்திக் கொள்ளரும் யவனத் தச்சரும் தண்டமிழ் வினைஞர் தம்மோடு கூடி கொண்டி இனிதியற்றிய பன்மணி போதிகை பல நிறைந்தது தமிழ்நாடு. Tamilnadu has an ancient, diverse and rich cultural heritage. Its inscriptions are indispensable for reconstructing the region's history and understanding its enduring cultural and social legacy. On behalf of the Tamil Nadu State Department of Archaeology, it gives us immense pleasure to extend a cordial welcome to all the distinguished delegates and scholars to this 4-day international conference on Tamil epigraphy. Let us begin with Tamil Thai Vaazhathu.
நீராறும் கடலொடுத்த நிலமடந்தை கெழிலொழுகும் சீராறும் வதனமென திகழ் பரத கண்டமிதில் தெக்கணமும் அதிர் சிறந்த திராவிடனல் திருநாடும் தக்க சிறு பிறை நுதலும் தரித்தனரும் திலகமுமே அத்திலக வாசனை போல் அனைத்துலகும் இன்பமுற எத்திசையும் புகழ் மணக்க இருந்த பெரும் தமிழனெங்கே தமிழனெங்கே உன் சீரிழமை திறம் வியந்து செயல் மறந்து வாழ்த்துதுமே வாழ்த்துதுமே வாழ்த்துதுமே.
Numerous eminent Western and Indian scholars have made significant contributions to the field of Indian epigraphy. Among the Indian states, Tamil Nadu occupies a unique position due to the vastness of the epigraphical data. Let us invite our academic and research advisor, Professor K. Rajan, to deliver the welcome address.
அனைவருக்கும் எனது காலை வணக்கங்கள். காலம் கருதி என்னுடைய வரவேற்புரையை மிக மிக சுருக்கமாக முடித்துக்கொள்ள விரும்புகிறேன். மேடையிலே அமர்ந்திருக்கின்ற பேர் ஆளுமைகளே, நம்மளுடைய தமிழ்நாடு தொல்லியல் துறையை சீரோடும் சிறப்போடும் நெறிப்படுத்தியும் மிகச்சிறந்த முறையிலே நடாத்தி கொண்டு வந்திருக்கிற மாண்புமிகு அமைச்சர் அவர்களே, கூடுதல் அரசு தலைமைச் செயலாளர் அவர்களே, சட்டமன்ற உறுப்பினர் அவர்களே, இங்கே உலகத்தினுடைய மிக முக்கிய கல்வெட்டு ஆய்வாளராக திகழ்கிற எங்கள் பேராசிரியர் சுப்ராயில் அவர்களே, நம்மளுடைய சிந்து சமவெளியிலிருந்து தமிழகத்திற்கும் இடையே இருக்கிற உறவினை மொழியியல் அடிப்படையிலும் நம்மளுடைய இலக்கியத்தின் அடிப்படையிலும் தொல்லியல் சான்றுகளின் அடிப்படையிலும் நிறுவ முற்பட்டு கொண்டிருக்கின்ற திரு பாரதிகிருஷ்ணன் IAS அவர்களே, பேராளர் பெருமக்களே, நம்மளுடைய கல்வெட்டியல் துறையின் அல்லது தொல்லியல் துறையின் பல்லாண்டு காலம் உழைத்து அந்த துறையை மிக உன்னத நிலைக்கு கொண்டு வந்த முன்னாள் கல்வெட்டு ஆய்வாளர்கள் டாக்டர் சாந்தலிங்கம், டாக்டர் வேதாச்சலம், டாக்டர் மாக்ஷி காந்தி போன்றோரை அவர்களே, நம்மளுடைய மத்திய தொல்பொருள் ஆய்வுத்துறையினுடைய இயக்குநராக இருந்து ஓய்வு பெற்றிருக்கின்ற நம்முடைய ரவிசங்கர் ஐயா அவர்களே, உங்கள் அனைவரையும், பேராளர் பெருமக்களே, மாணவ செல்வங்களே, உங்கள் அனைவரையும் இந்த நல்ல நேரத்திலே இந்த 4 நாள் கருத்தரங்கத்திற்கு வரவேற்று மகிழ்வதில் பெருமகிழ்ச்சி கொள்கிறேன். நன்றி, வணக்கம்.
Thank you, sir. We take great pleasure in honoring the distinguished scholars of the dais. We request our Commissioner to honor the Honorable Minister for Finance and Environment and Climate Change and Archaeology with a memento and a book. We request Professor K. Rajan to honor the Chairman, International Institute of Tamil Studies. Our Additional Chief Secretary to the Government, Tourism, Culture and Religious Endowment Department. Former Professor, Head Department of Epigraphy and Archaeology, Professor Y. Subrailu. And Professor Ingo. We request our Joint Director to honor Dr. Ravi Shankar. Dr. Markse Gandhi ma'am, and the Member of Legislative Assembly, thank you, sir. We request the Chairman, International Institute of Tamil Studies and the Honorary Advisor, Indus Research Center, Roja Muthaya Research Library to deliver the introductory address.
Honorable Minister for Finance and Environment and Climate Change and Archaeology, Additional Chief Secretary to Government, Finance Department and Commissioner of Archaeology, T. Uday Chandran IAS, Additional Chief Secretary to Government, Tourism, Culture and Religious Endowment Department, Dr. K. Manivasan, Professor Subrailu, Professor Rajan, the distinguished professor who have come from outside the country, Professor Ingo Strach, T.S. Ravi Shankar, Marksia Gandhi, Thiru Parandaman, Mr. Sivanandam, and a distinguished audience. It's my great privilege. This is an historic day where we are going to discuss about in an international, assembled in the form of an international conference to talk about the Tamil Epigraphy, a 4-day international conference. This very same building, this hall has seen last year there was an international conference on Indus-related studies. This time we have assembled here to talk about the epigraphy. One may wonder why in Tamil Nadu this type of initiatives are taking place often and rightly. Because Tamil Nadu is aptly suitable to be called as the epigraphic capital of India. The statistics speaks for itself. I am going by the statistics given available in the ASI. Tamil Nadu, Sri Lanka, Southeast Asia, regional focus. Tamil, which belongs to Dravidian linguistic family. The estimated about 28,000 to 38,000 estimated ASA collections. In Kannada, 60,600 to 11,000. Sanskrit, 7,500 to 7,800. Telugu, 4,500 to 5,000. Arabic, Persian, around 3,000. This is numerically speaking. That means you have, in this part of the country, particularly the Tamil-speaking people, have got an inclination. They are epigraphically inclined. They are inscriptionally motivated, absolutely committed to this particular thing. So the historical reconstruction of the Indian subcontinent relies heavily upon the discipline of epigraphy, yet within this field, the Tamil corpus stands as an unparalleled monument to linguistic continuity and administrative precision. I use the word linguistic continuity in a very, very careful way. And also, you will, throughout the course of this discussion, you will understand how this epigraphy is helping us to understand Tamil sociology, Tamil knowledge-based society, and Tamil writing system, and Tamil administrative system over a period of time, in time and space. While many ancient civilizations in North India transition between multiple scripts and languages, the Tamil region maintained a singular evolving tradition for over 2 millennia. This epigraphic habit is, we are habitually inclined. This epigraphic habit was not merely a tool of the elite, but a pervasive social practice that documented the pulse of a civilization. From the brief dedication of cave-dwelling ascetics to the expansive imperial charters of Chola and Pandya and dynasties. In the initial stages, it's a trade-related, monastery-related, but then in the medieval period, it's like an emperor scale. By analyzing the antiquity, statistical prevalence, the thematic shifts of Tamil inscription, one can discern the fundamental priorities that shape the South Indian consciousness across different historical epochs. That means the chronological horizon, the antiquity, and the Kiridi paradigm shift, and other places, it's an important point to be taken note of. And again, the statistical dominance, which I already maintained, the Tamil epigraphy in the Indian context, the statistical dominance itself makes a very huge statement. Now it is being proved, it's already been proved in Adichanallur, burial urns in Block and Red Ware, megalithic culture, funerary rites, Kiradi, Kodumanal, Porundal, Mangulam. In all these places, it has been scientifically studied and dated. And then it's in the various formats. In sometime it is in the pottery, a scribbling, a writing Tamili. Sometimes it's in the rock, it's a very brief. Sometimes in hero stone, the culture of heroism. Then minor epigraphy like pottery, rings, seal. Even in ring, you will find some kind of name scribbled. This is a format. The thematic, at some point of time, it was a cave asceticism, like a Jain and Buddhism kind of thing, to imperial bureaucracy. When it comes to the medieval period, it's moving around agriculture, irrigation, trade kind of thing. So that means there is a religious focus, there is a mercantile influence, and there is a linguistic structure. The language of Old Tamil featuring rudimentary syntax that often includes Prakrit loanwords related to religious title. The inscriptions are donative in nature. So it goes through the huge metamorphosis. And medieval inscription, it stands evidence for the sort of imperialism and institutionalism. That means when it goes to the early inscription, when it goes abroad, overseas to the Egypt and the Gulf region and other places, the motive was the trade and trade related. But in the medieval period of Southeast Asian time, it is a greater amount of religious input, genealogy and legitimacy, agrarian management, community governance, and social welfare. The epigraphy, in my view, probably somebody should study. I think I'm a novice. I have no scholarship to climb to the epigraphy. My field of inquiry is something different. But my humble request, if it is not already done, the epigraphy can be used to study the whole focus in space and time. Studying instead of very isolated studies. If somebody can do an overall study, how it is spatially and temporally moving in various format and various context and various content. So that means initial period, the location was spatially more trade corridors like a Kungu Road. and then liminal spaces like a remote rock, and then transoceanic reach. So it is right from the beginning, all these things are happening. Trade route, liminal spaces, and transoceanic. And the geography of the medieval agrarian states, riverine consolidation, and territorial expansion, urban temple nodes. It becomes the temple-oriented. So we have gone through the various phases of what we call is a Tamili or the Tamil Brahmi. Now the new evidence are coming. There is a need to look at even undeciphered the process, the emergence of the writing system in India. There is a need to look at the undeciphered Indus script and undeciphered Indus sign and undeciphered graffiti also. But that is a different cup of tea. But what is deciphered epigraphy? That itself is a huge narrative when it comes to the Tamil Nadu. In the linguistics and political narrative also, Vattaluttu, how it went, and Chola standardization. To put it finally, the synthesize, the study of Tamil epigraphy provides a multifaceted portrait of a society that valued documentation as a pillar of civilization. What I try to emphasize, that the Tamil society has given emphasis right from the day one or other way to document it. The antiquity of the script, now verified to the 6th century BC, establishes Tamil as one of the earliest literate communities in South Asia. The date is now even going back with the finding of the iron and other contextual thing. So developing writing system that predated standardized Brahmi of the Mauryan North, the statistical dominance of Tamil inscription representing nearly half of India's total epigraphic heritage is a testament to the region's long-standing tradition of public accountability. I understand the word public accountability and legal permanence. The transition from the early, brief, focused records of the caves to the complex bureaucratic and imperial charter of the medieval temples reflects a profound evolution in social priorities. While the early Tamils prioritized the religious heterodoxies and global maritime trade, their medieval descendants focused on agrarian consolidation, imperial glorification, and the institutionalization of social welfare through the temple. The geographical shifts from mountainous trade routes to fertile river deltas further corroborate this narrative of a civilization moving from a mercantile frontier to a sophisticated agrarian state. Ultimately, Tamil epigraphy remains an irreplaceable archive, a lithic literature. The epigraphy is nothing but a lithic literature that continues to inform our understanding of the cultural and political foundation of the Indian peninsula. So that way, I would like to submit that without studying the Tamil epigraphy in detail, in space and time, probably we cannot understand Indian subcontinent in a proper way. Thank you very much for this opportunity.
Thank you, sir. We request the Honorable Minister to publish the website on graffiti signs of Tamil Nadu. Thank you, sir. We request the Honorable Minister to release the books on inscribed parts of Tamil Nadu, graffiti and Tamili, and traditional water management and sluice technology in Tamil Nadu. And our Commissioner and other distinguished scholars will receive the same. Thank you, sir. We request the Honorable Minister to release Tamilnadu Kalvettugal volumes, totally 6 volumes with different districts. These were deciphered by the eminent scholars of the department retired and in service. 2 volumes of Viluppuram district, Velur, Tiruvallur, Salem and Chengalpattu districts. We request the authors of the books to come to the dais. Dr. Padmavati Madam, Dr. Pungundran sir, Dr. Krishnamurthy sir, Dr. Shashikala Madam and Dr. Sivanandam sir. Thank you, sir. The outcomes of these scholarly discussions are being published in 2 volumes as conference proceedings titled Tamil Epigraphy. Nearly 55 scholars from across the globe have been participating and presenting their papers. Now we may request our Honorable Minister to release the proceedings. Thank you, sir. Now we may request the Honorable Minister to inaugurate the conference and deliver the special address.
Respected Professor Rajan, respected ACS Thiru Udayachandran, respected ACS Thiru Manivasan, Professor Balakrishnan, Professor Subbarailu, Thiru Parandaman MLA, Professor Ingo Strap, Dr. Ravishankar, Dr. Maksya Gandhi, Dr. Sivanandam, distinguished dignitaries on dais, respected scholars, researchers, students, and esteemed members of the public. It gives me immense pleasure to welcome you all to this August gathering on the occasion of 4-day International Conference on Tamil Epigraphy. This conference stands as a significant academic milestone, bringing together eminent scholars and young researchers from across the world to deliberate on one of the most reliable and enduring sources of historical knowledge. Today's event also marks the release of several important scholarly contributions, as you would have seen now, including the proceedings of Tamil Epigraphy, the volumes on graffiti, sluice inscriptions, and Kalvettu volumes, as well as the formal launch of the Gravity Science website a new digital platform dedicated to the systematic documentation and interpretation of ancient graffiti symbols. Epigraphy is far more than the study of ancient inscriptions. It is a vital discipline that enables us to understand the evaluation of society across political, social, economic, cultural, and technological dimensions. Unlike literary sources, inscriptions possess a unique authenticity. Being engraved on permanent materials such as stone and metal, they are largely free from later interpolations and biases, offering us an unfiltered and reliable reflection of the realities of the past. In the Indian context, epigraphy has played a foundational role in historical reconstruction. With over 1 lakh inscriptions documented across the country, nearly 2/3 belong to South India. Tamil Nadu alone accounts for approximately 30,000 inscriptions, providing an unbroken chronological record from the 6th century BCE to the colonial and Vijayanagara periods. This vast body of evidence allows historians to continually reassess and refine our understanding of the region's long and complex cultural evolution. The proceedings of Tamil epigraphy being released today is the outcome of intense scholarly discussions to be held during this 4-day international conference. More than 50 research papers presented here have been compiled into this volume. These studies move beyond dynastic narratives and royal proclamations to illuminate local administration, social stratification, linguistic development, paleography, trade networks, and technological progress. Together, they reaffirm epigraphy as a primary and indispensable source for understanding the diverse facets of our society and serve as a reliable resource for our researchers across the world. To ensure the preservation and continuity of Tamil Nadu's rich heritage, our department has undertaken several ambitious technology-driven long-term projects. These initiatives extend well beyond traditional documentation and adopt advanced scientific methods. Under the Rock Art of Tamil Nadu project, more than 250 rock art sites have been identified, with significant progress made in the multidisciplinary study of the extensive rock paintings at Karikure in the Nilgiris, which is nearing publication. The 20-year vision project on the cultural history of Tamil Nadu aims to document archaeological monuments at the village level across all the districts, with active field work currently underway in Tamil Nadu, Dharmaburi, Krishnagiri, the Nilgiris, Erode, and Tirupur. The theme-based epigraphy project uses modern digital technologies to record inscriptions based on specific themes such as trade guilds, oil mills, and hero stones. In addition, the Loose Sculptures project employs advanced 3D registration techniques to document scattered sculptures and inscriptions across the state. Beyond field research, the department is modernizing museums, conducting new excavations, expanding collaborations with national and international research institutions, and strengthening human resources to adapt to emerging scientific technologies. Forthcoming publications will include comprehensive studies on Tamil Nadu's rock art, ancient symbols, and pottery inscribed with Tamil characters. A particularly noteworthy contribution highlighted through these publications is the study of science and technology via epigraphy, especially in the field of hydraulic engineering. While many temple inscriptions emphasize religious and cultural aspects, inscriptions engraved directly on the kumidi or sluice devices allow us to reconstruct indigenous technological knowledge with remarkable clarity. through the documentation and digitization of more than 200 such inscriptions, often undertaken under extremely challenging conditions, even in neck-deep water, researchers have recovered crucial technical terminology such as Madai, Karai, and Neerkovai. These findings reveal an extraordinary level of sophistication in ancient tank irrigation systems and demonstrate a millennium of uninterrupted technological knowledge transfer. In conclusion, the proceedings of Tamil Epigraphy, released during this 4-day international conference on Tamil Epigraphy, together with the companion volumes of graffiti, sluice inscriptions, and culvert volumes, and the launch of the Graffiti Science website, stand as a testimony to scholarly dedication, institutional vision, and the department's commitment to integrating traditional scholarship with digital innovation. By preserving and interpreting these permanent records, we not only safeguard our heritage, but also provide future generations with reliable tools to understand the foundations of society, governance, and technology. It is our sincere hope that these initiatives will inspire continued research, dialogue, and international collaborations. With this, I conclude my inaugural speech, and thank you all for being part of this meaningful and enriching academic endeavor. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. Now, we may request our Joint Director to deliver the vote of thanks.
அனைவருக்கும் வணக்கம். தமிழ் கல்வெட்டியல் பன்னாட்டு கருத்தரங்கினை துவக்கி வைத்து சிறப்புரையாற்றியுள்ள மாண்புமிகு நிதி மற்றும் சுற்றுச்சூழல் கால்நடை மற்றும் தொல்லியல் துறை அமைச்சர் அவர்களுக்கு தொல்லியல் துறை சார்பாக நன்றியிழந்தோம். இந்நிகழ்விலே பங்கேற்று பெருமைப்படுத்திய அரசு கூடுதல் தலைமைச் செயலாளர் சுற்றுலா பண்பாடு அறநிலையங்கள் துறை மருத்துவர் மணிவாசம் அவர்களுக்கும் நிதித்துறை செயலாளர் உதயச்சந்திரன் அவர்களுக்கும் எங்களுக்கு நெஞ்சார்ந்த நன்றிகள். இதில் பங்கேற்றுள்ள தொல்லியல் அறிஞர் பெருமக்கள் அனைவர்களுக்கும் மற்றும் இதில் பங்கேற்றுள்ள மாணவ கண்மணிகளுக்கும் பொதுமக்களுக்கும் பத்திரிகை நண்பர்களும் ஊடகத்துறை நண்பர்களுக்கும் நன்றியை தெரிவித்துக் கொள்ள நன்றி வணக்கம்.
Thank you, sir. Now we are proceeding to the academic sessions. We request Dr. Ravishankar sir to start the first session. He was the Director of Epigraphy in Archaeological Survey of India, Mysore. Welcome, sir.
Good morning, dignitaries, Honorable Minister, and enlightened audience, scholars. It gives me immense pleasure to be part of the 4-day international seminar on Tamil epigraphy, and also a great honor to be a session chairman for this first technical session which we are going to start. And we will have a paper from Charlotte Schmidt and Ingo Strach. Strach is a professor for Sanskrit and Buddhist study at Lausanne, Switzerland, and he completed his PhD about the medieval Sanskrit text, Lekapaddhati, in 2000 at Berlin. So I request Professor Ingo Strach to present his scholarly paper titled From the Valley of the Kings to India, Indian Inscriptions in Egypt. Please, sir, take over and go with your presentation. Thank you very much. Please.
Good morning. Thanks of all. First of all, thanks to the organizers of this event for having invited us. And I won't give this presentation alone, but with my colleague Charlotte Schmidt from Paris. So I will cover the first part, and Charlotte will cover the second part of this presentation, where we will try to introduce new material on Tamil epigraphy, because as the chairman has already mentioned, I'm not really a specialist in Tamil. I don't know the Tamil language, but I'm a specialist in Indian epigraphy, in paleography, so I'm dealing with Brahmi, with Kharoshthi script, and mainly with Sanskrit language and North Indian Prakrits. But quite recently I came across also Tamil inscriptions, many Tamil inscriptions, which brought me in a certain way to the area of Tamil epigraphy, and which at the end also brought me here to Chennai. And I'm very grateful that the organizers invited us to present this. As you see, I will talk about Tamil inscriptions in Egypt, which we recently discovered while exploring some of the sites in ancient Egypt. In my paper, I will present also a little bit the prehistory of this discovery. I will tell you a little bit about Indians on their way to Egypt. How did they get there? And in this context, I will talk about an earlier research I have done about the island Socotra in front of the Yemen coast, where Indian inscriptions were discovered. I will talk about Indians in Egypt at a site at the Red Sea coast called Berenike. And in the main part of the presentation, mainly Charlotte will talk about Indians in the Valley of the Kings. As it is well known, Indians were quite busy in trade with the Roman Empire, beginning from the 1st century CE up to the 4th, maybe even 5th century. Indian sailors visited many sites across the Western Indian Ocean. All this is well attested in a work that you know very well, the Periplus of the Erythraean Sea, that describes sea routes connecting the Mediterranean with various parts of the Indian subcontinent. As we learn from the Periplus, the main routes connect Indian coasts with connect, let's say, the Mediterranean with Indian coasts in the west of India, in present-day Gujarat, and in the south of India, present-day Kerala, but also present-day Tamil Nadu, the ancient ports in the east. South Indian connections that are mentioned by the Periplus are also attested in archaeology and especially also in the epigraphical records. So Tamil Brahmi inscriptions were discovered in several sites in South Arabia, For instance, this one that was discovered in the place of Khor Rori or Sumhuram, a part of an ancient Yemenite kingdom, which dates to the 1st or 2nd century CE, where you can read Nantai Kiran. Other South Indian inscriptions in Tamil Brahmi were discovered in Egypt. Here, for instance, one example from Myos Hormos at the Red Sea coast, where you read two Tamil names, Kanan and Chatan. Yeah, we will still meet these names. And why did I encircle this? Because even I, who doesn't know much about Tamil and Tamil Brahmi, quickly realized that this sign at the end, the nin or alveolar n, is typical for Tamil Brahmi inscriptions, and always when you see a sign like this, it is most probably an inscription in Tamil Brahmi. Another South Indian inscription inscribed with the text Kotra Puman was discovered at the site of Berenike, another port at the Red Sea coast, in a layer of apparently the 1st century of the Common Era. These connections with the South were therefore quite prominent in the literary record, as attested by the Periplus, but also in the archaeological or epigraphical record. But South India was not the only region that was connected with the West. We also have quite a number of inscriptions that attest to connections with the Indian West and mainly with Gujarat. The most impressive evidence perhaps comes again from Myos Hormos, where in Ostrakon a potsherd is inscribed with a text in Prakrit and Brahmi script that gives a list of goods, items that were apparently traded in Myos Hormos, including oil, meat, and wine. Personally, my research concentrated in the beginning of the 2000s on another quite impressive site that had hundreds of inscriptions left by Indian sailors on an island quite far away from India, in between the African and the South Arabian coast, the island Socotra. A huge island covered by an immense limestone plateau, and this limestone plateau is characterized by huge natural caves that are found everywhere on the island. And but not only these caves, but also other natural beauties characterize Socotra, as these pictures show. I mean, you see the landscape is really fascinating, and Socotra houses a lot of endemic plants and also animals. And among these plants is a special tree that is called the dragonblood tree. And the dragonblood tree was one of the reasons why already in antiquity Indians, among others, visited Socotra to trade with this product, which is called a dragon blood, which was used for several purposes, for dyeing, also for medical purposes. Up to the medieval times, dragon blood was in high demand, not only in India, but also in Europe. And already the Periplus is mentioning this dragon blood. And dragon blood trees are found all over the island. But for us, of course, a specific place on the island was important. It's the cave up in the north, which is here shown as Hock Cave, a large natural cave that was explored in the beginning of the 2000s by a group of Belgian speleologists who discovered in this cave something I will show you in a minute, lots of inscriptions. First of all, just these pictures to introduce this cave a little bit. It's a marvelous place. You see the entrance is high over the sea level, 200 meters high. You have to climb up to get to the entrance of the cave, and it's quite close to the coast. You see from the entrance really far into the Indian Ocean. So you can imagine that also sailors that approached the island saw already the entrance of this cave from far away. And once you're inside the cave, I mean, you see a huge, you can call it labyrinth of several caves, one after the other, up to 30 meters high, 40 meters wide, filled with all sorts of speleological formations, stalactites, stalagmites, as these images show. I mean, it's a really place of an extraordinary natural beauty that probably brought people deep into this cave. And the Belgian speleologists, they went there, of course, to explore this cave, but when doing this, they discovered also archaeological remains, incense burners, oil lamps, and also lots of inscriptions. These inscriptions were done on all surfaces, on walls, floors, and stalactites, used the mud of the cave floor to write something with their hands. Sometimes they sent of stalactites into all these surfaces. And as it turned out, quite quickly, these inscriptions were not left by inhabitants of Socotra, but most of them were left by Indians. And when you look into the scripts which they used, most of these texts can be ascribed to a variety of Brahmi, which I characterized as Western Gujarati Brahmi, that can be dated between the 2nd and 4th century CE. So if you compare these texts to inscriptions from Gujarat, you see the same script is used. But some texts also mention even where these people came from. So 5 inscriptions mention Barukacha, the present-day Broad, as origin of the visitors, and 1 inscription mentions another place not far away on the peninsula of Kathiawar, the place Hastaka Vapra. Yeah, just to show you how these inscriptions look like. Yeah, this is, for instance, Barukacha, 4 instances of Barukacha. Most of these inscriptions are very short, and you could characterize them as graffiti in a sense that they are informal inscriptions left just incidentally by the visitors. Maybe like people who visit a church or whatever, and who, as Professor Rajan said yesterday, in an act of vandalism, can't stand to write their name on the wall and say, John was here, and the Indians did the same. But they didn't say John, but they used, of course, Indian names, and these Indian names reveal a little bit about also their religious background. And as you see, the visitors came from all strands of Indian religious affiliations. We have a number of Buddhist names, but not the majority. We have Vaishnava names, we have Shaiva names, we have names which are come from other Hindu traditions. The only group we cannot really identify are perhaps Jains, but of course Jains can also be hidden among names like Sangadasa, for instance. Yeah? So that's possible that Jains were also there, but we don't know exactly. So this was a little bit very short presentation of Socotra, and then quite recently I was approached by scholars who were excavating a site in Egypt, Berenike. It has been excavated for more than 40 years now, I think, first by American scholars with Stephen Sidebotham, now by a group of Polish, German and Dutch scholars. And they found, as you see here, some years ago, a statue of a Buddha in Egypt, in Berenike. To introduce the site, you see Berenike at the Red Sea coast, still further west than Socotra, and on this coast, I mean, the image here shows exactly where, but I don't have to show that. It's a kind of bay, which is easily approachable for ships, which is a good harbor place. In the Roman, already in the Ptolemaic period, a harbor was erected, and with a small, it was not a huge city, but still it's a small city or a big town, let's say. And parts of this town have been excavated in the last 40 years, and in the last 10 years excavations concentrated on the central part, which is here in red, which houses a temple dedicated to the Egyptian goddess Isis. Yeah. Isis is a goddess already from old pharaonic times, but it continued to be venerated also in later Egyptian periods, including the Ptolemaic and the Roman period. The temple itself dates from the Ptolemaic period, but what was used throughout the Roman period up to the 4th century CE, approximately. This temple really marks the main religious site of the whole city. It is the biggest structure discovered so far, and as you see, a street connects the temple. Unfortunately, this does not work, and I don't know why, you don't see anything. Yeah? It connects the temple with the harbor place. So on the right side, this is already the sea. This works? Okay. Yeah, this is better. Yeah, you see this is the street that leads from the temple to the sea. No, this is not right. Yeah, this picture now shows the temple, and when we are talking about the remains of Indians from this temple, they mainly come from this room and from this room and from this, and I'm going to present you now a little bit what was found in the main courtyard, and here you see mainly two important items have been found, and I will show them here. Yeah, one is our Buddha statue, which you already saw. All this belongs to the statue. These are all remains of the same statue, and one inscription, and I will talk a little bit about this inscription in a minute. First, let's have a look at this Buddha, which is a marvelous piece, celebrated, of an extraordinary craftsmanship, which also shows that the people who donated this to the Egyptian temple were quite wealthy. Yeah, so apparently quite wealthy Indian traders did give that to the temple. At the site of the Buddha statue, there was found an inscribed stone slab. And you see here, I mean, you clearly can see the inscription, and this is how it is found today. And good light even allows to see most of the inscription pretty well. And as you may recognize, the Indian text is in 3 lines, is accompanied by 2 lines in Greek script, which seem to summarize the contents of the Indian inscription by saying good fortune, which translates the Sanskrit siddham at the beginning, and Vasulas set it up, which gives the contents of the Sanskrit text, which I'm going to present right now. This is just to show you how we worked there in 2024. I went there, because this is all connected also to Egypt, to the Valley of the Kings. Yeah, I went there to study this inscription, so we slept in tents, and yeah, this is a little bit the setting. It's really very remote. There is nothing around. I mean, you have to stay in these tents. And the Indian inscription is stored in the temple, in the ancient temple, and I just sat there on the ground and studied it. And it was possible to reconstruct most of the Sanskrit text with some parts missing, which, however, can be filled up with some confidence. What does the text say? It says, success, siddham, in the 6th year of King Philippa, on the 5th day of the bright half of the moon Ashvayuja, on this day the Kshatriya Vasula had established an image of, that's a big question mark, for the benefit and pleasure of all beings. So this is what we have in Indian inscriptions from Buddhist sites all over India, including Western India, Gujarat, but also in Mathura and everywhere. We have more or less the same text with some specifics. It's a pity that, of course, as you see, this question mark doesn't allow us to identify exactly what was given. Probably, since it is a Buddhist inscription, it was an image of some Buddha, but we cannot tell how the writer of this inscription identified the Buddha. As you see, all that is left is this little trace, yeah? And this little trace, yeah, which can be read either as a tra, yeah, and then we would have a Maitreya Pratima, an image of Maitreya, or it can be read as a long U, yeah, and then we would have a Shakyamuni with a wrong orthography, but that's not so bad. An image of Shakyamuni, of the Buddha Shakyamuni, and I think this is the most probable solution. Another interesting feature is that it's an Indian inscription that is not dated in an Indian era, but in the era of a Roman emperor, and namely of the emperor Philippus. It's Philip the Arab. We know his dates. He reigned between 244 and 249, and so we can date the inscription quite confidently on a specific day, namely on September 9th, 248. So that brings us to the middle of the 3rd century. The script of this record also allows us to have an idea, let's say, about the provenance of the scribe who wrote this inscription, but he wrote it in Egypt, not in India, and apparently he came also, like the people from Hok Cave in Socotra, from Western India, from Gujarat. So in a certain way, the evidence from Berenike continues what we saw in Socotra. This now all changes with the new discovery in the Valley of the Kings. And the story, I have to tell the story always a little bit, because when I visited Berenike to study the Sanskrit inscription, I decided to make some holidays in Egypt, and I went to Luxor, which is not so far, to the Valley of the Kings, and then I looked at the graves of the pharaohs, and of course I recognized that on the walls of many of these tombs graffiti were written, most of them in Greek, but some of them looked strange. Yeah. And now I will come to these strange looking things. But first of all, I introduce, of course, the Valley of the Kings. So it's, as most of you know, it's in Luxor. From Berenike, it takes almost 7 hours by car to get there. And in the Valley of the Kings, the pharaohs of the new dynasty so decided to put their graves. Yeah, I mean, they cut huge artificial caves into the rock where they put the sarcophags, and they decorated them richly, and so the Tutankhamun is the most famous of these graves, which gives us an idea about also the wealth that was buried there. And during the antiquity, already many of these caves were empty and were open to the public. So people from all parts of the Roman Empire visited Egypt. That was a tourist destination like today. And they also visited the Valley of the Kings. And many of them also were Vandals and wrote their names on the walls of these caves. And as you see here, altogether 10 graves were open, and they house more than 2,000 graffiti, mainly in Greek. These graffiti were published by a French scholar in 1926, Jules Baillet, and most of them, as I said, were Greek and Latin. So when I visited these caves, I knew that there are graffiti, but then I looked at them, and on the walls of one of those tombs, I discovered something, this, and maybe you recognize it, it's on our booklet. Yes, it's our Chikai Kotran. And I said, this looks somehow Indian. Yeah, so this can't be Greek, of course, and also no other script that I knew. But as you see, much it is destroyed. You can't recognize every sign, but I mean, some signs really I could read, others I couldn't read, and so I took a photograph, and I thought, I mean, it can't be Indian. I mean, these tombs have been open for 200 years or longer. I mean, somebody should have read it and published it. Yeah, so I'm not so brilliant to be the first to do it. And then I went home and I looked at it again, and then I recognized what I explained to you, this alveolar N. It's this one. And then I said, oh, maybe it's Tamil. But I don't know Tamil. So what did I do? I sent the inscription to Charlotte, and Charlotte studied it, and then I was waiting, and then finally she said, yeah, that's Tamil, and we can even understand what it's saying. And and then, of course, we both got excited. Charlotte prepared this translation, and she said, that means Chikai Kotran came here and saw. Yeah, so something we would expect from a graffito. And based on this discovery, we both took the publication of Baillet, and we looked into the publication whether he had noticed this inscription, and yes, he did. And he did. It's an Asianic, kind of Asiatic inscription, which he couldn't read. And he also gave a drawing, which is quite what we saw on the wall. And then I said, okay, if he found one inscription, maybe he found more. And just above, there is another inscription, and he says 2 lines in strange signs. And then I said, okay, let's have a look at these 2 lines in strange signs, and they are here. Yeah. Then I said, oh, this looks also like Brahmi somehow. And then we made a list of all these inscriptions in strange signs, and we went again in June 24 to Egypt. It had 47 degrees. It was very hot, so we were very dedicated to our work. And we identified altogether almost 30 inscriptions written in Indian scripts and in different languages. So this one, for instance, could be read as Dadavarma Agato, some Prakrit inscription, or maybe even Sanskrit, yeah, if we take the R seriously, which means Dadavarman came. Yeah? Somebody not from the south, but this time from the north. Here it is. Yeah, here I made a drawing, so this is now... yeah, this is just... okay. This inscription in one tomb, namely in tomb number 1, and I'm now going to present you just a very few of these inscriptions before Charlotte goes into more detail. In cave number, or grave number 1, we found another instance of the same Dadavarma, which we just saw, namely here on the wall. You see on this element, again, he wrote his name, Dadavarma Agato. Yeah, and there is still another inscription, which I'm not going to present. In cave 1, we found altogether 14 Indian graffiti, among them 8 Tamil, 5 in Sanskrit and Prakrit, and even one, which I have to present you shortly, in Kharoshti. This is the entrance of cave number 1, and in this part, in the back part, for instance, there was one text which is historically important, which was written on this panel, and just in front of this deity, you don't see it here, but you see it in the next image, you find 2 inscriptions, one in Sanskrit and another one below in Tamil. The Sanskrit inscription tells us that this inscription was apparently left by a person named Indranandin, who says that he himself was a messenger of the king Kshaharata, which allows us, of course, to give a date to this inscription, a surprisingly early date, namely the Kshaharata dynasty can be dated to the 1st century of the Common Era. So he is apparently He was visiting that in the Common Era, in the 1st century. And my last inscription before Charlotte takes over is my favorite one, because this is also a nice story. So we had discovered now this Tamil inscriptions in cave number 1, and then I saw the Sanskrit inscription, which we didn't know before, because Baye said it was a kind of demotic inscription, but we were very surprised to see that it's Sanskrit. And then I said to Charlotte, we were already a bit tired and we wanted to have a break and to drink our Coca-Cola at the cafeteria. And then I said, okay, we still have to discover a Kharoshthi inscription, otherwise our day won't be complete. And then we leave the inscription, and I look to the wall at the entrance, and I said, Charlotte, maybe I haven't drunk enough, so maybe I'm in lack of water, and so I have hallucinations, because I'm seeing a Kharoshthi inscription here. And you see here the boats. The boats are quite apparent, but you see, if I show you, you see it, a large text covering this boat. And this is really a text which is a Kharoshthi inscription, which can be read as by the noble Utta, yeah, son of Pratava, which is Sanskrit Pratapa. Yeah. So also a person, this time a person coming from an area where Kharoshthi is used, so which would be present-day Pakistan probably, who visited Egypt along with other Indian visitors. Okay, this is my part, and now I hand over to Charlotte to present the Tamil inscriptions of the Valley of the Kings.
Thank you, sir, for your excellent presentation. I would give my comments a little later once the other half is through. So now before us we have Professor Charlotte Esquimate, and she studied art history, classical literature and Sanskrit, and became a member of the École Française Orient. Assigned to the Pondicherry Center, she was introduced to classical Tamil and Vaishnavism of southern India. Currently, she serves as Director of Studies and Editor at the École Française Orient, where she continues her research in Paris on the relation between North and South India in iconographic and textual corpora, with a particular focus on epigraphic data. Her recent work has concentrated on the emergence of writing in South India, leading her to reflect more broadly on the phenomenon of emergence of the Brahmi script. With this brief, I request her to present her paper. Thank you.
Thank you very much for this introduction, and hello to everybody. I don't know if it's still the morning or the afternoon, but just I wanted to tell you that I was very happy being here, and I'm very proud of presenting to you these Tamil inscriptions in the Valley of the Kings. So this first slide has just been designed because I wanted just to show you what has been discovered recently in the site of Berenike, as we also discovered, the team of Rodney Ast in Heidelberg has discovered a Vaishnava triad, but we will not speak about it. And we have discovered a Tamil inscription, which has been engraved in the temple of Isis. But before speaking about this inscription, we start with the Valley of the Kings. So in this Valley of the Kings, as Ingo has already told you, several inscriptions written in Indian languages have been found. But out of all these inscriptions, 2/3 are written in Tamil. And you have to know that most of the inscriptions in this Valley of the Kings have been written in Tamil. 7 are written in North Indian languages. And in the tomb number 1, where I will start by presenting you tomb after tomb the inscriptions in Tamil. Then I will focus on this individual who was very special, this Chigai Kotran, who has left his name in several of these tombs. And then we'll go and see other names which were engraved in the tomb. So first, this tomb number 1, where we have discovered 14 inscriptions due to the very good eye of Ingo, 7 in North Indian languages and 7 in Tamil, written in this, which is commonly called early Tamil Brahmi or Tamili. In the tomb number 2, we discovered 5 inscriptions, only 1 in Tamil for sure, and the others maybe also in Tamil, but as you will see, it's difficult to know whether they were in Tamil or in another language. It's not always easy to decipher these inscriptions. In KV number 6, in the tomb number 6, 2 inscriptions, and those 2 are in Tamil. In the tomb number 8, 6 inscriptions, and 4 are in Tamil and 2 in North Indian language. In the tomb number 9, there is only 1 inscription, difficult to read, but clearly in Tamil. And we end with one of the most interesting tomb, which is the tomb number 14, where a Tamil inscription has been engraved above the entrance. And this is an inscription. You see on the map also, this is one of the last tombs in this valley. And this inscription has been left by the famous Chigay Kotran. And we will see why this is a very interesting inscription. But you have to know that when Jules Bayet prepared his catalogue of all the graffitis, he did not consider this inscription being a graffiti. So no graffiti has been recorded for this tomb, and this is the only one that you have in this whole tomb. So this is a Tamil inscription, but very specific because this is the only inscription, the sole inscription, to have been engraved in this tomb. And not exactly in, but above the entrance, at the entrance of this tomb. So first, you may have noticed that we deal with a very uneven distribution of the inscriptions within the tombs. And most of the inscriptions, in fact, are concentrated in the tomb number 1, while at the end, at this tomb number 14, you get only 1 inscription. Some inscriptions have been engraved only at the entrance of the tombs, and some have been engraved in the entrance as well as inside the tombs. Whenever you get inscriptions inside the tombs, they are more numerous, and they are side by side with other inscriptions in Greek, mostly in Greek, sometimes in Latin, also in Arabic and other languages. It's clear that these people coming from India, they were following an already established practice, an already established trend when they were going to this Valley of the Kings, and they left their names inside the tombs. We will see that they were even imitating the formulas which were used by the Greek at this time. About the dating of this inscription, you have to rely on the paleography of the inscription, but you can also use the other graffitis, the other inscriptions which were left by other peoples, so mainly inscriptions in Greek. And these inscriptions, they started to be engraved during the Ptolemaic period, but most of them were engraved during the Roman period. And this is one of the reasons why we think that these inscriptions that we discovered have to be dated between the 1st and the 3rd century AD. We start by following Chigay Kotran, this very specific individual coming from the south, the end of the peninsula, coming from the south of India. And he's the only one who has left his name in several tombs. So Chigay Kotran left his name in 5 out of the 6 tombs where you find Indian graffitis. This is a slide to show you some of the places where he left his name. And this is largely, of course, the most often encountered text of all these inscriptions inside the tombs or at the entrance of the tomb. I'll start to show you the last we have been, the last one, the one which is above the entrance of the tomb number 14, just because it's the most legible of all his inscription. So I think it's very clear for everybody here, most probably, that you see a Chigei Kotran Vara Kanda. So it's kind of irregular form of early Tamil, but it's clearly legible, and what it means, it's really a form of graffiti, something like an inscription which has been engraved to show to everybody that Chigei Kotran came here, and he was sure, he wanted it to be sure that everybody will see him. This is also why this was probably engraved above the entrance of a tomb. So everybody can see, read, I don't know, but can see that there is an Indian inscription there, and this is by Chigei Kotran. In the tomb number 1, Chigei Kotran has left his name in 3 different places. So at the beginning of the cave, of the tomb, sorry, he left 2 inscriptions, one on the left and one on the right, something like mirroring each other, and then another one a little further. So this is the first one, which is engraved on the left. As you see, it's not so easy to see. These are really scratches. This is the one which is opposite on the right. Again, not so legible today. And we are very happy Jules Bayet provided drawings also, and sometimes photographs in his book, because then it made the work easier, I would say. And the third inscription is engraved in a very dramatic setting. It's here, you know, in this orb of this very large disc. And it's nearly not legible today. And we know it, in fact, because of Jules Bayet's book. And this has been engraved not very far from the other 2, the Sanskrit and the Tamil inscription, that have just been shown to you by Ingo. And you can notice that Chigei Kotran has a tendency of engraving his inscriptions very high, usually higher than any other Indian inscriptions in the tombs where they are found, which of course raises several issues. And you also notice that Indian inscriptions, they tend to cluster together. Once you have one Indian inscription, then you have several other around it. This is what has happened here. Yes, as I told you, unfortunately, this inscription has been is very blurred today, and we can see it only because of Jules Bayet. So in the tomb number 2, Chigei Kotran engraved his inscription in roughly the same place as the first one of the KV1 of the tomb number 1. Here it is. And then in the tomb number 6, we have a very different positioning of the inscription because it's above the entrance, but it's very high. It's very high. It's something like, maybe something like 5-6 meters above the entrance. So you wonder also how he managed to have it engraved here at such a height. It's weird, to be frank, and it's very, very difficult to see today. So in the tomb number 8, again, Chigei Kotran has engraved his name twice, and these inscriptions are placed nearly one opposite to the other, like here. This is the one through which Ingo has discovered all the inscriptions. I would say this is the seminal inscription, the seminal Chigei Kotran. But opposite this Chigei Kotran, on the other side, you have another Chigei Kotran here. Very blurred once again. And the last, the tomb number 14, we have already commented upon, so I will not continue. So who was this Chigei Kotran? It's, I think it's worth pondering a little. So first you see that he's present in 8 inscriptions and in 5 tombs. What this name can tell us Kotran, and Shigei. Kotran sounds rather familiar, I think, to a Tamilian here, but Shigei is less familiar. It could come from Sanskrit, where you have this Shiga, which could be translated as the one with a tuft or a crown. And Kotran, of course, it's a word which is related to Kotram, to Kotravan the king, to Kotrave, this Chera goddess of the Chera kingdom in the Chirabalikaram. And anyway, this is a name with warlike and power association. It's also a name which has been found elsewhere in Egypt. The famous sherd found in Berenike, Kotrapuman, and in parallel, this is a name that is found, of course, in Sangam literature. For instance, in the Purana Nuru, you have a series which is dedicated to a Chera king, Pitan Kotran. I have provided a translation of one of the passages where this Kotran, this Chera king, appears. So maybe Chigei Kotran was a chief coming more specifically from the Chera part of the country, maybe, and maybe a petty chief or anyway. Anyway, you find this name also, or names similar in the Chera inscriptions, which are found in Pugalur today, which were dated of the 2nd and the 3rd century AD, where you have Kotrendei, for instance. So this is one of the inscriptions that is found now in Tamil Nadu. And it records the gift of a bed for a giant ascetic. So it's on the floor, in a position rather different from the ones you get in the Valley of the King. But of course, you also get inscriptions in Pugalur in positioning which are comparable to that, to what you have in the Valley of the King. So this raises, I would say, several issues. The first of them is that Kotran is not at all the name we could expect of a merchant, of the name of a person belonging to a mercantile community. And it was expected that the people coming to the Valley of the Kings would be part of a mercantile community, would be merchants coming through Berenike and then accompanying their goods, their merchandise to the Nile. So maybe it is because we are dealing with a mercantile community which is different from the one we expected. And you can think about a Kshatriya, the Kshatriya who has been found engraving his name in Berenike. And you can also think of the Kshatriya who has left his name in the Kharoshthi inscriptions in KV in the tomb number 1. Or you can think also that this Chigei Kotran was part of a community accompanying the merchants, because the merchants have to be accompanied by military men, by mercenaries who were in charge of the securities of the security of the goods. So this man might have been one of them. But anyway, this has to be examined again and again, and we have to. These are just working hypotheses. But this Chigei Kotran was at least following an already established trend of engraving a name in a tomb, in an Egyptian tomb. Now we go and see other names in the tombs which were recorded. I cannot show you all the inscriptions because there are too many. But of course, if we are interested, we can discuss them later on. So I've tried to focus on those which were more legible and on some of them which were not legible at all, just to show you samples. So in the tomb number 1, where you have many inscriptions, you also get this Koban Varada Kandan, who is a Tamilian using a formula which is very close, which is very similar to the one which has been used by Chigei Kotran. So this Varada, that times, and then Kandan, not Kanda, but Kandan. But these formulas are very similar, I would say. And Kopan is a name which is also found in Tamil Nadu. For instance, it is in this in a site where maybe some of you have already been. which is Amankoyil Patti. And then I wanted to show you this inscription, which is engraved below the Sanskrit inscription of the Kshatrata king. So the inscriptions of the Kshatrata king can be dated of the 1st century AD. That's it, Ingo? And then below you have this inscription, which I have tried to provide a reading, and we are debating this reading with several other scholars. And maybe you'll have another idea about it. So you can read at least this Pandi, which is very clear, and maybe it's not Ayatan, maybe it's Shatan. The main difficulty is here because you have an initial I, and then what's coming after this? What is this one? Is this a Ya? Is this a Cha? Etc. And then you have a Mutan, and here you have a Pandi. Somebody came here, most probably a sequence of names, of proper names, of people who came here and wanted their names to be recorded. I don't know if it's very visible, but these are not inscriptions. These are inscriptions which are also positioned quite high. These are other inscriptions. This one is a little more legible, I think. This is it could start with a Peravan, Ratan, Cheman. Okay. Then another one in this tomb, which is also a puzzling inscription. It's less faintly engraved, but it's no less difficult to read and to provide a reading. Anyway, you get proper names of Tamil people who came to these tombs and who left, who wanted to leave their names. This is at the entrance of the tomb number 6, where you do get again Tamil names in a series. And on the right, very high, you have, this is the Chigay Kotran, and on the right, here, very high, you get another series of name. Maybe Pera Natatan Adayan, maybe you can read it again, you can provide another translation, you can provide another reading. At the moment, as a working hypothesis, we have written something like Peran Tatan, the one who could be related to a trade or a goldsmith, but it could be something else anyway. In the tomb number 8, we do get 4 inscriptions in Tamil, 2 by Chigay and 2 more. You'll see them. This is the one where you have this Dadavamwa Gato, which was shown by Ingo. And here is another one which is more legible. This is its Chatan Van, a name which is again found already in several early Tamil Brahmi inscriptions of Tamilnadu, which are engraved in stones or on shards. Here you can see the names of the sites where it is found engraved on stone. And it could be, of course, related to the mercantile community. This is one of the sites where you see this Shatan. It's one of the sites which is recorded in the book by Iravatan Mahadevan. And it reads, Kapiyu Adan Shatan. You see, you know, this is one of the inscriptions where the letters have been engraved, some of them upside down, so it's not easy to read, but then you can see here, I tried to provide reading, which is images which are quite readable. Another of the sites where you see this Shatan in Tiruparankunram near Madurai. And so, just to say that the names which are found in the Valley of the Kings, you also find them in Tamil inscriptions which are found here in Tamilnadu. So it's really nice to see that, to be frank. And another inscription, maybe Viraivan, not maybe, but then the rest of the inscription is not legible at the moment. Another inscription in Tamil in the tomb number 9, and again, very high. It's a Kiran Kiran, maybe Tantagan, Agokan, Tararadan. Series of proper name. Kiran is a name which is found in Tamil Nadu itself and which has once again at the ancient capital city of the Cheras in Pugalur, and on a sherd which has been found in Oman. Just to show you the Kiran of Pugalur, the sherd which has been found in Oman, and the drawings, before leaving the Valley of the Kings, just to end with Berenike, with inscriptions in Tamil which has been found in Berenike, the drawings of the boats at the entrance of the tomb number 1, and these boats are very numerous at this entrance, and this is the only to just have another boat only in one of the tombs. So most probably these boats have been drawn by the people coming here by boat, of course, and we can surmise that these boats were linked to the mercantile communities coming from India. So we just end by a quick look at this inscription which has been discovered, written in Tamil in Berenike, in the courtyard of the temple of Isis. So this inscription is barely legible, as you can see, but enough of it is legible to say that somebody from a Tamil community has endowed a pidigay, a kind of pedestal or a plank in the temple of Isis. And the top of the stone, still on the top of the stone, you can still see some Greek, the bottom part of letters in Greek. So this inscription might have been a bilingual inscription starting in Greek and ending in Tamil, or you had two inscriptions which were different. But at the moment, we are more inclined to think that this was a bilingual inscription starting in Greek and ending in Tamil. And in Tamil, what would have been recorded is that a paligay or a pidigay has been endowed by somebody who again could have been a Kotran or a Kotan. So again, the same name. So I don't know, because I think you are already very tired because this was
Madam,
a rather long presentation. So
wrap up the talk.
yeah, I finished.
Yes.
This is the end anyway, and okay. So this inscription records an endowment, possibly of the stone slab on which it was engraved itself, and which may have been used as an altar or a pedestal for offering in the temple of Isis. And we end with some beautiful pictures of this site of Berenike. That's it.
Thank you very much. I wish to congratulate both the scholars for their excellent, wonderful presentation, both Ingo Strange and Charlotte Schmidt. And they brought to us sharp focus, a huge number of inscriptions from different, this one. Of course, broadly, they fall into two categories, one Tamil Brahmi and the Brahmi, which prevailed, early Brahmi in the Western India. So, altogether, they have opened up a new horizon, vista. Earlier, we were thinking of Southeast Asia and their huge collection. Now, this has opened up a new area for us, and most of them graffiti, and we have to go with the paleographical evidences, except a few which are dated. So they are of graffiti type, not very deeply engraved. A deeper study is required in this, and a beautiful analysis both the scholars have brought, especially with regard to the names he has classified. There are many aspects which need to be looked into. On the whole, I request the audience to give a huge round of applause for the scholars, and they have set the tone for all the remaining technical sessions. Wonderful presentation. Thank you, both of you, sir. Thank you for this. With this, there would be a a break of 20 minutes, a tea break, and later we will assemble here to continue. Any question sessions there? No. No? After tea break. So after tea break, we will reassemble here, and some questions from the audience, scholars, is invited. So now we will take a break for tea. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. We request the audience to stay for a while until the Honorable Minister leave. Thank you.
Ouais, ça finit par venir. Et tu as bien fait, en fait, je me disais, de donner ton ordinateur, de ne pas leur donner ton compte.
Oui.
Je n'avais pas pensé à ça, mais en fait, c'est aussi bien qu'ils l'aient tant.
Oui.
Parce que je ne sais pas ce qu'ils vont faire avec.
Oui, c'est ça. Alors je prends, non, on laisse peut-être, il y a des questions, il faut encore montrer.
We will start the next session by 12:35. Thank you.
அனௌன்ஸ் பண்ணி விடுறா
நீங்கள் பண்ணுறது இருந்தாலும் ஓகே சார். விஜய் வேணுகோபால் சார் சார்.
ஓகே.
Sir, I have a brochure in there also. I'll
Yeah,
just keep
that
a
also
spare.
is. இங்கே சொல்லிவிடு எல்லாரும்.
அங்கே அந்த மைக்கில் கூட சொல்லிடுறேன் சார். அந்த மைக்கில் The audience are requested to kindly assemble fast. We have to start the next session.
The volunteers who are there outside, they may request the participants, scholars to come inside the auditorium. We can start the session. So please come inside and take your seat. So it will facilitate us to go ahead with our technical session. After that. Our கூப்பிட்டா? Now I request Dr. D.G. Vijay Venugopal sir to come over the dais. Please. Namaskaram.
After Ramesh, you were the director. I came to Mysore 2007.
So there is nothing.
It's a pleasure to have you as a chaplain.
No. It's an honor for me to be this. Yes, sir.
So there will be some discussion about the paper.
The second paper in this session is to be presented by our sir, Vijay Venugopal sir, is on social problems as revealed from temple inscriptions of Tamil Nadu. Before that, I would like to briefly highlight Dr. G. Venugopal is a distinguished epigraphist and linguistic with over 60 years of expertise in Tamil heritage. A distinguished academic scholar, Dr. Venugopal previously served as professor at Madurai Kamaraj University where he was the founding principal of its constituent college and director of the evening college. His international teaching career includes faculty positions at the College of Worcester, Ohio, and the University of Wisconsin, Madison. Currently, he spearheads advanced epigraphic research at EFEO in Pondicherry. He is renowned for his monumental work on Pondicherry inscriptions and recent volumes on temple records in Kanjipuram and Tirunellar. A specialist in Chola and Pandya epigraphy, he has discovered and documented hundreds of inscriptions, bridging the gap between classical linguistics and South Indian art history. With this brief, I request you, sir, to go ahead with your presentation. Thank
Good morning, everybody. This paper is based on my recent copying of inscriptions from two villages, which are very interesting from the social history point of view. As you know, inscriptions are important source materials in tracing and reconstructing the past history of our country or society. Tamil inscriptions copied and published so far run into several thousands. However, these important source materials are somewhat neglected or not completely utilized in tracing the history, society and culture of Tamil people. Ever since the first volume of Tamil inscriptions was published in 1896, the prime concern seems to be tracing and fixing the major dynasties of the Tamil country, Chera, Chola, and Pandya. So this is a kind of a history of a few states and not truly representing India. That's the Indian history. In other words, only political history is covered so far. Whether you take North India or any state, mostly the inscriptional studies are concentrating on the political history. But these attempts were far different from the colonial historians' narration of Indian history. In fact, they have claimed that Indians have no history at all. So that is the first view after studying these inscriptions. However, recent attempts have shown that scholars both from India and other countries are showing interest in understanding the society and culture of Tamil Nadu, besides its political history. Of course, Nilakanta Shastri's book on Cholas is a good example that covers political history and several aspects of Tamil society like culture and religion. Noboru Karashima and other Japanese scholars have written about South Indian history and society, adopting Marxist theories. Burton Stein from the West has also shown interest in interpreting the state and society of Tamil Nadu during the medieval Chola period. Professor Subbarayalu's Political Geography of the Chola country explains the historical and political geography of Tamil Nadu. So following the clues from these works, I am trying to understand and explain certain social problems found mentioned in some temple inscriptions of Tamil Nadu during the medieval Chola period, which were recently copied by me. Of course, the Archaeological Survey of India have copied this in 1946-47 and also in the other place in the same time, more or less in the same time. but none of them have been published so far. So one of the village I visited and copied inscription is Kidayur. This is a small village in Nagapattinam Taluk, in Nagapattinam district. In this village, there are 2 Shiva temples and a Vishnu temple. Tamil inscriptions are found in all these 3 temples, but some of them are damaged, some are misplaced, and some are hidden by later constructions. The Archaeological Survey of India has copied 15 inscriptions in the Arunachaleswarar temple, that is in Kidayur, one of the Shiva temples. One inscription in Kailasanatha temple, that is another Shiva temple in the same village, and 2 inscriptions in the Perumal temple in the year 1946-47. However, none of these have been published so far. But I have also identified some new inscriptions that are left behind archaeological survey. They didn't copy them. I don't know why the reason. The old name of Kidayur is Kidayil. Since it is mentioned in an inscription of Rajaraja I found in Tanjavur, it says Kidayil Ana Parameswara Mangalam. The name Parameswara may be referring to the Pallava king Parameswara. Probably the Pallava king has changed the old name Kidayil into Parameswara Mangalam after his own name. However, an inscription datable to Rajaraja II, that is in 1154 Common Era, found in Arunachaleswara temple, calls this village as Rajaraja Chaturvedi Mangalam. A Brahmadesa in Alanadu in Rajendra Valanadu. Hence, this old Parameswara Mangalam has been changed to Chaturvedi Mangalam. And now Kidayil is called Kidayur at present. An inscription which belongs to the 8th regnal year of Rajaraja II, corresponds to 1154 CE, mention that according to the inscription inscribed on the wall of the temple, on the orders of the letter issued by an official who is dearly called Pillai, his name is Vairada Rayar, prescribing new Kudimai. So Kudimai has been translated after consulting some scholars. Professor Subbarail also consulted. And according to that, it can be translated as payment for land service to the landowner. So Kudimai is one of the kind of tax, or Kadamai. Kadamai also is a tax. So those suffixes may be referring to the concept of tax. But this one is very strange. Kudimai, how it is paid? This has to be paid by the Vellalas to the Brahmins who are big kudis. Perungudi Brahmanarku kodukka vendiya kudimai. So this is the expression we get there. What the problem here is, there is an old payment, that there is an old rate. Abandoning that rate, now a revision is made and the kadame or the kudimai is increased. And so the tillers, the Vellalas, complained that these cannot be borne by them. We cannot bear this because it is a sudden increase. And promise that only the Kudimai fixed by the village accountants, their names are given, shall be paid by them. So the accountants, the local accountants are fixing a rate. But suddenly the rates were raised. We don't know who is responsible for that one. And because it can't be paid by them, they requested that this decision should be inscribed on the temple, because they say we want to pay in the older rate, but not in the new rate. So then the inscription mentions the revised payments, though the inscription is somewhat damaged in some places, still it reveals the revised payments. And they are forced to pay the revised payments. The tillers were paying Kudimai for tilling the land owned by the big Brahmins in spite of their upward revision is resisted by the Vellalas. That is the message we get from this inscription. It's claiming that it amounts to injustice and cannot be tolerated. Yet the payments were raised despite the request and finally ordered that these higher payments should be paid to the Brahmins. What is intriguing here, whether we can treat this payment as a tax, because Kudimai can be translated as payment or as a tax. In that case, the king is allowing payment of a kind of tax to the landowners, besides he himself is collecting the regular tax from the fields. So it seems to be a double taxation. The tillers are paying tax to their owners, and they also pay taxes to the government. So I am raising a question here, or is it a payment for a kind of slavery which is referred to as payment to land service? Because they are compelled, they are forced to pay the tax. So why? Because they are the bonded laborer. So we have expressions like Kudi Ninga, Kudi Ningia. So when you buy the land, you can buy along with the tillers or without the tillers. So the tillers are bound by the land. So this is a interesting thing we get from this inscription. Another inscription, which also belongs to the same king, the Rajaraja II, datable to 1154 CE, states that in the mandapa called Muvayiravan in the temple, Kosala Rayar, the officer, members of the assembly, Bhattas, and members of the Mahasabha were assembled, discussed, and finalized the following decision. While making arrangements for appointing personnel like sluice control, free services like Vetti, Muttai, etc., it was found that persons who were doing this are forcefully removed from their jobs. The local Vellalas felt that this is unbearable and complained to Udayar Kosalarayar, the official, and to maybe through him to the king also, to avoid this. It is advised that appointing persons be avoided now. So temporarily they agreed, so don't change anything, let the present situation continue. It is advised that appointing persons to be avoided now, except for the detailed lands. So they are exempting certain lands from this, and then they are allowing them to continue in the older system. So the persons may be appointed from the period of this crop only. So for the next crop, things will be changing. Accordingly, this decision was inscribed in the temple, what's called Parthishwarar temple. So this inscription reveals the attempt to hijack the serving people. Subsequently, this was reported to the concerned officer as well as the king. Why was this undertaken was not explained, but one can understand the problems arising in the village. And another inscription of Rajendra III of regnal year 12 datable to 1258 CE found in this temple reveals the order of the great people who supervise the Brahmin village affairs. So there is a kind of Perunguri Kutam who supervises the Brahmin village affairs. It states that on the representation of the village accountants, names are given, stating that though some lands were allotted to the Kammalar, the artisans, there are several artisans living in the village, they have given land to reside as well as to burn the dead bodies. But what happens is, they are given free lands for living, but they didn't give free lands for the cremation purpose. So this is objected by the Kammalars. They have, but because of this, what happened is, the Kammalars never occupied the lands. Because you are not given ground for the cremation, so we don't want to live there without this land. But what they did is interesting. They bought a piece of land from the local Brahmins and then went to the king and said, we have bought this land, please accept this as tax-free land for the purpose of cremation. So this is a kind of very interesting story comes out of this inscription. And what happened is, the disputed land, that is the land avoided to the people first, now has been sold to an individual because they are not occupied the village land. It has been sold to somebody else. So they are left with no living area also. And Muvari Kondudayan is a person who bought this land, and he gets this land as tax-free. So no land was allotted for them as tax-free for burning their dead bodies. At this junction, the Kammalas represented that they have bought a piece of land from local Brahmins and requested the king to assign this land as tax-free for burning the dead bodies of their community. This plea was made by the village artisans, so the names are very interesting. Ponnan Moovarivan, son of Shokka Peruntattan, that is one group, Tattan group. Tiruchitrambalam Ayiram Tattan and Goldsmith, this is another group. Moovayira Peruntatchan is a carpenter, and Tevara Kanaperum Kollan is a blacksmith. So all the 5 communities are represented. Accordingly, this land was approved as tax-free and ordered that it be removed from the village account because it is taxable. If it is in the account, it is taxable. Now it was removed. So this again reveals a problem which continues even today. People are complaining, we don't have cremation ground. So this problem exists even from 1154 CE onwards till today. And another inscription of regnal year of Rajendra II, regnal year of 30, which mentions the officials and members of the assembly were conducting a meeting in the mandapa of the temple about an incident that happened in Kidayur in the regnal year of 27 of the king, which involved the capture of local workers like Vetti, Suttu, etc., and states that those who escaped from this ran away from the village. It also states that those who stayed in the village are somehow cultivating the lands of the army people with much taxation. You say, why these people are running away from the village, we don't know, but it is recorded in the inscription. At this juncture, an order from the king arrives regarding the god's procession in the village. So there is a complaint, the procession cannot be taken out because many people are ran away from the villages. And since there were not enough money to conduct this festival, they are searching for people who can afford it. Many people to receive this, and also there were no income to continue certain rituals in the temple lands, were assigned after raising taxes so that the early morning ceremony in the temple may be conducted. So the temple festival is conducted after revising the tax. This also reveals certain disturbances in the village due to which ceremonies in the temple were not conducted. Earlier during the reign of Kulothunga I, that is 1204 CE, there was a decision regarding the revision of Kudimai. Again, the same problem comes. Kudimai, taken by the officer in charge of the division of the country, as well as the members of the assembly, Bhattas and Mahajanas of the village. So accordingly, there seems to be a continuous effort to increase the taxes in the village. Another inscription of Sundarapandya IV, datable to 1328 CE, found in the Kailasanatha temple in the same village. It records the decision taken by the Mudalis, Bhattas, Mahajanas, which all together forming Peruguri. While doing so, it records that during the days of rebellion by the local Pallis, the Pallis are revolted against the Brahmins, and the Brahmin lands were forcibly registered in the names of Pallis. So this is very interesting. And accounts have been unlawfully registered, the lands belonging to the Brahmins. So it is called Brahmakshetra. As their own purchased lands, they registered them as purchased lands by changing the records. So the officer Ulagudaya Perumal blocked these and got permission from the king to register them back as Brahmin Kshetras. So the Pallis are grabbing the free land given to the Brahmins, and now the king orders, give back the lands to the Brahmins again, and it is restored. So this is an important document which registered for the first time a rebellion against Brahmin who got the free lands. So we go to the another village. This is also very interesting. Thiruvalangadu. This is a village in the Kuttalam Taluk. This is on the way to Thiruvadurai, Adinam, on the way. But there is a different Thiruvalangadu associated with the Karakalamayar, that is near Chennai. There is a Shiva temple, and the lord of the temple was called Thiru Alangattu Udayar. An inscription of Rajaraja III of the year 10, datable to 1227, mentions, very interestingly, a matam belonging to washermen in the village. It is called Vannara Madam. It's shown as the mats are only dominated by the Brahmins. It was given by the kings. There were only, so far we get only Brahman matas. But first time we get a record, a washerman, they have their own mata. It is called Vannara Mahadeva Andar Madam. Vannara Mahadeva Andar Madam. And its leader is called Madapadigal Andar. So here we get an expression in the other, Mata Adipati, Mata Adipati. But here he is simply called Matapati. This inscription further states about the decision of the officials of the temple. Accordingly, a piece of land was donated to this chief of the Mata as Dana Niyoka, as fixed by the official named Pillai Vairadharayar. Earlier, during the reign of Rajaraja II of year 1158, the officials of the temple, with the gracious acceptance of the Adi Chandeswara, have donated a plot by selling a piece of land to the head of the Mutt, Andar Veedi Vidanga Perumal. So his proper name is Andar Veedi Vidanga Perumal. That's a washerman community. Another inscription found in this temple, which belongs to the reign of Kulothunga III, 1198 CE, states that a few slaves, openly says Adimaigal, a few slaves were bought by an official, that is Vairadharayar, and given as slaves to the Mata. So you can buy people as slaves and donate them to the Mata. These are all new informations coming from this inscription. And you can also register slaves, not in your own name, but you can also register other relatives' names. So that seems it is like a commodity they are buying. And if you want, you can donate to the temple or donate to Mata or something else. So the few slaves were bought by the official Vairadharayar and given as slaves to the Mata. Similarly, during the reign of Kulothunga III, the same king, slaves were bought and donated to other temples also. So you can buy, donate to the Mata or donate to a temple. But these open expressions so far, there were debates about whether there is slavery in Tamil Nadu. There were some papers written, discussions were on. But here we clearly get an expression, Adimai, who can be bought, who can be sold, who can be donated, who can be given to the temple. And another inscription without the name and date of the king, which mentions, again the same officer comes there, so maybe the same king is there, who bought slaves in his own name and in the name of, except for the detailed lands, others, and states that these slaves were serving as slaves in the Shiva temple also. So this states an interesting information that some of these slaves had run away from the temple without obeying the orders of the temple authorities and had committed mischievous acts. We don't know what mischievous act they have conducted, but the temples are complaining. There is one incomplete inscription also which mentions about the accession of slaves by selling lands. You sell the land and buy the slave. So these clearly reveal the practice of slavery both in the temple as well as in the matas. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you, please. Before I open up this discussion for the papers which were presented earlier and now, this sir has presented a very thought-provoking paper, especially with regard to various tax terms. And it gives very curious facts which were not hitherto known. He has analyzed various inscriptions, mostly, of course, belong to Chola period, touches various aspects of social condition with regard to tax, and he has threadbare analyzed many of the inscriptions. It throws on various aspects and diverse social conditions. What, it's a very big message, I think, he has also given for our young scholars. As he mentioned in his talk earlier, inscription need not be only to tap the political source or information. It's a multidimensional. So, at present, he has shown a path, how rich, epigraphy and what are the conditions, the past, and some of them might have continued, which I have to see. And especially such enormous details are recorded in temple inscriptions. Normally we find the rituals and other things, but many aspects which throws light on this social conditions is really very remarkable. I wish Sir to look into more deeper aspects and bring out a publication with regard to this. Earlier scholars have done, but he has shown extraordinary path in this. Mainly, as again to emphasize, our student need not look for any new topics, for their research or dissertation. Enormous material matter are hidden in this inscription. If they tap this condition, it could be a very good contribution for the history. So with this, now, we'll go for the first two presentations. I request both the scholars to come over to the dais. So now the first paper is open for discussion, and Sir, if you have to add or comment on the papers which are presented in the morning, so kindly I request you to, if you have anything to add to this or your question, our Sir is there to enlighten further on this. Please. Where is our Subrailu Sir is there? Yeah.
Thank you. Thanks to both of you. Excellent and interesting paper. And as I was telling Charlotte Schmidt, I never expected that there would be Tamil Brahmin inscriptions in Egypt, even though I have visited 2-3 times. One of the questions I want to ask is regarding Kotran, because my business is linguistics, so whether you can connect, I think sometime you said Silapadikaram and Sivakasintamani and all. So whether really we can make any direct relationship between these names and this literature we have in later period.
If I understood properly, because for me it's sometimes you would like me to link the names which were engraved in the Valley of the Kings with Sangam literature and maybe Chilapadikaram.
Yeah.
So it's, as I try to say, it's quite clear because this name Kotran is even found in the Purana Nara. So you have a little series of several poems, one after the other, which are devoted to Chera king, who is called Kotran in the Purana Nara. So I don't know the numbers by heart, but I can give you this series if you want.
Okay.
And I mentioned the Chilapadikaram because of Kotravei, because Kotran and Kotravei are the same, they have the same root, they derive from this Kotram, murder and victory. And that's also why I assume that Kotran is a name which has a warlike association because of this goddess Kotravei, who is again linked to the Chera dynasty So we have a certain amount of, you have these names which they really link, that can be associated with the Chera dynasty inside this Tamilagam, I would say. I don't know if I answered your question.
Thanks. We will discuss anyway later. One more question related to this. Are there any, I'm sorry, I'm new to this archaeology and all, and also you will understand, this is related to my paper that I'm going to present this afternoon, whether we have any archaeological evidence for the travel these Tamils made to Egypt in the early period of Christian era.
I think the evidence is just, once again, this name Kotra, which is also found in Oman and in Berenike. This is, I would say, the only evidence. Something like this name was traveling at the moment. It's really a very tentative hypothesis from a Chera country by boat, the boats which have been drawn on the entrance of tomb number 1. And then from Berenike, from the ports of the Red Sea, they were traveling on land routes, of course, till up to Luxor, where on the Nile, again, the goods were carried further to the Mediterranean area.
Okay. Oh, thank you very much. Anyway, it brings new data into the debate.
Yes.
And as you say in French, il y a du pain sur la planche.
I'm looking forward to it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, please.
This is Karkurali. I'm a student from Madras University. But I would like to say that when you have interpreted as Kotran, you said about the goddess as well as about the king. But there is also a meaning for, as Mason, for Kotran in Tamil. Would you like to say anything regarding this about the interpretation? Because it's a work, it has been done in the higher areas, and also there are possibilities for workers going there and to do the repair, renovation, or for the work, building, etc. So I would like to know about that, madam, about your interpretation. Thank you.
Thank you for this interesting question. I have assumed that Kotran was more linked to this, let's say, so this war-like association, because it's more difficult for me to assume that workers would have been called into these tombs, because these are engraving graffitis on tombs which were not in use for several centuries before they came. And these tombs were visited already by by people speaking and writing in Greek before the Indian people. And these were tombs which were visited, something like a kind of tourism in antiquity. From all over the Mediterranean world, they were coming to see these Egyptian tombs. So for me, workers coming here to work, it's more difficult. And it's also, I have more difficulty, sorry to say that, but to assume that if ever there were workers, but we did not find anything which would be linked to roads, architecture at the moment, linked to Indian people, just artifacts, ceramics, inscriptions, other small objects, but nothing from the point of view of architecture, so no Mason association can be spotted, I would say. And would they be able to engrave their names? Things like this, I think it's also more difficult to imagine. But of course, we have to enlarge, to broaden the hypothesis. And I really thank you for having pointed that to us. Thank you.
Thank you. I have 1 or 2 points to make. With regard to calligraphy, when you try to read Brahmi, does it go in accordance with the calligraphy of those Tamil Brahmi inscriptions found in southern part, this Tamil region? And why at all they chose stylus instead of deep engraving? I saw most of them are very, very shallow, and very hypothesis we have to make to reconstruct, to write by way. And are there any overwriting on those inscriptions which are already there? Have they tried to engrave on it? And another point, there are some Greek inscriptions. Are they fall in same timeline with the Tamil Brahmi inscription and the Greek and all? this you may try to throw some light on these things, please. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, I mean, of course, there are lots of, I start from the last question, there are many overwritings. So, I mean, of course, usually people try to find an empty space to write something, but I mean, we also have inscriptions where one text is written above the other. And I mean, the one example you showed is this Kiran. There, we had a look at it together with Professor Raja and Itsuparayal. We had the impression that the Greek was made later than the Tamil one. There are other instances like this Dada Varmo, which I showed in the beginning, where also one text, and we don't know exactly why it was done like this. Of course, they are shallow because they have never been meant to, I mean, it was just a graffito, yeah? I mean, it's, they used just the material which was there, and also the Greek inscription, most of them are very shallow. So, I mean, they followed the same technique, and as Charlotte pointed out, at least as you used to point out, I mean, the text even of the Tamil people follows the Greek model. So, I mean, they simply saw what other people did at this place, and perhaps they were even explained by people visiting with them together, the tombs, what others wrote usually there, and then they reproduced that, yeah. And it was the same in Socotra. I mean, that was also written all very shallow, and this makes the difference to what I presented in the beginning, no, in the middle, the Sanskrit inscription, which was done by a professional scribe. I mean, I don't know what is your impression, but if you would have found this in Gujarat, I mean, you would have said, okay, it was done there. Yeah, it really looked like a professionally made Buddhist donative inscription, whereas the others are really graffiti, which were just inscribed by ordinary people who had no particular skills in writing in stone or in this kind of surfaces, yeah? In a very cursive script as well. Yeah.
Wonderful. Yeah.
Charlotte, I have a question for you. You have interpreted the wordings there as the visit of people. So why they want to inscribe on the walls their names like a visit? Why they want to register that they have been there? It seems to me even today, people are going to national monuments and other temples, they're writing their own names. Is it something like that?
Thank you. Yes, as we wanted to demonstrate, these are real graffiti. These are you want your presence to be recorded in this very place at this very time. Of course, we don't have the time, so for us, we are trying to find the exact time. But it's very clear, especially with Chigai Kotran, that he wanted that everybody will know that he came here in this Valley of the Kings. And I feel this one is particularly interesting from this point of view because really he's the one, when he left his name above the entrance of the tomb number 14, this is the only graffito left in this tomb. No Greek graffito, no Arabic, no Latin, nothing, only one inscription in this tomb, and this is a Tamil one. And also, his inscriptions, the one by Chigai Kotran, are really higher than all the other, broadly speaking, they are very high. So either he came before the other ones, and then the level of the tombs was becoming lower and lower with the passage of time, or he wanted to be very visible. But anyway, Chigai Kotran was visible, and he wanted everybody to know that he came there. And he was also, I would say, he was feeling entitled to do so. Because you are going to a national monument, sometimes you are prevented. I mean, it's forbidden to engrave graffiti, of course. It was not forbidden there, but it's something like it speaks about the way he was fancying himself, I would say. He was very proud. He was very proud of having come here, I think.
Okay, thank you. If we will conclude this session, and I profusely thank the authorities for give me an opportunity to chair this session. Very scholarly, brilliant papers were presented, and again I thank for this. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. We request Dr. Ravishankar, sir, to to honor the scholars of the session. First, Charles Smith. To Professor Igo. To Dr. Vijay Venugopal. Thank you, sir. Now we are breaking for lunch. We'll meet again by 2:30 p.m. Thank you.
So it's a great pleasure and an honor for me to chair this first session of the afternoon. And first, which will be opened by Professor Dr. Appaswamy Murugayan. And so a few words about the career of Professor Murugayan, who is one dear colleague from Paris. After completing his master's at Annamalai University, Appaswamy Murugayan has earned a PhD with distinction from the University of Paris, paving the way for a prestigious research career at France's CNRS and École Pratique des Hautes Études. A seasoned educator, he has taught Tamil linguistics and philology at elite institutions, including the Sorbonne of Paris and the School of Oriental Languages. His current areas of research include Tamil epigraphy, Tamil historical linguistics, and the Tamil diaspora of Francophone islands. Beyond the classroom, he has served as a global expert for UNESCO and the Mahatma Gandhi Institute, shaping language policy and modernization efforts across the Francophone world. So, and now Appaswamy Murugayan will speak about Proto-Dravidian state of the art.
Ellorkum vanakkam. Good afternoon to everybody, and also my heartfelt thanks to the Department of Archaeology, Tamilnadu government, for organizing this wonderful conference and also having invited me to participate. Thanks to everybody. My presentation is a bit different because the title of the conference when I received the invitation was Epigraphy as a Source. So I thought I would say something new. I'm talking under the control of my beloved professors who are here, Professor Vijay Venugopal and Subrailu, even though they are not my direct professors, but they are my asan. So I'm going to talk about the problem. I'm a linguist. My problem is how to understand the language of Tamil inscriptions and also how to link the data we get from Tamil inscriptions with the archaeological and literary evidence. Because these last 50 years, we have got large number of data, both from archaeology, epigraphy, and also some linguistics. But thing is that my idea is how we are going to get new information to understand the prehistoric Dravidian linguistic structure based on epigraphic and archaeological evidence. So I must say a few words about the present state of Proto-Dravidian research. From the very beginning, immediately after Caldwell and others, earlier scholars like B.H. Krishnamurti and also scholars from Europe, Zoelebil, Andronov, T.P. Meenakshi Sundaram, they have worked on the data. And also, they just cautioned us. They said historical linguistics in Dravidian is not much developed. And also, we have to develop this area. And based on that, I will just quote three information. One from Professor B.H. Krishnamurti. B.H. Krishnamurti, probably you all know, he is one of the most known comparative Dravidian linguists. He says, talking about the grammar of Proto-Dravidian, except phonology, the morphology is fraught with many pitfalls and uncertainties. And also, he says further, it is not easy to undertake a systematic study of comparative syntax and formulate conclusions based on the comparative method, one of the major problems we are facing. Also, he says he has done probably you all might be knowing, he has done a very, very, very extensive work on comparative Dravidian phonology and also a bit of historical linguistics. He himself admits that he has not attempted a reconstruction of Proto-Dravidian patterns as he has done for phonology. And also Zoelebil, another well-known linguist, but he is from Prague, Czechoslovakia, he says we do not yet truly understand Proto-Dravidian morphology, because whenever you get into not medieval Tamil inscriptions, but inscriptions, Tamil Brahmi and other early inscriptions, we are facing with serious problems of morphology and syntax. And my interest is, okay, we know something about the historical linguistics of Tamil based on Sangam literature and other literature, but we have, fortunately, new inscriptions coming out, and also we have excavations that are coming out. So how we are going to understand the language used in those, and how these languages can help us to develop some substantial idea about the historical morphology and syntax. So one more problem we are facing is, we have developed a lot for the 4 major languages, Tamil, Telugu, Malayalam, Kannada, but for what they call traditionally tribal languages or non-literary languages, we have not much data on historical syntax and morphology. And what this has to do with the archaeology? Since Robert Caldwell, that's 1875, a substantial body of data has been accumulated on 4 major Dravidian languages, but the documentation remains incomplete, however, because when you look into the non-literary languages, we don't have much, but anyway, there are works going on the last few decades. Among these are, I said we have a lot of new data coming out. New data not from literature, new data from epigraphy, new data from archaeology, new data from excavations and all. So how we are going to make use of this data to understand and to develop something strong on historical and historical pre-Dravidian linguistics. So given the situation, what I suggest is, the problem is, given the present state of the research and the availability of data, and with our focus on linguistic structure of prehistoric Dravidian, I suggest to develop a method, what we call linguistic archaeology or archaeolinguistics. And also, this is not my own idea. This was first advocated by Franklin Southworth in 2005. And also, according to Southworth, linguistic archaeology seeks to reconstruct a socio-linguistic context for ancient linguistic forms, that is, to draw inferences from the language of ancient texts, and are from linguistic reconstructions about the group who spoke the language in question. That's one thing. Second thing is, like in archaeology, we talk about stratification. Like that, in linguistics also, recently, they have advanced the hypothesis or what you call thesis or idea that is called a linguistic stratigraphy. And linguistic stratigraphy is analogous to stratigraphy in archaeological research. So linguistic stratigraphy seeks to identify and analyze distinct chronological layers of vocabulary, meanings and grammatical structures within a language over time. So fortunately, we have data that goes back to 6th century BC, and also how we are going to understand the language that was written or used in 6th century BC, and how this data can be used for the understanding of prehistoric Dravidian and prehistoric Tamil linguistic structure. So, as I said, this is a modest proposal to see how we can use them, and also if I present this paper here, this is mainly to get feedback from the scholars present here, and also one of the primary objectives is to examine the usage and meaning of the lexical items and expressions found in Tamil epigraphic texts, and to correlate this with archaeological evidence. So, regarding the Dravidian connection, we know right from the beginning there have been many attempts to relate genetically Dravidian languages to different language families of the world, like Japanese. Even Caldwell, when he wrote his comparative grammar of Dravidian languages, he was relating that to the Uralic languages. And after that, we have seen so many publications on Japanese, Korean, Sumerian, Basque, Elamite, so many different languages, even East African and Egyptian. However, none of this hypothesis has gained wide acceptance from scholars. And fortunately, based on lexical evidence, earlier European scholars like Gundert, Kittel, and later on Barrow, Emno, they have suggested some kind of lexical relationship, contact between Dravidian and prehistoric Vedic language. Barrow was telling that the principle, I will give only this example from lexical, because the lexical borrowing is talking on its own. This remains very good evidence for us to see whether there was any contact between Dravidian languages and Vedic language. Okay. So according to Barrow, this borrowing from Dravidian into Sanskrit or Vedic Sanskrit was probably completed prior to the beginning of the Christian era. And Southworth has done a lot of work on lexical contact and lexical borrowing between Dravidian and other languages. And also he had done extensive work on the formation of Marathi language. So early contacts between Indo-Aryan and Dravidian, according to him, that available evidence indicate sustained contact between Indo-Aryan and Dravidian speakers preceding the composition of Rig Veda. If Rig Veda is dated to approximately between 1500 and 1000 BC, such interaction must have begun at least the mid-second millennium. That's one point. And Witzel, who has done a lot of work also on linguistic basic languages of India, he just suggested there are 3 stages in the development of Rig Veda, and no Dravidian borrowing is seen in the stage 1. And according to him, only in the stage 2 and stage 3 there are lexical borrowings from Dravidian to Vedic and Sanskrit. So these examples directly related to, I'm going to give 4 examples from the medieval Tamil inscriptions to see how things are difficult or how we are tolerating to find out exact meaning of some of the expressions. Even though these examples are from Tamil epigraphy, but this has direct relation with the prehistoric and historic linguistics of Dravidian and Tamil language. So we all know in epigraphy, both terminology and the linguistic strategies employed must be carefully contextualized. And also, when you look into the structure of the epigraphic language, the epigraphist, I mean those who engraved or those who formulated these texts have used standard methods, standard patterns to convey message, to convey meaning. So the first example will be about Erivirapatnam. Erivirapatnam, I was looking for so many different, I have so many examples of this sort, but I thought this would be good to present here because Professor Subbarayalu is here. And I think I won't be talking avayadakanam ennu sollidu poren. According to Subbarayalu, the term Erivirapatnam has been interpreted differently by different scholars. That's one of the major problems. And Erivirapatnam is reconsidered in the light of the cumulative evidence presently available. So whenever you do this kind of research, and particularly when you look into the works of Professor Subrailu, Rajan, Professor Vijay Venugopal, they do research based on so many, even the paper Professor Venugopal presented this morning, based on data, based on inscriptions, not imagined. So based on cumulative evidence, and attention is drawn to the implications for the larger understanding of the society and polity of the period. So when you say larger understanding of the society, this is directly related to what Southworth was telling. So we are trying to find out a socio-linguistic context of the language used and also the parameters that were used in those days. So conclusively, according to Subrailu, it is clear that the Erivirapatnam was merely a new designation for an old town, and that the town itself was not newly created. The designation was bestowed to commemorate an occasion, namely to memorialize the brave deeds of some of its gods. So Erivirapatnam, for most of us, it's a name, but according to the research done by Professor Subrailu, this is something more. So this example alone underscores the fact that the interpretation of epigraphical vocabulary is an ongoing and dynamic process and continually subject to revision based on the new data you receive. And second example is from Dr. Pungundran. He published an article on Irasakesari Peruvadi Kalvettu Maru Ayu. So this is a very small inscription but very significant. His his analysis draws on both literary and epigraphical sources. He was trying to interpret the word niral. Usually for those who know Tamil and Dravidian languages, niral means shadow. But he went further. He took evidence from epigraphy, literature, and also from some Kerala inscriptions. And he says, நிழல் என்பது பொருளையும் உரிமைகளையும் பாதுகாக்கும் பணியினை செய்த படையமைப்பு என்று கொள்ளப்படுகின்றது. So I'm not here to say whether it is correct or not. The methodology is excellent, and also the interpretation, it's up to you to decide whether it is good or not. But as far as I'm concerned, okay, methodology is very important, and we need to look into so many sources before you say something. The next two examples have, these two examples are on the terms, and you will see in the second and next example are a bit complicated because these two terms have been discussed and also have generated large amount of publications on the term. So one is Kadam. There are two distinct interpretations of the term Kadam in Elnur Kadam. One interpretation is philological, deriving Kadam from the Sanskrit Gatha, meaning murder or slaughter. Second interpretation is just topographical, understanding the term as a unit of distance equivalent to 10 miles. However, given the imprecatory context of these inscriptions, the derivation of this form Kadam from Gatha, Sanskrit, with the sense of murder or slaughter appears more convincing. This is one thing, based on the context of the inscription. And also, this word Kadam has generated large hours of discussion with my students in Paris and also in India whenever I do workshop. So that's why I'm presenting this problem here. So I have examined more than 30 inscriptions, 30 sentences where you get Kangai Kumari Ede, Inur Kadam, Saidar, Saida Pavatil, Padua. Okay, there are different variations of these expressions. So based on the linguistic analysis, I think it gives more sense to interpret this as slaughter, pavam, rather than distance. So I give 2-3 examples. Epigraphia Indica, Volume 3, published in 1897. Dharmam Irakinan, Gangaide, Kumaride, Elnutru Kadamum, Seidar, Seida, Pavatil Padwar. பாவத்தில் படுவார். அப்புறம் இங்கே பாருங்கள், நெக்ஸ்ட் ஒன், சவுத் இந்தியன் இன்ஸ்கிரிப்ஷன் வால்யூம் 3. இவ்விருதூட்டு முட்டில் கங்கையிடை குமரியிடை 700 காதம் செய்தார் செய்த பாவம் படுவோம் ஆனோம் சபையோம். So they say that if we impede the continuation of this food serving, we will incur pavam between Ganga and Kumari. So here you get the two different interpretations. So one is pavam and another is distance. In the annual report of Epigraphy published in 1916, there was a footnote. The later part of the records throw some light on the interpretation of the phrase "Ezhnoottru Kadam" that often occurs in the minatory portion at the end of the inscription and has been translated as 700 murders. And it continues. Epigraphia Indica, volume 3, page 284. Okay. Ezhnoottru Kadam, as suggested by Mr. Venkaya, must denote the whole space between Ganga and Kanyakumari, that is Cape Comorin. And also there was citation from Yuan Swang, who was talking about the distance between Ganges and Kanyakumari. So, and again, Venkaya in Epigraphia Indica, he mentions, in the Madras Christian College magazine, volume 9, I had taken Kadam to mean a measure of distance equal to 10 miles. Okay, this is what we understand, what we commonly interpret. The editor pointed out to me that Kadam is derived from the Sanskrit Gata, a murder. It's indicated in Epigraphia Indica. So, careful examination of these three notes by the pioneering epigraphers show that they were aware of, however, the two interpretations. One, pavam as case of murder, and another distance. But the question is, why Venkaya, even though he states that editor of Christian College magazine told him that it's Gata, not Kadam, he took to interpret that as a distance between Ganges and Kanyakumari. Here I have one more example. Epigraphia Indica, Idharmam Irakwan, Gangai Kumariyidai, Seidar Seida Pavam Kolwan. Here it is very clear. So it is not Kadam, something else, but Kavam Padam Kolwan. So everybody who knows Tamil understand very well. And this construction makes it clear that Pavam sin functions as the direct object grammatically. Pavam Seidar. So, after analyzing some 30 inscriptions, 30 examples of this sort, this term in all examples under morphological syntactic consideration. This is where you make use of the linguistic analysis to interpret and also find the correct interpretation if possible. இப்போ இதில் இந்த பாவம் that becomes a direct object of Seidar Seida. So if you translate this into English, that may give something like sins committed by the sinners, not sin committed by the sinners in between Ganges and Kaveri. So this cannot take both semantically and syntactically 700 Kadam, which means 700 miles as object. செய்ததுக்கு direct object பாவம் செய்தார் தான், காதம் இல்லை அப்படிங்கிறது. And again, I have checked with my Sanskrit colleagues whether there exist any expressions, Ezhnooru Kadam, in Sanskrit literature. But most of them are well advanced scholars in Sanskrit. They say they have no any example of any source from Sanskrit where they talk about 700 murders. And also in some of the Tamil inscriptions, merchant guild inscriptions, you have Ayya Ole Ainuru and also Konguval Ezhnooru and also Panmai Munnooru, etc. And this is from Professor Subrayala's article. We can also notice place names like Ezhnooru, Ezhnootru Mangalam, Avanam, and proper names like Matthiastan Eunutran. So this 700 probably simply to say plural thing, many, many things, instead of taking it as 700 kilometers between Ganges and Kanyakumari. This is only a suggestion based on the evidence we have, but I am not suggesting that this is correct and that is not correct. Next, Kandalur Chale Kalamarutharli, most of us know this expression, and also most of us also know how many publications have been come out so far on this. There are two interpretations possible nowadays. One is Kandalur Chale Kalamarutharli, the king Rajaraja destroyed the ships of his enemies at Kandalur, one that is well known. And second one is the king Rajaraja was pleased to offer food to the Vedic and military school at Kandalur. That was later interpretation based on some archaeological evidences. Desika Vinayagan Pillai in 1936, he has already published a big and interesting article on this expression, Kandalur Chale Kalamarutharli, and there he gives the three interpretations given by Hulse. One, the king was pleased to build a jewel-like hall at Kandalur. Second, the king was pleased to cut the vessel at Kandalur. And third one is, the king was pleased to destroy the ships at roadstead of Kandalur. One thing is evident, Kandalur, everybody has recognized as a place name. So when you look, there are some, to my knowledge, some 13 articles on Kandalur Chale. And recently I saw one which also trying to give one linguistic interpretation. Kandalur Kalaikö Kalamarutharli abdine. But okay, let's not go into the details because there are so many articles published. And also, the important regarding this Kandalur Chale Kalamarutharli, they have not only used epigraphic and archaeological evidence, and also they have also used evidence from literature, Kalingathu Parni and Vikrama Sodanvada, all. So, whatever be the, despite all the significant and scholarly efforts, we still don't know whether it has to be interpreted as he offered food for the school, trainees at the Kandalur Chale, or he destroyed the ship of his enemies at Kandalur. But one thing is sure, all scholars agree that Kandalur is a place name, and that place has been identified. Yeah, that's thing. And also, I'm going to finish my presentation because I was talking about linguistic archaeology. That's my main area. Here, I'm going to give 2 or 3 examples to finish my paper and also justify what I am trying to say the last 10 minutes. So, we were talking about, I was talking about Barrow's and Franklin Southworth's argumentations on the borrowing of lexical borrowing from Dravidian into Vedic and Sanskrit. Here, there are some other evidence. The earlier scholars have noted the possible presence of Tamil has been used in the Bible, Hebrew Bible. That's very important. And second example, Francisco Juan, he published, he presented 2 papers in Greek and other languages, and it was considered by early scholars that that's a word from Arisi, which was borrowed. But after that, a French Indologist, Jules Bloch, he said, no, that's not a Tamil word. This Tamil word itself has been borrowed from Vedic, from Vrihi. And after that, Dravidian scholars worked on this, and they said, no, this is not Vrihi, this is not Tamil, but this is a Dravidian word, which means, which is a derivation of Vari or Varsil and related variants. So just for one word, Arsi, there are 3 different interpretations. And finally, we stick to the last one, which say, okay, this must be Dravidian word, neither Tamil, okay, nor Sanskrit. And new data. I'm thankful to Rajan and other all archaeologists. The Brahmi writing system, just from Rajan's conclusions on excavation from Porundal, 3 things. The Brahmi writing system in India can be pushed back to 5th century. Okay. The intensive paddy cultivation goes back to 5th century. That's my interest here. And the erection of megalithic monuments introduced in Iron Age continued into the early historic times. And also in the same paper, Rajan has noted that the paddy which was discovered in Porundal after this AMS dating and all, that's a variety which is called the word, okay. I noted the word, the botanical word somewhere, okay, maybe in the next slide. Okay, so that's the thing, but fortunately, some 30 years ago, I happened to meet someone anthropologist who was working on rice cultivation in Madagascar. He gave me his publications where he said that rice cultivation was probably borrowed from Tamil Nadu, the techniques and all. And I was searching for more evidence. The word in Malagasy for Arsi is Vri. That has been proved that is borrowed from the Vari and Vri Dravidian word. So you just make all these things together. You just find something, a very complicated picture I am presenting, but anyway, we see finally, okay, rice cultivated in Madagascar and also in some other places. They have the same name, same botanical name. Oh yeah, so what I was trying to say is this. We have so many data, and also I have presented not even 1% of the data that we have on these questions. The examples I presented on Kandalur Chalai and also Erivirapatnam and all, just not even 1%, maybe 2 among the thousands of examples we have. So, being a linguist, the problem is not only linguist, and also I was teaching Tamil epigraphy in Paris for more than 30 years to different language mother tongue people. There were also scholars from Tamil mother tongue. But anyway, so when you talk about epigraphic literature to those scholars, sorry. When you talk about this epigraphic interpretation to scholars from different language groups, the problem is, okay, that's good. How we are going to prove that? Speculation has no place. So we have to find so many different evidence to prove that what we are trying to interpret through the epigraphical text is acceptable. That you make things acceptable, but we cannot say anything to make people accept what you say. That's the problem. So finally, after reading, and also I must say that this archaeolinguistics is a very new field. The first book published was only last year, 2025. Even though the concept existed, a collective volume was published on archaeolinguistics based on different language groups, was published only last year. But even though Southworth published his book in 2005, and he says linguistic archaeology, but scholars recently they say archaeolinguistics. And they say also what Southworth say has nothing to do with what we are trying to propose here. But whatever the thing, the idea is that how we are going to put together archaeological, epigraphic, and linguistic literary evidence to understand the language and also the message written in the Tamil epigraphic text, engraved some 100 years ago, some thousands years ago. That's the idea. Thank you. Yeah, the name of the rice is Orisa Sativa Indica. This is what they cultivate in Madagascar and also some part of Indonesia, Japan and all.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. No question.
I think. Yes. Now I ask the kind audience if somebody would have to have a question, to raise a question to Dr. Apaswami Murugan about some of these key elements.
Okay.
So, may I ask a question?
Yeah, please.
Just, I'm very fond of this debate about the Kandalur Saleh, Kalamaru Taruli.
Right.
And do you have a personal opinion about it, or?
No, I have no personal opinion, but based on linguistic analysis of what they say and also literary analysis, I think that must be the offering of food to the Kandalur Saleh school, and also they talk about Villingam next.
Since this is much more plausible than destroying a novel.
And unless Professor Subrailu and Professor Venugopal and Madame Marxia Gandhi have something to say on that. But I consider myself not a really very good epigraphist. I'm a linguist. I'm using epigraphic evidence to feed my thing. And also the same problem with Kadam. Kadam, you won't believe the number of discussions we had in my classes.
Kalam.
But fortunately, in Sanskrit, they don't have 700 Kadam. So that saved me to some extent. No, but personally, I have no suggestions. Based on what I have analyzed, Kadam must be, when you look into the linguistic structure of the sentence, Kadam is the direct object of Seidar. Enna senjanga, Kadam senjanga, Pavam senjanga. But you cannot take it as a distance. Evnur Kadam senjanga, I don't know. And also when you look into the context, cultural context of the Tamil inscriptions, and it comes in the imprecatory section. So that is Pavam, in the senjanga vandu kanna avinju poidum, Kada avinju poidum அந்த மாதிரி.
Sir, one thing. இந்த காதம்ன்ற வார்த்தை வந்து தமிழில் எழுதும்போது காதம்னு எழுதிடுறோம். அதனால் அதில் ரெண்டு மீனிங், பாவம்னு ஒரு மீனிங், டிஸ்டன்ஸ்னு ஒரு மீனிங். இதில் வந்து அந்த ஃபஸ்ட் லெட்டர் கா கா அந்த டிஃப்ரென்ஸ் இருக்குது பார்த்தீங்களா, அந்த டிஃப்ரென்ஸால் அந்த மீனிங் வருது. சான்ஸ்கிரிட் வேர்டை நம்ம எடுத்து தமிழில் எழுதும்போது அந்த ஃபொனட்டிக் வேல்யூ இருக்கு இல்லையா, அந்த வேல்யூ மாறும்போது அதோட மீனிங்கும் மாறிடுது. ஸோ த சேம் வேர்ட் அந்த மாதிரியும் மீனிங் தரும். இஃப் யூ கோ அனதர் ஃபொனட்டிக்கல் சவுண்ட்.
Tamil lexicon,
நமக்கு ஒரே காதானே இருக்கு,
ஒரே காதா, பட் தமிழ் லெக்சிகன் they give the two meanings. One வந்து distance and another is பாவம்.
அது ஏன்னா இதுதான் அந்த ஒரு சான்ஸ்கிரிட் வேர்டை நம்ம ஒரே மாதிரி எழுதுறோம். ஆமாம், சான்ஸ்கிரிட்ல எழுதும்போது அது வந்து ரெண்டு மீனிங்குமே இருக்கும். ஸோ அது
இருந்தாலும் உங்களுக்கு வந்து there is a large gap between semantically between 700 மெயில் 700 கொலை. that has to be taken into account.
கொஞ்சம் அது ரெண்டு ஒண்ணா போறதுனால உங்களுக்கு அது ரெண்டையும் அசோசியேட் பண்றீங்க. அப்படி இல்ல, அது ரெண்டு
இல்லையா. We have so many hundreds of Sanskrit words used in Tamil inscription. We don't have this kind of problem.
இது மாதிரி நிறைய இடத்துல வருது சார், நிறைய இடத்துல இந்த மாதிரி ப்ராப்ளம் வருது. ஒரே வேர்டு
தமிழ்ல வந்து இந்த காதம்.
It also helps sometimes to have a look into for instance the traditions in other epigraphical languages like Sanskrit, for instance. I remember that long ago I was dealing with the term Gatika, which is used in the epigraphy of 12th, 13th century in Gujarat, but which comes apparently from a Dravidian term, which means something like, I mean, it's translated as a kind of learned institution of Brahmins, etc., and can be connected to a Dravidian word, but was then borrowed into Sanskrit and Sanskritized into Gakika. Yeah? So that can also help to deal with this sometimes difficult terminology in Dravidian inscriptions.
To some extent, Sanskrit and Gujarat are same family of languages. You can talk about cognates, but when it comes to Tamil and Sanskrit, they are completely different languages. But this is a cultural borrowing, part of what I dare to call epigraphic language. Thank you.
Thank you very much for all these very interesting questions. And now, I think we will listen to the Dr. Marcia Gandhi, whom I have the great honor once again to introduce. Please go. So the Dr. Marcia Gandhi, whom I had a great pleasure and honor to meet this morning, is a distinguished archaeologist and epigraphist. And as you know more than me, she is acclaimed as the first woman epigraphist from Tamilnadu. She has served as a deputy superintending archaeologist in the Tamilnadu State Archaeology Department before retiring. And her expertise includes Tamil Brahmi inscriptions, temple inscriptions, of course, and the Tamil chieftains. She has authored many monographs, influential ones, including, for instance, Tiruvadigai Viratanam. She has compiled Tamil Nadu inscriptions volumes for the Viluppuram and the Tanjavur districts, and she has translated key works on Indian epigraphy and South Indian script into Tamil. Her research explores Tamil social history, Sangam literature, and the Dravidian aspects of the Hindu civilization. And today she will speak about nomenclature, people, language, and scripts. Thank you very much. J'aurais jamais dû poser cette question, sauf qu'on a l'ours à l'œil, je me suis dit, ah là là, ça va durer pendant... On va être toute l'après-midi.
Thank you very much for the kind introduction, and also the department for giving this opportunity to present these some points before you. My topic is nomenclature, people, language, and script. It's not exactly from the inscriptions. Little bit touched it, and also some necessary junctures. I utilized these inscriptional evidences. Other things are general, I hope, but it gives some sense, I hope. Languages were named either through self-references or by outsiders, the name. So often based on people or place, that is geographical settings or rivers like that, or some traits, that is talk, speech, like that. So this paper tries to consolidate and illustrate the need for naming the people, language, and the script of Tamil with the help of inscriptions and literatures. So first I took up the people. From the excavation results, Atrambakam, it is attested that Tamil Nadu was inhabited with Middle Paleolithic early hominins. Out of Africa theory almost accepted by all, Homo sapiens originated in Africa, migrated roughly about 70,000 to 50,000 years ago, and spread along the southern coast of Asia to Oceania by about 50,000 years ago. This has been suggested that some of the members might have made permanent stay in the shores of South India while heading towards the Andaman, Indonesia, and Oceania. So this has been linked with the presence and disposal of the microcontinental DNA haplogroup M and L, as well as the specific distribution patterns. Virumandi from the Jyotirmanikam village of Theni district, who is carrying that particular M30 genetic marker, which directly links to the first Homo sapiens without any difficulty. So through which it has been proved scientifically that the earliest human beings lived in the Tamil Nadu from about at least 50,000 years and become natives of this part of the land. Then, so it's antiquity of human beings continuously living from about 50,000 years ago. Then their language and its etymology. Tamil is an endonym, means self-speech. This self-speech, almost all proposed this, particularly the well-known South Birth. The name comes from Tam Il. He splits that word like this. Tam plus Il. Alladu Tam plus Mil means self-speech. Meaning is okay. Then next one is he comes to the middle age word Sen Tamil. With that he gives some description. But then Kamil Swalabil, he is also a very good linguist, well-known linguist. He suggests the etymology for Tamil. Tam plus Il means self or oneself, and it having the connotation of unfolding sound. So alternately he suggests from this side, that is Tak Il, then Tau Il, then Tamil, like that. It comes like this. So the original earlier word is Tak Il, then Tau Il, then Tamil, like that. Another person we all know, that is Devanaya Pavanar. He is the first person to make or collect the etymological dictionary for Tamil Nadu government. He told Tamil is one of those words whose origin and root meaning are wrapped up in misery. So he said nothing about it, nothing about the etymology of the Tamil word, the word Tamil. But his descendants, their students are the followers, some Rasendran and another person. They told that this is from the word Mulu, Tam Mulu. Mulu means it is exclusive of all. So Mulu, from Mulu to Mudi, then Tam Mudi. Mudi came. This is the interpretation or etymological method they are using. But the scholars came to the conclusion that attempting to find out meanings for Tamil is not necessary, and especially at this point of time. So this I can't accept this particular statement. So I understand something different. The word Tamil could be split up into Tam plus Imil. Tam plus Imil. It's naturally it will join Tamil. It's a Iyalbu Punarchi. In Tamil we are telling Iyalbu Punarchi. And the two individual and separate words have their own meaning. While the initial word means one's own or oneself, that is Tam. Then the next word means to sound, to buzz, to roar, to sprout, and to bind. These are all the meanings given in the Tamil lexicon for the word Imil. So the occurrence of this word in Sangam literature is 62. 62 times it occurs. All these meanings in one way or other connected and point to the sound. So naturally language in any society or any ethnic group basically or initially start from the sound only. The people who identify among them their habitual and meaningful sounds, and this word Tamil, that is the name of the language, conserves all qualities in its name of their language. So this is a etymology. It's very much suited for me. And so I propose this first time. Nobody gives this etymology. And also, again we are coming to the word occurrences, specifically what it denotes in the early literatures. You can see in the board. They generally, I'm not going to read all these things. Sangam literature, so many references are there. What is the Tamil land? That is also some definitions are there in the Sangam literature itself. You can see in the articles, it's very elaborate. So all these Sangam references, they denote Tamil land, Tamil people, Tamil language, and also an adjective. So that is Tan Tamil, Sen Tamil, like that in the occurrences. So Sangam references confirm a distinct linguistics and a territorial consciousness existed among the ancient Tamils. They saw themselves as the citizens of Tamilagam, having common language, living under the three great kingdoms, and felt different from outsiders such as Vadugar and Arya of North. This is very clear from the earliest sources. When we come to the word in Pali and Prakrit literatures, in Pali, we are having Mahavamsa, Divamsa, and Mahavamsa later additions, and Buddha Ghosha's commentary. Here all this word occurs. They are from about AD, all are AD. There, Tamilas, Mahavamsa, earlier version, that is earlier period, version is Tamilas. Then Deepavamsa, Tamila Jadi, Tamila Jada. So a group of Tamil. Then Buddha Ghosha's commentary also give the word Tamil. So then, what about? In Prakrit inscriptions, we are seeing Sri Lankan Tamil inscriptions, Tamela or Dameda. Damela or Dameda. Hadikumba inscription of Karavela gives Tamira Sangata. Samavayanga Sudha, Bannavana Sudha, Mahayana Lalita Vistaram, Amravati inscription, Nagarjunagunda inscriptions, Akita Jataka. These are all the literatures, and inclusive of literature as well as inscriptions, we are having this word Tamil. In small difference, you can see these are the actual letters. So those who are conversant with that, you can see this. This is the Sri Lankan word, Damida, Damida, Damida. Da is in the inverted left side position, left side change. Then this is a Ashokan inscription of Girnar. What I round is Chora. There, Ra becomes Ra. And then this is a Hadikumba inscription. Here you can see can you see that? It's in that round, it is, I have put in the close-up. There you can see, here is Dama, Tamara, Desa, Sangada. The first letter half is Dama, Tamara, Tamira, Ma, Tamara, Desa, Sangada. So here it is Tamira. So the early Pali and Prakrit references name this language as Tamila. That is Damila and Damil, Damila, Damela, Dameda, like this. There is in the Sri Lankan itself, 7 occurrences are there for Tamil. So in the whole inscriptions, Akuragada, Disamakara, Punagari, and some local coins are there. About 7 to 8 occurrences we can have this word from Sri Lanka. So only the Lalita Vistara giving the word as Dravidi. That is a late work we know. That all the Pali and Prakrit references, in the changes references are phonologically earlier, chronologically. Hadigumba inscription is the earliest and a direct reference to the Tamil kings as Tamira only. It's not a Dravida. So again, we can't cross over the word Dravida in this context, isn't it? So the Dravida mentioned different forms such as Dramila, Dravila, Dramida, Dravida, like this, or are the different occurrences. Basic change is inserted hypercorrection, that is Dra, Ta into Dra, which is common theory while adapting, developing, assimilating any word into Sanskrit from other languages. That is, other languages means by that time Pali, Prakrit and Tamil. Here also, Ta, that is our Tamil, Ta, unaspirated, changed into Da, and the La into Da or Ra. Then Mi, the central phoneme, isn't it? Mi also sometimes changed into B, Tavira, like that. So, because of the Sanskrit derivations, mainly from Pali and Prakrit, these changes were chronologically later. The connotation apart from language, it is adjectival form, refer to the people, country, sometimes ambiguously to South Indian people, country and their language. In some instances, it exclusively refers to one particular region or dynasty. Sometimes Pallavas of Tonde Mandalam, sometimes Pandyas of Podiya Hills, like that. So the word Pancha Dravida, that is occur in Rajadarangini, it refers to Gujarati, Marathi, along with Kannada, Telugu and Tamil. So it's the word Dravida is a very elaborate one, which give the meaning according to the context. Not we are having a direct Dravida into Tamil, like that. So the next stage is evolution of Tamil as a classical. According to linguists, Tamil belongs to the Dravidian language group, though evidence is not lacking. It is considered to be a descendant of hypothetical Proto-Dravidian language, mostly have spoken from about 3rd millennium BC, possibly in the region around Lower Kaveri region, river basin. They associate the material evidences from the Neolithic complexes of Andhra Karnataka region and suggest people of that land were the early speakers of the Proto-Dravidian language. Names of pulses, millets, related grasses, cereals, other food crops, plants, and some basic vocabulary were listed with the counterpart of South Proto-Dravidian. So in 1816, Ellis White, he introduced the notion of Dravidian family. He provided lexical and grammatical evidences to support this hypothesis. The Tulu, Kodagu and Malto were also the members of this family, and opined that may be approximately called the dialects of South India. Based on the generic research, it has been suggested that these languages spoken in larger geographical area than today. Computational linguistic studies, that is according to Dr. Pichappan and his associates, date this family to be 4,500 years before. So evolution of language is influenced by migratory patterns and gender dynamics according to the Peggy Mohan. That is a mother tongue and father, that book. And agglutination, as far as the agglutination concerned, it is, she says, this may be later, maybe earlier, very earlier than what we thought. The suggested area comprised the modern Andhra, that is the Neolithic area, that is Proto-Dravidian speaking, so-called Proto-Dravidian speaking area comprises the modern Andhra, Karnataka and some northwestern borderland of Tamil Nadu. In the absence of any production site of Neolithic, some Neolithic implements were obtained, but they were from the Iron Age or megalithic context only and used by them for the ritualistic purposes as cult objects. The extension of Neolithic culture into Tamil Nadu is skeptical. Instead, through the birth and birth of Tamil Nadu, the available material suggests that the earlier microlithic culture followed by Iron Age here. Iron Age started from 4th millennium BC in Tamil Nadu. Sivagalai in deep south Tamil Nadu yielded iron objects dating to 4th millennium. So according to the linguists also, the vocabulary of the language could be bloomed under some special circumstances by the influence of social, political, religious and cultural facts. Rapid growth of language is possible only when that locality grow with surplus yield of agriculture, emerge with the various industrial activities, formation of ruling lineages, internal and external trade, etc. Sangam literature and archaeological material from the excavations of Tamil Nadu give abundance of evidence to reveal the progress of Tamil-speaking community. It is estimated that about 35,000 basic words and countless nouns in Sangam literature. It has been published. Tolkappiyam clearly classifies morphemes, syntax, and other semantic organization. Verbs and nouns are classified according to the socio-geographical categories, and details separately indicates its attainment of a classical status by vast, elaborate, and countless vocabulary. So, the language is very, very older from the beginning, and it has a separate nomenclature, that is Tamil, and other renderings, even though in Pali or Prakrit or in Sanskrit, all are renderings of Tamil. In the beginning, Pali and Prakrit directly, because first changes were done by the Pali and Prakrit speaking or writing people. So directly these three letters has been changed into inaspirated to aspirated, special retroflex to the middle la or ra. Then the center letter ma, it's very rarely into V. Tamira, Tavira, like that. So the Tamil is a original word for language, and then we are coming to script. After Indo-script, the first known script is Brahmi, named after the god of creation or one who first learned from her father. The nomenclature Brahmi was not given by any single author. It seems emerged as a modern academic term, was established 1837 by James Prinsep. And from historical and scholarly tradition, that is Samavayanga Siddha, Padnavana Siddha, Lalisa Sastram, from these languages, and also the Dipi, Lipi, that concepts are the basis for their nomenclature. So although the name found in Jina Buddhist, it has been formalized and popularized by the modern European scholars only. The modern understanding and formalization of that name come through the works of early epigraphists and scholars, then become a standardized designation for that script in the scholarly literatures. It was used to describe the script used in ancient inscriptions and manuscripts and became a key term in the study of ancient Indian epigraphy. When the inscriptions of Ashoka Maurya were decoded, the name Brahmi was given to that script. Then we have so-called variants in inscriptional study. One is Patibrolu script, a distinct variant of Brahmi of Ashokan. It had been commented by scholars that this script was variant for Brahmi, an adoption according to Dravidian phonology. And then another one is Sri Lankan inscriptions. Number of inscriptions are discovered from Sri Lanka were written in Prakrit and Tamil language. They were dated around 300 BC. By that time, it has been dated like that, 300 BC. It had been widely believed that Brahmi script from North India spread into Sri Lanka not earlier than the middle of 3rd century BC under the influence of Buddhist Maurya. Later, some pieces of pottery were unearthed from Anuradhapura excavation in 1988. Further excavation and explorations from Mathalai, Akurgunda, Kandaragoda, and other places revealed its widespread usage. Most of the pottery inscriptions are in Prakrit. Local coins with Tamil legends from northern eastern part of Sri Lanka also discovered. Through scientific methods, the dates have been revised into 5th century BC. Inscriptions found in Tamil Nadu. So initially they thought to have been written in Prakrit. Due to the efforts of K.V. Subramania Iyer and H. Krishna Sastri, it came known that they were written in Tamil with unique orthography and special letters. It shows its in antiquarian formation, various parallel attempts had been made before finalizing the standard form. Such attempts were also recorded in one way or other in these inscriptions. These were considered by scholars as steps of adoption from Brahmi. Instead of taking them as adoption from Ashokan Brahmi, to be treated as the steps of independent evolution in the way of formation. So after deciphering about 100 cave inscriptions, potsherds from Kodumanal, Porundal, Keeladi, Korkai, and many more, now it is confirmed that they were representing the earliest script for Tamil, not adopted from Brahmi. From Kodumanal, Keeladi, Korkai, Adagankulam, Porundal, Sivagalai samples gives went into AMS datings, and 73 AMS datings were obtained, proves its antiquity is more than Brahmi of Ashoka, at least 3 to 4 centuries earlier. So Airavada Mahadevan's writing. Mahadevan, in his magnum opus, early Tamil epigraphy, classified all the above mentioned inscriptional scripts as Brahmi and its variants. He uses the various connotations as Ashokan, Southern Brahmi, Northern Brahmi, Patibrolu script, Singla Brahmi, and Tamil Brahmi. They are not classified based on either by language or by land. Though in his footnotes he commits about the objections made by the scholars not convinced with their comments it shows. But when he details about the Tamil Brahmi, he points out that it is uniquely adopted for non-Indo-Aryan Dravidian language. Paleographical, orthographical modifications affected in the script entitled it to the status of separate script. But also he ends with the statement, a separate script not necessarily imply an independent origin. It's a very interesting statement. Uniqueness of Tamil language and script. Every language have specific phonetic needs. The huge difference is here between Prakrit and Tamil. That is the languages earlier prevails. The differences are well known. Particularly absence of varga and content, it is also not followed Brahmi's notational system. Though in Tamil phonetical system, the difference prevails, that is a phonetical system, it prevails. By its conventional pronunciation, it has been encountered. Most probably, there is no need for separate script for aspirate and inaspirate because they won't represent the difference or change in meaning like Indo-European. That is, sir, your paper says Kadam, Gadam, Kadam and Kadam. This is the difference. So, I have almost come to the conclusion. Need for standardization of nomenclature. Earliest attestation of this name for Tamil provides direct evidence for the script's formation well before 3rd century BC. Over the time, to denote the script, 2 words used, Tamili and Dravidi. Tamili is an ancient nomenclature on par with Brahmi. Tamili is a direct rendering from Tamili. the Tamil word. Tamili is an original name uttered by the Tamils for their language. This nomenclature not based on any mythology, but a natural creation of the people of their own. Dr. Nagasamy was the scholar who proposed Tamili, that is for use of denoting Tamil, our early script, Tamili for Tamil Brahmi script, and used in his publications in 1972. Now, this is getting more momentum among many scholars. It is the high time to standardize this word as a nomenclature for Tamil script of earlier origin. The elegant and standardized form of Ashokan Brahmi must have been perfected only in the following centuries after Tamil's basic model. Thank you.
Thank you for your communication. So maybe we have to really to coin this term for the inscriptions found in Egypt. We'll discuss about it. And now the distinguished audience would like to ask questions.
Anybody want? No? Nothing, I hope.
Yes. There is one question.
Thank you very much. It's very interesting. I have a question. I wanted to mention that in my paper, but you know, we have so many material culture artifacts in Kiradi and other places. Do you have any idea of, in the sense generally, the names given to those objects? Because naturally when there is an object, there is a concept and behavior.
Yes.
So for all those things we have discovered so far in Kiradi and other places, do we have any technical terms?
We have to go for this. Only this is the first attempt I have done.
Is there any attempt?
As I listened to your paper, I have to continue this research through that line, I hope. Now only I went into that historical linguistics. So we have to do so much of work on historical linguistics.
Iron products.
Yeah. Definitely. ஆமாம் எல்லா வேர்ட்ஸுக்குமே வந்து we have to இப்போ தமிழில் என்ன இருக்கு, how it came, from where or how it formulated அப்படின்றது we have to see.
Okay, thanks.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any other question or comment? So, thank you.
இப்போ தமிழ் எழுத்துகளுடைய உருவம் வந்து நாகசாமியை பொறுத்த வரலையும் ஒரு ஆர்ஜின் இருக்குது. அதுலேருந்து விரைவாக எழுதணும் அப்படின்ற காரணத்துக்காக இப்போ எழுத்து வந்ததுன்றாரு. இப்போ உதாரணத்துக்கு மான்ற எழுத்தை எடுத்துக்கிட்டு அதனுடைய ஆர்ஜின் எங்கேருந்து வந்ததுன்னு அப்படியே ட்ரேஸ் பண்ணிவிட்டு இப்போ மாவை வந்து எப்படி வந்ததுன்னு அவர் சொல்கிறாரு. என்னுடைய கேள்வி என்ன, அந்த எழுத்துருவுக்கு எது சோர்ஸு? அது வந்து சவுண்ட்லேருந்து வருதா இந்த எழுத்துக்கு ஒரு உருவம், இல்லை அங்கே பானையோட எழுத்துக்கள்லாம் இருக்குல்ல அதுலேருந்து இந்த எழுத்து வருதா, எப்படி வந்து இவால்வ் ஆகுது, அது ரொம்ப முக்கியம். நாகசாமி ஒரு குறிப்பிட்ட எழுத்தை வச்சு சொல்கிறாரு இந்த மாதிரி இவால்வ் ஆகிருக்குன்னு. அதனால் உங்களுடைய ஒப்பீனியன் என்ன? எழுத்து உருவுக்கு மையம் பேஸ் எது? அது எப்படி வந்தது அந்த எழுத்து உரு? சவுண்டு ரெப்ரசன்ட் பண்ணதா, இல்லை ஒரு பிக்சரை ரெப்ரசன்ட் பண்ணதா, இல்லை எதுவுமே ரெப்ரசன்ட் பண்ணாமல் ஒரு ஐடென்டிட்டிக்காக ஒரு குறியீடுக்காக அவங்க உருவாக்குறாங்களா அப்படின்றது மையமான ஒரு கேள்வியாக இருக்குது.
சரி, ஒன்று ஞாபகம் வச்சுக்கோங்க, எழுத்து அப்படின்றதும் மொழின்றதும் தனித்தனி. நீங்கள் மொழி வந்து ரொம்ப காலமாக இருக்கும், எழுத்து இல்லாத மொழிகள் நிறையா இருக்குது இல்லையா? அதனால் நீங்கள் எழுத்தையும் மொழியையும் ஒன்றா சேர்த்து பார்க்கக்கூடாது. அந்த ஒன்றா சேர்த்து பார்க்கக்கூடாதுன்னா ரெண்டுக்கும் ஒரே மாதிரி ஆன்டிகுட்டி, ஒரே மாதிரி வளர்ச்சி, ஒரே மாதிரி தோன்றுச்சு அப்படின்னு அந்த மாதிரி நீங்கள் பார்க்கக்கூடாது. எழுத்து ஒரு காலகட்டத்தில் ஒரு லாங்குவேஜ் சில சில நேரத்தில் ஒரே லாங்குவேஜுக்கு ஓவர் த பீரியட் 2-3 ஸ்கிரிப்ட் கூட இருந்திருக்கு. இந்த நீங்கள் வேர்ல்டு ஸ்கிரிப்டாக போய் பார்த்தீங்கன்னாக்கா இருந்திருக்கு. ஏன் நம்ம இந்தியாவிலேயே வந்து எடுத்துக்கோங்க, பிராமிக்கு முன்னாடி கிராஃபிட்டி இருந்ததுன்னு நம்ம சொல்கிறோம், கிராஃபிட்டிக்கு முன்னாடி அது நம்ம இண்டஸ் ஸ்கிரிப்ட் இருக்குதுன்னு சொல்கிறோம். ஸோ எல்லாம் ஒரே மாதிரி இல்லையே, வேறு வேறு மாதிரி தானே இருக்குது. அதனால் எழுத்தை எப்போ ஒரு லாங்குவேஜ் அடாப்ட் பண்ணுது அல்லது ஒரு லாங்குவேஜ் தனக்காக க்ரியேட் பண்ணிக்கிறது அப்படின்றது இட்ஸ் என்டையர்லி ஃப்ரம் தி லாங்குவேஜ் ஸ்டடியோடு சேர்த்து நீங்கள் இதை பார்க்கக்கூடாது. ஸ்கிரிப்ட் ஸ்டடியோடு தான் இதை தனியாக நீங்கள் பார்க்கணும். அப்போது ஒரு எழுத்தை ஒருத்தங்க உருவாக்கும் போது எப்படி உருவாக்கியிருப்பாங்க அப்படின்றதுக்கு வேர்ல்டு ஃபுல்லாக நிறைய காரணங்கள் இருக்குது, நிறைய மெத்தட்ஸ் இருக்குது. நீங்கள் வந்து எந்த ஒன்றையும் ஒரு லாங்குவேஜுக்கும் இப்படி தான் அப்படின்னு சொல்ல முடியாது. ஆனால் நம்ம இந்தியாவில் கிடச்சிருக்கிற நல்லா படிக்க தெரிஞ்ச முதல் எழுத்து பிராமி அப்படின்றது தெரியும் இப்போ இல்லையா, அதாவது தமிழி அப்படி தான் சொல்லணும், தமிழி. அப்போ இந்த தமிழ் எழுத்து எங்கேருந்து வந்தது அப்படின்றத நம்ம ஸ்காலர்ஸ் எல்லாம் இப்போ ரொம்ப அது ஆக்டிவாக பேசிகிட்டு இருக்கோம். அப்போ இது கிராஃபிட்டிலேருந்து வந்திருக்கலாம் அப்படின்ற ஒரு கருத்து இருக்குது. அந்த கிராஃபிட்டிஸும் ஹரப்பன் ஸ்கிரிப்டினோட கண்டினியூஷன் தான் அப்படின்ற கருத்தும் இருக்குது. ஸோ அது இல்லாமல் ரொம்ப முன்னாடியே ஹூல்ஷ் போன்றவங்க வந்து இந்த எழுத்து செமிட்டிக் ஸ்கிரிப்ட் எழுத்தை பார்த்து அதே மாதிரி செஞ்சுருக்காங்கன்ற அந்த கருத்தும் இருக்குது. இன்றைக்கி நிலைமையில் நம்ம வந்து இந்த எழுத்து இதில் இருந்து தான் வந்தது அப்படின்னு நம்ம சொல்ல முடியாது. ஆனால் எப்போவுமே ஒரு எழுத்து அதே போல், இப்போ ஒரு எழுத்து வகை இருக்குன்னா அந்த எழுத்து வகை போலையே உருவமும் ஒலியும் ஒன்றாக இருக்கின்ற ஒரு வகையிலிருந்து இது பிறந்திருப்பதற்கு வாய்ப்பு இருக்குமானால், இதை தயாரிப்பதற்கு அல்லது இதை உருவாக்கி இருப்பதற்கு வாய்ப்பு இருக்குமானால் அதையும் நம்ம கன்சிடர் பண்ணி தான் ஆகணும். அவ்வளோதான் என்னோட கமெண்ட் ஆன் திஸ்.
Thank you. I'd like to discuss this further with you. So I think we can say that this session is over and we'll go for tea.
Oh, 1 minute. Thank you. Now we would like to invite you, Professor Charlotte, to honor the speakers of the session. First, Dr. Appasamy Murugain, sir. Dr. Mark Gandhi. Thank you. Now we will have a tea break. We will be back by 4:15. Thank you. This session is going to be headed by Dr. G. Vijay Venugopal. Here we are having two papers. First one is going to be presented by Dr. V. Vedachalam, next by Dr. Kumaran. We would request to Vijay Venugopal sir to chair the session.
In this session, there are two papers. The first one will be presented by Dr. Vedachalam from Madurai, and the second paper is presented by Kumaran and others. And first, I request Dr. Vedachalam to present his paper on Pandiyan Sadayan Maran Kallumadai Kalvattukal. Before that, I would like to introduce Dr. Vedachalam. Dr. Vedachalam is a distinguished archaeologist and epigraphist with an MA and PhD from Madurai Kamaraj University, specializing in Pandya history and culture. He served 33 years in the Tamilnadu State Department of Archaeology as museum curator, senior epigraphist, and archaeologist. He actively participated in major excavations at Madurai, Adagankodam, Keeladi, Karur, Thondi, and Tiruthangal. He has edited and interpreted Tamil Brahmi, Vattelithu, Grantha inscriptions, copper plates, coins, and palm leaf manuscripts. Author of 25 books, 100 research articles. His book, Parakarama Pandyapuram, that is his book, which received the Tamil Nadu Government Best Book Award. Former visiting professor, editor of Avanam, international scholar, and endowment lecturer with academic service across India and abroad. I now request Dr. Vedachalam to present his paper on Pandya.
எல்லோருக்கும் முதற்கண் எனது வணக்கத்தை தெரிவித்துக் கொள்கின்றேன். இந்த நல்ல வாய்ப்பை நல்கிய தமிழ்நாடு அரசு தொல்லியல் துறைக்கு என் மனமார்ந்த நன்றியை தெரிவித்துக் கொள்கின்றேன். எங்களது பேராசிரியர் 1974 எனக்கு பேராசிரியராகவும் வழிகாட்டியாகவும் இருந்து வருகின்றவர். நான் அவரை கண்டு ஆச்சரியப்படுவேன். இன்றைக்கி இந்த அவையில் இருக்கக்கூடிய அறிஞர்களில் 91 வயசுலேயும் இன்னும் இளைஞர் மாதிரி ஒர்க் பண்ணி கொண்டு இருக்கக்கூடிய மிகச்சிறந்த ஒரு பேராசிரியர். என்றும் சென்று கல்வெட்டுக்களை படிக்கக்கூடிய மாணவர் போன்று அவர் இருக்கின்றார். மொழியியலிலும் சரி, இலக்கியத்திலும் சரி, இலக்கணத்திலும் சரி, தொல்லியலும் சரி, மிகச்சிறந்த வித்தகராக அவர் விளங்கி கொண்டிருக்கிறார். எங்களுக்கெல்லாம் இன்றும் வழிகாட்டி கொண்டிருக்கின்ற பேராசிரியர் விஜய வேணுகோபால் அவர்களுக்கு எனது நன்றியை தெரிவித்துக் கொள்கின்றேன். குறிப்பாக என்னுடைய வாழ்க்கையில் நான் இந்த நிலையில் வந்ததற்கு காரணம் பெருமக்கள் தான். குறிப்பாக டாக்டர் விஜய வேணுகோபால், பேராசிரியர் சுப்பராயல் போன்றவர்களை நான் மறக்க மாட்டேன். அவர்களுக்கெல்லாம் எனது நன்றி. இந்த அவையில் வீட்டிருக்கக்கூடிய அறிஞர் பெருமக்களுக்கும், குறிப்பாக நிறைந்திருக்கின்ற ஒரு 100 மாணவர்கள் நிறைந்திருக்கக்கூடிய இந்த நிலையை பார்த்து நான் மிகுந்த மகிழ்ச்சி அடைகின்றேன். நாங்கள் படிக்கின்ற காலத்தில் தமிழ்நாடு தொல்லியல் துறையில் 8 பேர் தான் இருந்தோம். இன்றைக்கு பார்க்கும்போது மாணவர்கள் தான் அதிகமாக இருக்கின்ற ஒரு நிலையை பார்க்கும்போது மிகுந்த மகிழ்ச்சியாக இருக்கிறது. கல்வெட்டு, ஓலைச்சுவடி, தொல்லியல் என்று பல துறையில டிப்ளமா படிக்கக்கூடிய மாணவ நண்பர்கள் இன்று நிறைந்திருக்கிறார்கள். அவர்கள்தான் இந்த துறையினுடைய தொல்லியல் துறையினுடைய ஒரு எதிர்காலம் என்று நான் கருதுகின்றேன். எனவே அவர்களுக்கும் என்னுடைய வாழ்த்தையும் நன்றியும் தெரிவித்துக் கொள்கின்றேன். நான் எடுத்துக்கொண்ட தலைப்பு பொதுவாக பாண்டியர்களை பற்றியது. பாண்டியர் என்று சொல்லும்போது பாண்டியர் வரலாறு இன்றும் நிறைய பேர் பாண்டியர் வரலாறு, சோழர் வரலாற்றை விட பாண்டியர்களுக்குத்தான் அதிகமான புத்தகங்கள் வந்திருக்கிறது. முதலாக அம்பாசமுத்திரத்தை சார்ந்த ஒருவர் இந்த பாண்டியர் வரலாறை பற்றி எழுதியிருக்கிறார். அதற்கு பிறகு நீலகண்ட சாஸ்திரி எழுதியிருக்கிறார். அதற்கு பிறகு சதாசிவ பண்டர்த்தார் எழுதியிருக்கிறார். அதற்கு பிறகு KV ராமன் என்று எழுதியிருக்கிறார். அதற்கு பிறகு கும்பகோணம் சேதுராமன் அவர்கள் பாண்டியரை பற்றி நிறைய எழுதியிருக்கிறார். ஏர்லி பாண்டியா, மெடிவல் பாண்டியார் அண்ட் லேட்டர் பாண்டியாஸ், தென்காசி பாண்டியர் என்றெல்லாம் நிறைய புத்தகங்கள் எழுதியிருக்கார். ராஜசேகர தங்கமணி என்று சொல்லக்கூடிய பேராசிரியர் கூட பாண்டியர் வரலாறு எழுதியிருக்கிறார். இவ்வளவு பேர் புத்தகம் எழுதினாலும் கூட இந்த பாண்டியர் வரலாற்றை பற்றி ஒரு தெளிவான சோழர் வரலாற்றை பற்றி ஒரு தெளிவான வரலாறு இல்லை என்று தான் சொல்வேன். அதற்கு காரணம் பாண்டியர்கள் தான் காரணம். பாண்டியர்கள் அவர்கள் வாழ்கின்ற காலத்தில் அவர்களுக்கு புரிந்திருக்கிறது, நமக்கு இன்னைக்கு புரியவில்லை. பாண்டியர் வரலாற்றை எடுத்துக்கொண்டால் சங்க காலத்தைச் சேர்ந்த பாண்டியர்கள் என்று ஒரு பிரிவினரை சொல்லலாம். அதற்கு பிறகு 6ஆம் நூற்றாண்டிலிருந்து கடுங்கோன் வழிவந்த பாண்டியர்கள் அவர்கள் சொல்லலாம். அதற்கு பிறகு இடைக்கால பாண்டியர்கள் என்று சொல்லக்கூடிய 11-12ஆம் நூற்றாண்டை சேர்ந்த பாண்டியர்கள் என்று சொல்லலாம். அதற்கு பிறகு தென்காசி பாண்டியர்கள். இந்திய வரலாற்றில் நீண்ட காலம் ஆட்சி செய்த ஒரு அரச மரபினர் என்றால் பாண்டியர்களைத்தான் சொல்லலாம். அவர்கள் நமக்கு தெரிந்த அளவில் கிமு 4ஆம் நூற்றாண்டிலிருந்து 17ஆம் நூற்றாண்டு வரை தொடர்ந்த தமிழ்நாட்டினுடைய தென்பகுதியை ஆட்சி செய்த ஆட்சியாளர்களாக இருந்திருக்கிறார்கள். தொடக்க காலத்தில் இவர்கள் தங்களுடைய கல்வெட்டுக்களை தமிழ் பிராமி எழுத்துக்களில் எழுதினார்கள். அதற்கு பிறகு 6ஆம் நூற்றாண்டிலிருந்து இந்த 10ஆம் நூற்றாண்டு வரைக்கும் உள்ள கல்வெட்டுக்களை வட்டெழுத்தில் எழுதினார்கள். அந்த காலகட்டத்தில் அவர்களுடைய பேரை தெளிவாக அவருடைய இயற்பெயரை குறிப்பிடுவதில்லை. தந்தை சடையன் என்று வைத்துக்கொண்டால் மகன் மாறன் என்று வைத்துக் கொள்வார். அப்போ சடையன் மகன் மாறன் என்று சொல்லி கோச்சடைய மாறன், அவனுடைய மகன் மாறன் சடையன். இப்போ 6ஆம் நூற்றாண்டிலிருந்து 12ஆம் நூற்றாண்டு வரை ஆட்சி செய்த அந்த பாண்டியர்கள் தங்களுடைய பேர்களை 12 பாண்டியர்கள் தான், 12ல் 6 பேர் சடையன் மாறன் என்று குறிப்பார், 6 பேர் மாறன் சடையன் என்று பேர். இப்போ 6ஆம் நூற்றாண்டில் இருந்த சடையன் மாறன் யார், 10ஆம் நூற்றாண்டில் இருந்த சடையன் மாறன் என்பது அந்த எழுத்தமைதியை வைத்து தொண்டுதான் நாம் முடிவு செய்ய வேண்டும். அதற்கு பிறகு வந்த பாண்டியர்களாவது தெளிவாக அவர்களுடைய வரலாற்றை எழுதினார்னா 6 பேர் தான் அவங்க வச்சுக்கிடுவாங்க. 6 பேர் தான். அந்த 6 பேர் பார்த்திங்கன்னா 10ஆம் நூற்றாண்டிலிருந்து 17ஆம் நூற்றாண்டு வரை இந்த 6 பேர்களைத்தான் வைத்து கொண்டிருக்கிறார்கள். ஒன்று ஸ்ரீவல்லபன் என்று பேர், பராக்கிரமன் என்று ஒரு பேர், வீரபாண்டியன் என்று ஒரு பெயர், விக்ரம பாண்டியன் என்று ஒரு பெயர், குலசேகர பாண்டியன் என்று ஒரு பெயர், அதே மாதிரி சுந்தர பாண்டியன் என்று ஒரு பெயர். இந்த குலசேகர பாண்டியன், சுந்தர பாண்டியன், வீரபாண்டியன், விக்ரம பாண்டியன், ஸ்ரீவல்லபன், பராக்கிரமன், இந்த 6 பேரில் ஒவ்வொரு பேரில் 10 பேர் இருந்துப்பாங்க. நம்ம 1-2 சோழரில் 3 பேர், 3ஆம் ராஜராஜன் சொல்லலாம். ஆனால் 10ஆம் அவர்கள் சுந்தர பாண்டியன் எப்படி சொல்கிறது? அந்த அளவுக்கு அவர்கள் அந்த பேர்களை வைத்தது அது நமக்கு ஒரு வரலாற்றில் ஒரு அதாவது எளிதில் இவர்கள் இந்த காலத்தை சார்ந்தவர்கள் என்று நாம் அடையாளம் காண்பதற்கு நமக்கு அரிதாகவும் அது குழப்பமாகவும் கடினமாகவும் இருக்கிறது. அதனால் பாண்டியர் வரலாற்றை எழுதுகின்றவர்கள் அந்த பாண்டிய நாட்டிலே கலாய்வு செய்து அதன் அடிப்படையில் தான் எழுத வேண்டியவர்களாக இருக்கிறார்கள். எதிர்காலத்திலாவது இது தெளிவுபட வேண்டும் என்று சொல்லிவிட்டு அதில் நான் என்னுடைய கட்டுரை இந்த முற்கால பாண்டியர்கள் என்று சொல்லக்கூடிய 10ஆம் நூற்றாண்டின் இறுதியில் ஆட்சி செய்த ஒரு பாண்டியனை பற்றிய கல்வெட்டு தான் நான் ஆய்வுக்கு எடுத்துக்கொண்டிருக்கிறேன். அந்த கல்வெட்டு விருதுநகர் மாவட்டத்தில் கல்லுமடை என்ற கிராமத்தில் இருக்கிறது. அந்த கல்லுமடை என்று சொல்லக்கூடிய அந்த கிராமத்தில் இருக்கக்கூடிய கல்வெட்டை நான் எடுத்துக்கொண்டேன். அது பொதுவாக கடுங்கோன் தொடங்கி சோழன் தலை கொண்ட வீரபாண்டியன் வரைக்கும் நம் மன்னருடைய பேர் தெரிகிறது. அந்த 10ஆம் நூற்றாண்டில் குறிப்பாக ஸ்ரீவல்லப பாண்டியன், வரகுண பாண்டியன், பராந்தக வீரநாராயணன், அப்புறம் ராஜசிம்மன், சோழன் தலை கொண்ட வீரபாண்டியன். இந்த சோழன் தலை கொண்ட வீரபாண்டியன் என்று சொல்லக்கூடிய அவன் 946 966 வரையும் ஆட்சி செய்த ஒரு மன்னன். அவனுக்கு பிறகு 985 வரையும் யார் ஆட்சி செய்தார்கள் என்பது தெளிவாக நமக்கு செய்திகள் கிடைக்கவில்லை. இந்த நிலையில் இந்த சோழந்தலை கொண்ட வீரபாண்டியனுக்கு பிறகு சோழந்தொலை கொண்ட வீரபாண்டியன் அவன் மாரஞ்சடையன் என்று பேர் வைத்து கொண்டவன். அதற்கு பிறகு அவனுடைய 6வது ரெகுலர் இயர் வரைக்கும் 6வது ஆட்சியாண்டு வரை தன்னை மாரஞ்சடையன் தான் என்று கல்வெட்டிலே குறிப்பிட்டிருக்கிறான். அதற்கு பிறகுதான் சோழன் தலை கொண்ட வீரபாண்டியன் என்று சொல்லக்கூடிய அந்த பேரை வைத்திருக்கிறான். அதற்கு பிறகு சடையன் மாறன் என்று ஒரு பாண்டியன் இருந்திருக்கிறான். இந்த சடையன் மாறன் என்று சொல்ல பேரில் 10ஆம் நூற்றாண்டின் தொடக்கத்தில் ஒருத்தர் இருந்திருக்கான். அவன் ராஜசிம்மன் என்று சொல்லக்கூடிய சின்னமனூர் பெரிய செப்பேட்டை வெளியிட்ட அந்த பாண்டிய மன்னன். ஆனால் இந்த எழுத்தமைதியை கொண்டு பார்க்கும்போது, அதில் வருகின்ற செய்தியை கொண்டு பார்க்கும்போது, அந்த சோழன் தலை கொண்ட வீரபாண்டியனுக்கு பிறகு சடையன் மாறன் என்ற பெயரில் ஒரு மன்னன் இருந்திருக்கிறான். அந்த மன்னனுடைய கல்வெட்டுக்களை தான் நான் எடுத்துக்கொண்டேன். அந்த கல்வெட்டுக்கள் பார்த்திங்கன்னா விருதுநகர் மாவட்டத்தில் உள்ள அந்த கல்லுமடை என்ற கிராமத்தில் இருக்கக்கூடிய கோயிலில் இருக்கிறது. அந்த கோயில் ஒரு காலத்தில் செங்கல் தளியாக இருந்திருக்கிறது. அந்த செங்கல் தளியில் தனியாக முதல்ல தொடக்க காலத்தில் தனியாக கல்வெட்டுக்களை ஒரு தனி பலகையில கல்வெட்டுக்களை பொறித்து நட்டு இருக்கிறார்கள். அதற்கு பிறகு அது கட்டளையாக மாறும்போது கல்வெட்டுக்களை அந்த கோயிலில் பொறிக்கக்கூடிய வழக்கம் இருக்கிறது. அதுதான் இந்த கோயில் மிகுந்த அழிவுக்குள்ளாகி இது இதனுடைய அடித்தளம் மட்டும் இருக்கிறது. அதுக்கு மேலே செங்கல் கட்டடங்களை கட்டியிருக்காங்க. இதை பார்த்தீங்கன்னா இந்த கோயில் தான். இந்த கோயிலில் இந்த 10ஆம் நூற்றாண்டை சேர்ந்த பழமையான சிற்பங்கள் இன்றைக்கும் இருக்கிறது. அதில் இருக்கக்கூடிய விஷ்ணுவுடைய சிலை இதுங்க. அதற்கு பிறகு அழகான அந்த சண்டிகேஸ்வரருடைய சிலை, இதோட சப்தமாதருடைய சிலை, துர்க்கையினுடைய சிலை என்று பல சிலைகள் இருக்கிறது. இது முற்கால பாண்டியர் காலத்தை சார்ந்த கோயில்கள், கட்டுமான கோயில்கள் பல இருந்திருக்கலாம். பாண்டிய நாட்டில் இருந்து அழிந்திருக்கின்றன. அந்த முற்கால பாண்டியர் காலத்து கோயிலில் இருந்த அந்த சிற்பங்கள் தான் இவை. அதில் இது 13ஆம் நூற்றாண்டில் கட்டப்பட்ட அதிஷ்டானத்தில் இருக்கக்கூடிய ஒரு கோயில். அந்த இதில் அந்த இதனுடைய அதிஷ்டானத்தில் பார்த்திங்கன்னா 13ஆம் நூற்றாண்டை சார்ந்த கல்வெட்டுக்கள் இருக்கின்றன. இந்த கோயிலில் நீங்கள் நமக்கு கிடைக்கின்ற இந்த கோயிலில் இருக்கக்கூடிய கல்வெட்டுக்களை எடுத்துக்கிட்டிங்கன்னா தனியாக கற்பலைகளில் இருக்கக்கூடிய கல்வெட்டில் வரகுண பாண்டியன், 2ஆம் வரகுண பாண்டியன் என்று சொல்லக்கூடிய 962 985 வரை ஆட்சி செய்த இந்த 2ஆம் வரகுண பாண்டியனுடைய கல்வெட்டு தான் இங்கே இருக்கக்கூடிய கல்வெட்டுக்களே பழமையான கல்வெட்டு. இதில் ஒரு முக்கியமான ஒரு செய்தி என்னன்னா, பெரும்பாலும் முற்கால பாண்டியர்கள் வட்டெழுத்து கல்வெட்டுக்களை கட்டெழுத்தில் கல்வெட்டுகள் எழுதுகிறாங்க. அந்த கல்வெட்டுகள் எதுவும் இவரே என்ன பண்ணுறாங்க, இந்த பாண்டியனுடைய ஒரு வித்தியாசமான ஒரு விஷயம், அந்த கற்பலையில் ஒரு பக்கம் பாண்டிய நாட்டில் பெருவழக்காக இருக்கக்கூடிய வட்டெழுத்தில் கல்வெட்டு விட்டுருக்காங்க. அதே செய்தியை பின்னாடி தமிழ் எழுத்தில் எழுதியிருக்காங்க. இதற்கு நான் காரணம் சொல்லும்போது நான் ஏற்கனவே சொல்லியிருக்கேன். அதற்கு காரணம் இந்த 2ஆம் வரகுணன் தான் சோழ நாட்டின் மீது படையெடுத்து சென்று அங்கு பெருவழக்காக இருக்கக்கூடிய அந்த தமிழ் எழுத்துக்களை பார்த்து இந்த தமிழிலே கல்வெட்டுகளை எழுதியிருக்க வேண்டும் என்று நான் கருதுகின்றேன். இந்த கல்வெட்டு ஒன்று. அதற்கு பிறகு இன்னும் 2 வட்டெழுத்து கல்வெட்டு இருக்குது. அந்த கல்வெட்டு பார்த்தீங்கன்னா தெரியும். இந்த கோயில் இதுதான் அந்த வரகுண பாண்டியனுடைய வட்டெழுத்து கல்வெட்டுங்க. வரகுண பாண்டியனுடைய வட்டெழுத்து கல்வெட்டு. அதாவது தொடக்க காலத்து வட்டெழுத்து கல்வெட்டுகளை இப்போ கண்டிப்பாக எளிதில் படிச்சிடலாம். ஆனால் 9, 10ன்னு சொல்கிறது ஓரளவு 9ல் ஓரளவு படிக்கலாம், 8எல்லாம் ஈஸியாக ஓரளவு படிக்கலாம். ஆனால் 10ஆம் நூற்றாண்டில் இருக்கக்கூடிய கல்வெட்டுக்களை 10ஆம் நூற்றாண்டில் இருந்து எல்லாமே வட்டமாக இருக்கும். அது அந்த கல்வெட்டுக்களை ரொம்ப படிப்பதற்கு பயிற்சி வேண்டும். ஆனால் தெரியாது. நான் மாணவர்களுக்கு சொல்வேன், இது கல்வெட்டுக்களை படிப்பது ஒன்று பெரிய விஷயம் கிடையாது. நமக்கு ஆர்வம் இருந்தால் எதையும் எளிதில் படித்து விடலாம். அதனால் வட்டெழுத்தை இன்று படிக்கக்கூடியவர்களுடைய எண்ணிக்கை மிக குறைவு. அந்த வகையில் இங்கே இருக்கக்கூடிய எவ்வளோ மாணவர்கள் இருக்கிறீங்க, அவங்க வட்டெழுத்துக்களை துறைபோகியவர்களாக வளர்ந்தாங்கன்னா மிகுந்த மகிழ்ச்சி. இங்கே அதே செய்தியை தமிழில் எழுதியிருக்கான். அந்த வரகுண பாண்டியன் இதே செய்தியை தமிழில் இன்னொரு பக்கம் எழுதியிருக்கான். அப்போ ஒரே மொழியில் அமைந்த ஒரு கல்வெட்டு செய்தி ஒன்று தான். ஆனால் 2 எழுத்துக்களை இருவேறு வடிவங்களில் இவன் கல்வெட்டுக்களை பாண்டிய நாட்டினுடைய வட எல்லையில் எழுதும்போது, சோழ நாட்டை உள்ள பகுதியில் எழுதும்போது தமிழில் எழுதியிருக்கான். அதற்கு ஒரு முக்கியமாக ஒரு கல்வெட்டு திண்டுக்கல் மாவட்டத்தில் இருக்கக்கூடிய ராமநாதபுரம் என்ற இடத்துல இருக்கக்கூடிய ஒரு பாறையில் ஏறத்தாழ பாண்டியனுடைய வட எல்லையில் இருக்கக்கூடிய தமிழில் எழுதியிருக்கான். சோழ நாட்டில் இவருடைய கல்வெட்டுகள் இருக்கின்றன, அவையெல்லாம் தமிழில் தான் இருக்கிறது. ஆனால் பாண்டிய நாட்டில் அவன் அந்த படையெடுப்புக்கு பிறகு எழுதப்பட்ட இந்த கல்வெட்டில் பார்த்தீங்கன்னு சொன்னால் ஒரு பக்கம் வந்து தமிழ் எழுத்துக்களையும் இன்று நாம் எழுதக்கூடிய தமிழ் எழுத்துக்களையும் முந்தைய வடிவத்திலையும் இன்னொன்று வட்ட எழுத்துல எழுதியிருக்கான். அப்புறம் இன்னொரு இந்த கல்வெட்டு கொஞ்சம் ஜூம் பண்ண முடிஞ்சால் நல்லா இருக்குங்க. நான் பண்ண முடியாதா? அதில் இந்த கல்வெட்டை நீங்கள் பார்த்தீங்கன்னா தெரியுது. இந்த கல்வெட்டுக்கு ஒரு பக்கம் வந்து சடையன் மாறனுடைய கல்வெட்டு. கொஞ்சம் அது பண்ணிக்கலாமா? சரி சரி. இந்த கல்வெட்டை நீங்கள் பார்த்தீங்கன்னா தெரியும், எல்லாமே வட்டமாக இருக்கு, எல்லாமே வட்டமாக இருக்கு. இந்த கல்வெட்டுக்கு பின்னாடி இன்னொரு வட்ட எழுத்து கல்வெட்டு இருக்குது, சடையன் மாறன் என்ற பேரில் இருக்கக்கூடிய மற்றொரு கல்வெட்டு இருக்குது. அந்த கல்வெட்டில் வந்து கல்வெட்டை படித்து வெளியிட்டுட்டாங்க. மத்திய அரசு தொல்லியல் துறை அதை வந்து 1978 உள்ள ஆண்டறிக்கையில் சுருக்கமாக அதனுடைய செய்தியை வெளியிட்டிருக்காங்க. ஆனால் இந்த கல்வெட்டு 33 வரி கொண்ட இந்த கல்வெட்டை அவர் வெளியிடல. இதை வந்து நான் படித்து இதனுடைய வாசகத்தை பற்றி இந்த கட்டுரை அமையும். அடுத்தது போகிறது நான் செய்யலாம். பேக் போய்க்கலாம். ரைட், ஓகே, தேங்க்யூ. இந்த கல்வெட்டு தான் செய்தியை சொல்ல போகிறேன். இதை பார்த்தா தெரியும். இன்றைக்கி அந்த கோயிலில் போனீங்கன்னா அந்த கல்வெட்டை பார்க்கலாம். அதனால் இதை பற்றி தான் என்னுடைய கல்வெட்டு. ஆனால் இந்த கல்வெட்டுக்குள்ள இந்த செய்தியை சொல்லும்போது இந்த ஊரை பேச சொல்லும்போது சாலநாட்டு திருப்பாளையூர் என்று வருகிறது. சாலநாட்டில் இருக்கக்கூடிய திருப்பாளையூர் என்ற ஊரில் இருக்கக்கூடிய ஈஸ்வரருக்கு கொடுத்த கொடையை பற்றி தான் இந்த 2 கல்வெட்டுகளும் சொல்கின்றன. இதில் அந்த சடையன் மாறன் என்று சொல்லக்கூடிய அந்த கல்வெட்டு இந்த கல்வெட்டினுடைய பிற்பகுதியில் இருக்கிறது. அது ஒரு சிறிய கல்வெட்டு. அந்த கல்வெட்டை தான் 1977-78 அந்த கோயிலில் படியெடுத்து, அந்த கோயிலில் இருக்கக்கூடிய மற்ற கல்வெட்டுகளையும் படியெடுத்து இந்த கல்வெட்டுடைய சுருக்கத்தையும் ஆண்டறிக்கையில் ஏஆர் ரிப்போர்ட்டில் வெளியிட்டிருக்காங்க. அடுத்த கல்வெட்டு என்று சொல்லக்கூடிய அந்த கல்வெட்டு ரொம்ப முக்கியமான ஒரு கல்வெட்டு. 33 வரிகளில் இருக்கிறது. ஒரு அரச ஆணையை எப்படி செப்பேட்டில் எழுதுவாங்களோ அதுபோன்று இதை எழுதியிருக்காங்க. இன்னும் விரிவாக அதை எழுதியிருக்காங்க. அதில் இந்த முதல் கல்வெட்டு என்று சொல்லக்கூடிய இந்த 2 கல்வெட்டுகளும் ஒரே காலத்தை சேர்ந்தவையா, ஒரே மன்னனுடைய காலத்தையா என்பதற்கு என்ன சான்றுகள் என்று நம்ம பார்க்கலாம். அதில் முதல்ல இருக்கக்கூடிய அந்த கல்வெட்டில் சடையன் மாறன் என்று தெளிவாக வருகிறது. சடையன் மாறனுடைய அவருடைய காலத்தில் இந்த கல்வெட்டை வெளியிட்டிருக்காங்க. அதில் என்ன செய்தி சொல்கிறான்னா, இந்த சாலநாட்டில் இருக்கக்கூடிய திருப்பாளையூர் ஈஸ்வர படாரருக்கு திருநந்தா விளக்கு எரிப்பதற்காக 25 பசுமாடு தானமாக கொடுத்து இடையர்கள்ட்ட கொடுத்து அதிலிருந்து வரக்கூடிய அந்த மூலதனத்திலிருந்து எண்ணெயை கொடுத்து எரித்து வர வேண்டும் என்று சொல்லி செய்தி சொல்லப்படுகிறது. இதே எழுத்தமையில் இந்த எழுத்தமையிலிருந்து பின்னாடி இருக்கக்கூடிய அந்த கல்வெட்டு எழுதப்பட்டிருக்கிறது. ஆனால் இதில் வந்து சடையன் மாறன் என்ற பேர் இல்லை. ஆனால் முதலாக பாண்டிய நாட்டு கல்வெட்டுக்களே கோனேரிமை கொண்டான் என்று சோழர் கல்வெட்டுக்களை எழுதுவாங்க. இதில் வந்து இந்த கல்வெட்டில் இந்த கோனோர்மை என்று நேரின்மைங்கிறதுக்கு கோனோர் என்ற அந்த கோனேரிமை என்பதனுடைய முந்தைய வடிவத்தில் இந்த கல்வெட்டு தொடங்குகிறது. இந்த கல்வெட்டில் என்ன செய்தினா, இவனுக்கு முன்னாடி இந்த சடையன் மாறன் சோழந்தலை கொண்ட வீரபாண்டியருக்கு பிறகு ஆட்சி செய்தவன். இந்த கல்வெட்டில் சொல்லக்கூடிய அந்த அதிகாரிகளில் 2 பேர் சோழந்தலை கொண்ட வீரபாண்டியன் கல்வெட்டிலையும் குறிப்பிடப்படுறாங்க. இந்த சடையன்மார ஏன்னா ஏற்கனவே சொன்னேன், சோழந்தலை கொண்ட வீரபாண்டியன் மாறஞ்சடையன் என்று சொல்லியிருக்கிறான். அவனுக்கு பின்னாடி வந்தவன் தான் சடையன் மாறன். இந்த சோழந்தலை கொண்ட வீரபாண்டியன் மாறஞ்சடையன் என்று சொல்லக்கூடிய அவனுடைய கல்வெட்டுக்களை சூளாமணி கிழவன் என்று சொல்லக்கூடிய அண்ட நாட்டு சூளாமணி கிழவன் என்று சொல்லக்கூடிய ஒரு அதிகாரி குறிப்பிடப்படுகிறான். அந்த அதிகாரி அதிகாரியினுடைய பேர் வரக்கூடிய 2 கல்வெட்டுகள், ஒன்று அம்பாசமுத்திரத்தில் இருக்கிறது, இன்னொன்று நக்கநேரி என்ற இடத்துல இருக்கிறது. நக்கநேரி என்பது அந்த ராஜபாளையத்துக்கு பக்கத்தில் இருக்கக்கூடிய பேராசிரியர் வேணுகோபால் தான் அந்த கல்வெட்டை முதல்ல கண்டுபிடிச்சாரு. அப்புறம் நானும் அவரும் போய் அந்த பாறையில் இருக்கக்கூடிய அந்த வட்ட எழுத்து கல்வெட்டை படியெடுத்து அதை படித்து அதற்கு பிறகு அந்த தொல்லியல் தொகுதியில் அது அந்த கல்வெட்டை பற்றி அவர் பேராசிரியர் எழுதியிருக்கிறார். அந்த சோழந்தலை கொண்ட வீரபாண்டியனுடைய கல்வெட்டில் வரக்கூடிய அண்ட நாட்டு சூளாமணி கிழவன் என்று சொல்லக்கூடிய அந்த அதிகாரி இந்த சடையன்மாறன் கல்வெட்டில் குறிப்பிடப்படுகிறார். இந்த ஒருவேளை சோழந்தலை கொண்ட வீரபாண்டியன் காலத்தில் இருந்து அதிகாரியாக இருந்த இவன் தொடர்ந்து சடையன் நாடனாக, ஒருவேளை இந்த சோழந்தலை கொண்ட வீரபாண்டியனுடைய மகனாக கூட அவன் இருக்கலாம், அவனுடைய கல்வெட்டில் குறிப்பிடப்படுவதனால இந்த கல்வெட்டு சோழந்தலை கொண்ட வீரபாண்டியனுக்கு பிறகு ஆட்சி செய்த இந்த சடையன் மாறனாக இருக்கலாம் என்று சொல்லலாம். அதே மாதிரி இந்த சேதுராமன், கும்பகோணம் சேதுராமனுடைய பாண்டியர் வரலாற்றை நீங்கள் படிக்கணும்னா ஒரு மேத்ஸ் புக்கு மாறி வச்சுக்கங்களேன். வெறும் காலக்கணிப்புகளை அவர் ரொம்ப தெளிவாக எழுதி தமிழில் பாண்டியர் வரலாறு என்ற ஒரு புத்தகத்தை கும்பகோணத்தில் இருக்கக்கூடிய சேதுராமன் அவரோட நிறையா பயணம் செய்திருக்கிறேன். அவர் நேரடியாக கல்வெட்டுக்களை போய் பார்த்து சடையன்பாரன் என்று ஒரு மன்னன் இருந்திருக்கிறான், அவனுடைய கல்வெட்டுக்கள் அந்த விருதுநகர் மாவட்டத்தில் திருச்சுழிக்கு பக்கத்தில் பள்ளிமடத்துலையும் திருப்புடை மருதூர் என்று சொல்லக்கூடிய அம்பாசமுத்திரத்து பக்கத்தில் இருக்கக்கூடிய திருப்புடை மருதூரில் இருக்கக்கூடிய கோயிலையும் அவருடைய கல்வெட்டுக்கள் இருக்கின்றன. அதை அடிப்படையாக வச்சு தான் நான் இந்த சடையன்மாரனுடைய கல்வெட்டுக்களை ஆய்வு செய்து ஒருவேளை அவர் சொல்கின்ற அவர் தான் அவருடைய கல்வெட்டுக்கள் அந்த சடையன்மாருடைய கல்வெட்டாக தான் இது இருக்க வேண்டும் என்று சொல்லி நான் இது பண்ணுறேன். இன்னொன்று ரொம்ப முக்கியமானது, இந்த கோனேரிமை கொண்டான் என்று சொல்லக்கூடிய அந்த இதில் இந்த கல்வெட்டை அவன் தொடக்கத்தில் வெளியிடுறான். முன்னாடி இருக்கக்கூடிய அந்த சடையன்மார்கள் விட்டு இதுவும் 2 பேர் ஒன்றுன்னு சொன்னேன். அதே மாதிரி இன்னொரு முக்கியமான ஒரு செய்தி, அந்த முதல் கல்வெட்டாக இருக்கக்கூடிய சடையன்மாரர் கல்வெட்டில் வரக்கூடிய அதிகாரி அதை என்ன பண்ணுறான், அவன் கேரள சிங்க முத்தரையன், அவன் தான் அந்த திருநந்தா விளக்கை அந்த கோயிலுக்கு கொடுக்குறான். அதே அதிகாரி இந்த பெரிய கல்வெட்டில் வரக்கூடிய இதுலேயும் அவன் தான் டோனராக, நன்கொடையாக வருகிறான். அவன் தான் அந்த சால நாட்டிலும் பருத்துக்குடி நாட்டில் இருக்கக்கூடிய அந்த சேல்கள் நிலம் என்று சொல்லக்கூடிய அந்த நிலத்தை காராண்மை மீயாட்சி உட்பட தானமாக கொடுத்தான் என்ற செய்தி வருகிறது. அதனால் 2 அதிகாரி, அதில் வர்ற அதிகாரியும் ஒன்று தான், இதில் அதிகாரியும் ஒன்று. அதனால் இதெல்லாம் வைத்து பார்க்கும்போது ஒரே கற்பலகையில் ஒரு பக்கம் இருக்கக்கூடிய கல்வெட்டும் மற்றொரு பக்கம் இருக்கக்கூடிய இந்த 2 கல்வெட்டும் சடையன்மாறன் என்ற பெயரில் இருக்கக்கூடிய அந்த கல்வெட்டாக இருக்கலாம். இந்த அரசு சடையன்மாறனுக்கு ஒரு பேர் கண்டிப்பாக இருந்திருக்கிறோம். அதற்கு நான் நினைக்கின்றேன் அவர் விக்ரமபாண்டியன் என்ற பேரில் இருந்திருக்கலான்னு சொல்கிறாரு. ஆனால் நான் நினைக்கிறேன் இந்த சால கிராமம் என்ற ஒரு ஊர் இருக்கிறது ராமநாதபுரம் மாவட்டத்தில். அந்த சால கிராமத்தில் ஒரு கல்வெட்டு இருக்குது, இதே எழுத்தமையில் இருக்கக்கூடிய அந்த கல்வெட்டில் ஸ்ரீ வள்ளுவதேவர் என்று ஒரு அரசன் குறிப்பிடப்படுகிறான், இதே எழுத்தமையில். அதே மாதிரி அண்மையில் ஒரு 3 மாதங்களுக்கு முன்பாக திருப்பத்தூர் பக்கத்தில், சிவகங்கை மாவட்டம் திருப்பத்தூர் பக்கத்தில் ஒரு ஊரில் தமிழ் எழுத்துக்களில் ஸ்ரீ வல்லபதேவருக்கு என்று சொல்லக்கூடிய ஒரு முற்கால பாண்டியருடைய கல்வெட்டை கண்டுபிடிச்சிருக்காங்க. ஆனால் ஒருவேளை இந்த சடையன்மாறன் என்ற பெயர் பொறித்த இந்த அரசன் ஸ்ரீ வல்லவன் என்ற பேரில் இருந்திருக்கலாம். இதற்கு இது ஒரு முடிவான முடிவு அல்ல, ஆனால் அது இருந்திருக்கலாம் என்று நான் கருதுகின்றேன். இந்த பெரிய கல்வெட்டினுடைய காலம் என்று சொல்லும்போது இதில் 3வது ஆட்சி ஆண்டு குறிப்பிடப்படுது. சடையன்மாறன் என்று சொல்லக்கூடிய சோழன் தலை கொண்ட வீரபாண்டியன் 966 அவனுடைய டேட் முடிஞ்சிருது. இந்த 967 அவனுடைய சடையன்மாருடைய தொடக்க ஆட்சி ஆண்டை எடுத்துக்கொண்டால் அவனுடைய 3வது ஆட்சியில் அது கல்வெட்டு வெட்டியிருக்காங்க. அநேகமாக இது 970 எழுதப்பட்ட கல்வெட்டாக இருக்கலாம். இந்த கல்வெட்டு செய்தி என்று சொல்லும்போது ஏற்கனவே நான் சொல்லிட்டேன், இந்த கோயிலுக்கு கொடுத்த ஒரு நிலக்கொடையை பற்றி அரசன் வெளியிட்ட அரச ஆணையாக திருமுகமாக இது கல்வெட்டு இருக்கிறது. ஒரு செப்பேடு எப்படி வெளியிடப்பட்டு அதை நிறைவேற்றுகின்ற அதிகாரிகள் அதை குறிப்பிட்டு அவர் ஒவ்வொருத்தரும் என்னென்ன பணி செய்தார்கள் என்பதை போன்று இந்த கல்வெட்டிலையும் பார்த்தீங்கன்னா விரிவாக அந்த இது சொல்கிறது. கோனோர்மை கொண்டான் என்று தொடங்கி அந்த கல்வெட்டு போகிறது. இதில் பார்த்தீங்கன்னா நிறைய முதலாக பாண்டியருடைய கல்வெட்டுக்களை, அதாவது சிவகாசி செப்பேடு என்று சொல்லக்கூடிய அந்த சோழந்தலை கொண்ட வீரபாண்டியனுடைய அந்த செப்பேட்டில் தான் முதலாக பாண்டிய நாட்டில் பாண்டிய மன்னருடைய கல்வெட்டுக்களில் அதிகாரிகளுடைய படிநிலைப்படி பல்வேறு அதிகாரிகளுடைய பேர் குறிப்பிடப்படுகிறது. அதற்கு அடுத்த நிலையில் இந்த கல்வெட்டில் தான் பல அதிகாரிகளுடைய பெயர் குறிப்பிடப்படுகிறது. இதில் பார்த்தீங்கன்னா இதில் விண்ணப்பம் செய்தவன் யார், இதில் மேலெழுத்து செய்கின்றவன் யார், கருமம் ஆராய்கின்றவன் யார், உத்தர மந்திரி, ஓலை எழுத்து, வாய்க்கேள்வி, சிறீகரண புத்தகம், கண்காணி என்று நிறைய அதிகாரிகளை அவர்கள் குறிப்பிடுகின்றார்கள். அதில் சொன்னீங்கன்னா இந்த சொன்னவன் விண்ணப்பம் செய்தவன் மேலெழுத்து செய்கின்ற திருவழுதி வளநாட்டு பெருங்குளத்து பாண்டி தமிழ் வேலாயின வேளாண் பட்டாளகன் என்று சொல்கிறது. இதனுடைய இந்த ஆணையை நிறைவேற்றுகின்ற அதிகாரியாக ஆணத்தி என்று சொல்வார்கள். ஆக்யம்தி என்று பட்டயத்தில் வருகிறோம். அதில் ஆணத்தியாக இருக்கின்றவன் கருமமாராய்கின்ற முத்தூற்று கூட்டத்து கப்பலூர் உதார விடங்க பிரமாதிராயன் உத்தம பாண்டியன். ஆணத்தியில் ரெண்டு பேர் இந்த பணி ஆணத்தியாக செய்திருக்காங்க. இன்னொருத்தன்னா முத்தூற்று கூட்டத்து கட்டிவயல் பாண்டி மார்த்தாண்ட மூவேந்த வேளாணாயன பட்டன் வேங்கடவன் என்று இன்னொருத்தன் வரான். இதற்கு காவலாக இருந்தவன் இடையாற்று நாட்டு வீரகேரளநல்லூர் தென்னவன் உத்தரமந்திரியாயின நக்கன் கணபதி. இதற்கு ஓலை எழுத்தாக இருந்தவன் அண்ட நாட்டு குவளைய கற்பகநல்லூர் தென்னவன் உத்தரமந்திரி சூளாமணி கிழவன். வாய்க்கேள்வியாக இருந்தவன் மாடக்குளக்கீழ் கலாரமானேரி மூவேந்த பல்லவரையனாயின படாரன் சோலை என்று வருகிறது. ஸ்ரீகரண பண்டார புத்தகமாக இருந்தவன் தென்பரப்பு நாட்டு அயல்வான்குடி இசைய பாண்டிய மூவேந்த வேளான். இதனுடைய கண்காணியாக இருந்தவன் பூங்கா நாட்டு இளமதுரை தீரன் சிந்தாமரி பல்லவராயனாயின புல்லநக்கன். இதனை பார்ப்படுத்தி கொடுத்தவன் புறப்பரலை நாட்டு நிரம்பூர் அரங்கன் வேளான். இதில் இந்த ஆணையை இவன் எங்கிருந்து வெளியிட்டான் என்ற ஒரு செய்தி இந்த கல்வெட்டில் முக்கியமாக குறிப்பிடப்படுகிறது. இவன் ராஜசிங்க குலக்கீழ் இருக்கக்கூடிய மங்களபுரம் அரண்மனையிலிருந்து மங்களபுரத்து அரண்மனையின் கீழே வடக்குறையிலிருந்து அமர்ந்திருந்த போது வழங்கினான் என்று இந்த கல்வெட்டு சொல்லுது. அதனால் இது முக்கியமான ஒரு செய்தி. இந்த 7ஆம் நூற்றாண்டில் பாண்டிய நாட்டில் பாண்டியன் நின்ற சீர் நெடுமாறன் என்று சொல்லக்கூடிய அந்த பாண்டியவன் மங்களபுரம் என்ற நகரத்தை உருவாக்கி 50 ஆண்டுகள் ஆட்சி செய்தான் என்று ஒரு குறிப்பு வருகிறது. வைகைக்கரை கல்வெட்டு, வைகையில கரையில் கிடைத்த ஒரு கல்வெட்டில் ஒரு வட்ட எழுத்து கல்வெட்டு 7ஆம் நூற்றாண்டை சார்ந்த நெடுமாறனுடைய கல்வெட்டு. அந்த கல்வெட்டில் அவன் மங்களபுரம் என்ற நகரத்தை உருவாக்கினான் என்று சொல்கிறார். அதை பற்றி மங்களபுரம் என்று சொல்வது பாண்டிய நாட்டில் இருந்துச்சா, அது கர்நாடகத்தில் இருந்துச்சா என்றெல்லாம் ஒரு முரண்பட்ட கருத்துக்கள் இருக்கின்றன. ஆனால் இந்த கல்வெட்டை பொறுத்தளவில் இந்த மங்களபுரம் என்பது எங்கே இருந்தது என்பதை தெளிவாக சொல்கிறாங்க. ராஜசிங்க குலக்கீழ். ராஜசிங்க குலக்கீழ் என்று சொல்லும்போது இது ஒரு நாட்டு பிரிவு, குறுநாடு என்று சொல்வார்கள். பாண்டிய நாடு 150 குறுநாடுகளாக பிரிந்திருந்தன. அதில் ராஜசிங்க குலக்கீழ் என்று குலக்கீழ் என்ற சஃபிக்ஸோடு இருக்கக்கூடிய இப்போ நாடு கூற்றம் என்றெல்லாம் சொல்கிற மாதிரி குலக்கீழ் என்பது ஒரு இப்போ குறுநாட்டை குறிக்கக்கூடிய ஒரு சொல். இது நீர்ப்பாசனத்தை அடிப்படையாக கொண்டு உருவாக்கப்பட்ட ஒரு நாடு. அதாவது குலக்கீழ் என்று சொல்லும்போது சில பேர் குளத்தினுடைய கீழ் திசையில் இருந்தது என்று சொல்கிறார். அதுக்கு அப்படி கிடையாது. அண்டர் த இரிகேஷன் ஆஃப் இந்த குளத்தினுடைய பாசனத்துக்கீழ் இருந்த ஊர்களை ஒன்றிணைத்து ஒரு சிறு குறுநாடாக உருவாக்கியிருக்கிறார்கள். அதில் ராஜசிங்க குலக்கீழ் என்று சொல்லக்கூடிய நாட்டிலே இந்த மங்களபுரம் இருந்திருக்கிறது. அந்த அரண்மனையில் தான் இருந்துதான் இந்த ஆணையை அவன் வெளியிட்டிருக்கிறான் என்று சொல்லக்கூடிய அந்த செய்தி குறிப்பு. அதில் இன்னொரு முக்கியமான இந்த மங்களபுரம் என்ற அரண்மனை ராஜசிங்க குலக்கீழ் இருந்தது என்பதற்கு இன்னொரு செய்தியும் நமக்கு கிடைச்சிருக்கு. 2 கல்வெட்டு கிடைச்சிருக்கு. 3 கல்வெட்டுகள் கிடைத்திருக்கின்றன. ஒன்று முஸ்லம்பட்டிக்கு பக்கத்தில் இருக்கக்கூடிய ஆனையூர் என்ற இடத்துல சிவன் கோயில், மற்றொன்று விருதுநகர் மாவட்டத்தில் விருதுநகருக்கு பக்கத்தில் செங்குன்றாபுரம் என்று ஒரு ஊர் இருக்கிறது. அந்த ஊர்லேயும் அந்த மங்களபுரத்தை பற்றி கல்வெட்டு கிடைத்திருக்கிறது. இது 3வது செய்தி. இந்த 3வது கல்வெட்டு இந்த கல்லுமடையில் இருக்கக்கூடிய கல்வெட்டு. இப்போ ராஜசிங்க குலக்கீழ் என்ற சிறுநாடு எங்கே இருந்தது? எல்லோரும் ஆரம்பத்தில் என்ன செய்கிறாங்க, ராஜசிங்க குலம்னு சொல்லணும்னா இந்த ராமநாதபுரம் மாவட்டத்தில் ராஜசிங்க குலம்னு ஒரு குலம் இருக்குது, பெரிய குலம். அதை நினச்சிக்கிட்டு இருக்காங்க. அது இல்லை, இந்த திருப்புவனம் என்று சொல்லக்கூடிய திருப்புவனம் என்று ஒரு ஊர் இருக்கிறது. மதுரையிலிருந்து மானாமதுரைக்கு போகிற வழியில் வைகைக்கரையில் இருக்கக்கூடிய ஒரு ஊர் தான் திருப்புவனம். அந்த ஊரில் கிடைச்ச வட்ட எழுத்து கல்வெட்டுக்களும் அதே அந்த ஊரில் கிடைச்ச அந்த ஊரினுடைய கண்மாயில் கிடைச்ச வட்ட எழுத்து கல்வெட்டுலையும் அந்த ஊர் ராஜசிங்க குலக்கீழ் திருப்புவனம் என்று தான் குறிப்பிடப்படுகிறது. எனவே ராஜசிங்கர் குலக்கீழ் என்று சொல்லக்கூடிய அந்த நாடு என்பது திருப்புவனம் அதை சூழ்ந்த பகுதி தான் என்று சொல்லலாம். தெளிவாக அந்த திருப்புவனத்தில் கிடைச்ச முற்கால பாண்டியருடைய கல்வெட்டு ரெண்டிலும், அதே மாதிரி திருப்புவனத்தில் இருக்கக்கூடிய அந்த மடையில் ஒரு கல்வெட்டு இருக்கிறது. திருப்புவனத்தில் இருக்கக்கூடிய மிகப்பெரிய ஏரி, அந்த ஏரியில் ஒரு மடையில் ராஜராஜனுடைய கல்வெட்டு இருக்கிறது. அந்த ராஜராஜனுடைய கல்வெட்டுலேயும் இந்த காந்தலூர் சாலை என்று தொடங்குகிறது, வட்டெழுத்தில் இருக்கிறது. அந்த வட்டெழுத்து கல்வெட்டில் அந்த ராஜசிங்க குலக்கீழ் திருப்புவனம் என்று தான் கல்வெட்டில் குறிப்பிடப்படுது. அதே மாதிரி இந்த ராஜசிங்க குலக்கீழிலிருந்து இந்த ராஜசிம்மன் இருக்கான் பாருங்க, சின்னம்மன் ஒரு பெரிய செப்பேட்டை வெளியிட்டவன், அவன் கூட அந்த பகுதியிலிருந்து தான் ஒரு செப்பேட்டை வழங்கியிருக்கிறான். ராஜசிங்க குலக்கீழ் சூழல் என்ற கிராமத்தில் இருக்கும்போது நான் அந்த சின்னம்மன் செப்பேட்டை வெளியிட்டேன் என்று சொல்கிறான். எனவே இந்த ராஜசிங்க குலக்கீழ் இருக்கக்கூடிய மங்களபுரம் திருப்புவனத்து பகுதியில் இருந்திருக்கிறது. ஆனால் அந்த பகுதியில் நான் ஆய்வு செய்தேன். அதில் மங்களபுரம் என்ற ஊர் ஒருவேளை இருந்து பேர் சொல்லா கிராமமாக கூட அழிஞ்சிருக்கலாம். அந்த ஊருக்கு பக்கத்தில், திருப்புவனத்துக்கு பக்கத்தில் ஒரு ஊர் இருக்கிறது. அந்த ஊர் அந்த பிரமனூர் என்று சொல்லக்கூடிய அந்த ஊருக்கு பக்கத்தில் ஒரு ஊருக்குள்ள இன்றைக்கும் மங்களபுரம் என்ற பேரில் ஒரு ஊர் இருந்து அழிந்ததாக மக்கள் சொல்கிறார்கள். ஒருவேளை அந்த பகுதியில் இருந்திருக்கிறது, ஆனால் உறுதியாக சொல்லலாம் திருப்புவனம் பகுதியில் தான் இந்த ராஜசிங்க குலக்கீழ் இருக்கக்கூடிய அந்த மங்களபுரம் இருக்கிறது என்று சொல்லலாம். அதே மாதிரி சோழந்தலை கொண்ட வீரபாண்டியனுடைய கல்வெட்டில், ஆணையூர் கல்வெட்டில் அவன் தெளிவாக சொல்கிறான், அந்த ராஜசிங்க குலக்கீழ் இருக்கக்கூடிய மங்களபுரம் அரண்மனையில் இருக்கும்போது அந்த ஒரு கல்வெட்டு ஆணையை சொல்லும்போது, அந்த ஆணையை வெளியிட்டான் என்று சொல்லும்போது அவன் என்ன சொல்கிறான்னா, நான் திரும்பவும், அதாவது பாண்டிய நாட்டில் ராஜசிம்மன் ஆட்சிக்கு பிறகு, அதாவது 931 பிறகு ஒரு சின்ன கேப் இருக்கிறது. 946 தான் சோழந்தலை கொண்ட வீரபாண்டியன் வருகிறான். அதற்கு அந்த இடையில ஏற்பட்ட ஒரு பகுதியில் சோழ நாட்டின் மீது கன்னரதேவன் படையெடுத்து அவன் வடபகுதியை கைப்பற்றி கொள்கிறான். அந்த சூழலை பயன்படுத்தி சோழந்தலை கொண்ட வீரபாண்டியன் பாண்டிய நாட்டை கைப்பற்றி கொள்கிறான். அவனுடைய கல்வெட்டில் ஒரு முக்கியமான செய்தி இந்த ஆணையூர் கல்வெட்டு சொல்கிறது. இந்த ஆணையூரில் இருக்கக்கூடிய சிவனின் அருளால் நான் திரும்பவும் அரசனாக முடிசூட்டிக்கொள்ளும் பேரை பெற்றேன் என்று அந்த கல்வெட்டில் குறிப்பிட்றாங்க. அதனால் இதையெல்லாம் வைத்து பார்க்கும்போது, பல்வேறு கல்வெட்டுகளை எல்லாம் வைத்து பார்க்கும்போது இந்த ராஜசிங்க குலக்கீழ் இருக்கக்கூடிய மங்களபுரம் என்று எது என்பது நமக்கு தெளிவாக தெரிகிறது. மங்களபுரம் அந்த திருப்புவனம் பகுதியில் தான் இருந்து அழிந்திருக்க வேண்டும் சொல்லலாம். இந்த ஆணையை அவர் வெளியிடும் போது யாருக்கெல்லாம் தெரிவிக்கலாம் என்று தெளிவாக சொல்கிறார். அதாவது இதை பாப்பார சான்றாருக்கும் பிரம்மதேய கிழவருக்கும் பார்க்குடிகளுக்கும் இதை தெரிவிக்க வேண்டும். இப்போ சோழருடைய பட்டயங்கள்லையோ அல்லது பாண்டியுடைய பட்டங்களில் இந்த மாதிரி யாருக்கு இதை தெரிவிக்கிறது இந்த சாசனம் என்பதை தெளிவாக சொல்லக்கூடிய ஒரு பண்பு இருக்கிறது. பிரம்மதேய கிழவர் என்பது உங்களுக்கெல்லாம் தெரியும். அந்த பிரம்மதேயங்களில் நில உடைமையாளராக இருக்கக்கூடியவர்களை நோக்கி, அதேமாதிரி பாப்பார சார்ந்தார் என்று சொல்லக்கூடிய ஒரு குரூப்பு பாண்டிய நாட்டு கல்வெட்டில் குறிப்பிடும். பிரம்மசத்திரியர் என்று அவர்களை சொல்லலாம். எங்கெல்லாம் நிலத்தை அளக்கும் போது, எல்லைகளை வகுக்கும் போதும் அது பாப்பார சார்ந்தார்கள் தான் முன்னின்று நிலங்களை அளந்து கொடுத்திருக்கிறார்கள், எல்லை வகுத்து கொடுக்கிறார்கள். சாத்தூருக்கு பக்கத்தில் குலசேகரபுரம் என்ற ஊர் இருக்கிறது. அந்த ஊரில் கிடைச்ச ஒரு 7ஆம் நூற்றாண்டை சார்ந்த கல்வெட்டில் அந்த பார்ப்பார சார்ந்தார் அரிநாட்டு எல்லையாக நட்டக்கல்னு ஒரு கல்வெட்டு கிடைத்திருக்கிறது. அதே மாதிரி தளபதி சமுத்திரம் என்ற ஒரு ஊர் இருக்குது நாங்குநேரி பக்கத்தில். அங்கே உள்ள கல்வெட்டில் கூட இந்த பார்ப்பார சான்றார் வருகிறார்கள். அதே மாதிரி பார்க்குடிகள் என்று சொல்லும்போது இந்த பிராமணர்கள் அல்லாத பிற குடிகளை, வெள்ளான் குடிகளை ஒருவேளை இருக்கலாம், அவர்களை நோக்கி இந்த ஆணை கூறப்பட்டது என்றெல்லாம் நம்ம சொல்லலாம். அதே மாதிரி இந்த முதல்ல இந்த கல்வெட்டுக்களில் இந்த டைட்டில்ஸ், அதாவது சோழர் காலத்தில் தான் இந்த மூவேந்த வேளாண் என்ற டைட்டில் கொடுக்குறாங்க. இப்போ செம்பியன் மாதேவி கல்வெட்டுக்களில், பிற்கால சோழருடைய கல்வெட்டுக்களை பேராசிரியர் சுப்பராயர் இந்த வேளாண்மைகளை பற்றி, மூவேந்தாளர்களை பற்றி நிறைய அருமையாக அவர் ஆய்வு செய்திருக்கிறார். அவர் நிறையா கட்டுரைகள் அதை குறிப்பிட்டிருக்கிறார். இப்போ சமீபத்தில் கூட காலச்சுவடில் ஒரு புத்தகம் சோழர் கால சமூகமும் அரசும் என்று சொல்லக்கூடிய ஒரு புத்தகம் வந்திருக்கிறது. அந்த புத்தகத்தில் இந்த சோழ அரசர்களுடைய அவர்கள் வழங்கிய பட்டங்களை பற்றி தெளிவாக எழுதியிருக்காங்க. இதில் 4 மூவாந்த வேளாண்கள் அரசு அதிகாரிகளாக குறிப்பிடப்படுறாங்க. பிரமாதி ராயன் என்று சொல்லக்கூடிய ஒருவர் இதில் வர்றாங்க. அதே மாதிரி பல்லவராயர்கள் என்று பட்டயம் கொடுக்கக்கூடிய 2 வர்றாங்க. இன்னொரு முக்கியமான ஒரு செய்தி, முத்தரையர் என்று சொல்லக்கூடிய அந்த சமூகமும் முத்திரையர் சிற்றரசர்கள் பற்றி சோழ நாட்டில் நமக்கு நிறையா குறிப்பு கிடைக்கிறது. குறிப்பாக செந்தலை நியமம் பகுதியில் சோழர்களுக்கு முன்பாக தஞ்சையை ஆட்சி செய்தவர்கள் அவர்களிடமிருந்து தான் சோழர்கள் விஜயாலய சோழ நாட்டை கைப்பற்றி ஆட்சி செய்கிறார். இவர்கள் தங்களது தோல்விக்கு பிறகு பாண்டிய நாட்டிற்குள் இடம்பெயர்ந்து வந்திருக்கிறார். இடம்பெயர்ந்து பாண்டியர்களுக்கு அதிகாரிகளாக மாறியிருக்கிறார். அதில் ஸ்ரீவல்லவன் காலத்திலே இந்த அந்த சமூகம் பாண்டிய நாட்டை நோக்கி வந்திருக்கிறது. ஸ்ரீவல்லுவனுடைய கல்வெட்டில் கூட ஒரு கல்வெட்டில் ஆலங்குடி சத்துரு பயங்கர முத்தரையன் என்ற ஒரு கல்வெட்டு ஒருத்தர் குறிப்பிடப்படுகிறார். இதில் பார்த்திங்கன்னா கேரள சிங்க முத்தரையன், இந்த கல்லுமடை தானத்தை கொடுத்த நிலக்குடையை கொடுத்த அவனுக்கு மாதேவன் மருதன் என்ற ஒரு பேர் இருக்கிறது. இன்னொரு பேர் அரசன் கொடுத்தது கேரள சிங்க முத்தரையன் என்று சொல்லக்கூடிய. இன்றைக்கும் பார்த்திங்கன்னா இந்த கல்லுமடை பகுதியில் முத்தரையர் சமூகம் அதிக அளவில் இருக்கிறது என்றும் பார்க்கலாம். ஆனால் அந்த முத்தரையர்களை பற்றிய ஒரு முக்கியமான செய்தி இந்த கல்வெட்டுகளுடைய மூலமாக நமக்கு தெரிகிறது. அதே மாதிரி இந்த கல்லுமடை பகுதி ஒரு முக்கியமான சென்டராக இருந்திருக்கிறது. படை வீரர்களும் மற்றவர்களும் இருந்து நிலையாக தங்கி பயிற்சி பெற்ற அவர்களாக அந்த பகுதியில் குடியேறியிருக்காங்க. அதில் பார்த்தீங்கன்னா கண்மியார் கோட்டை, சிவப்புலி நாடாழ்வான் கோட்டை, முத்தரையன் கோட்டை என்று இந்த பிற்கால பாண்டியர்களில் கல்வெட்டுக்கள் இந்த கல்லுமடையில் இருக்க அந்த கல்வெட்டு எல்லாம் குறிப்பிடப்படுகிறது. அதனால் ஒரு கல்வெட்டை ஒரு முக்கியமான கல்வெட்டு இந்த கல்லுமடை கல்வெட்டு. 33 வரிகளை கொண்ட ஒரு வட்டெழுத்து கல்வெட்டில் நிறையா பாண்டியருடைய வரலாற்றை பற்றியும் பாண்டியருடைய சமூகத்தை பற்றியும் நாம் புரிந்து கொள்வதற்கு மிகுந்த துணை புரிகிறது. அதே மாதிரி பாண்டியருடைய முற்கால பாண்டியர் காலத்தில் ராஜராஜன் பாண்டிய நாட்டை கைப்பற்றுவதற்கு முன்பாக ஆட்சி செய்த ஒரு அரசனுடைய கல்வெட்டு இது. சோழன் தலை கொண்ட வீரபாண்டியருக்கு பிறகு ஆட்சி செய்த அந்த சடையன் மாறன் என்று பெயர் பெற்ற ஒரு பாண்டியனுடைய கல்வெட்டு. அதனால் பாண்டியருடைய வரலாற்றிற்கு, முற்கால பாண்டியருடைய வரலாற்றிற்கு ஒரு வரலாற்றை தெரிவிக்கக்கூடிய முக்கியமாக வரலாற்று ஆதாரமாக அந்த கல்லுமடையில் இருக்கக்கூடிய சடையமாறன் கல்வெட்டு விளங்குகிறது என்று சொல்லி இந்த நல்ல வாய்ப்பை நல்கிய உங்கள் அனைவருக்கும் என் நன்றி, வணக்கம்.
இந்த கட்டுரை தொடர்பாக வினாக்கள் ஐயங்கள் இருந்தால் எழுப்பலாம்.
கொங்கு நாட்டில் அவினாசி கல்வெட்டில் பார்ப்பார் சான்றல் பற்றி கல்வெட்டில்
பார்ப்பார் சான்றல் என்ன தகுதின்னு என்னென்ன செய்யலாம்னு
அவங்களுக்கு உரிமைகள் கொடுத்ததை பற்றி வீடு கட்டிக்கலாம், மச்சு வீடு கட்டிக்கலாம், பாதரட்சி போட்டுக்கலாம்,
குதிரையில் ஏறி போகலாம்,
கொடை பிடித்துக்கலாம் என்று உரிமைகள் கொடுத்துருக்க சிறப்பு உரிமைகள் கொடுத்ததாக ஒரு கல்வெட்டு வருது. அதை இவங்க ஒரு சமூகம் சான்றார், அதாவது நாடார் சமூகத்தினர் எங்களுக்குரியது என்று ஒரு கருத்தை கூறுகிறார்கள். அதை பற்றி உங்களுடைய கருத்து என்ன?
சான்றார் சொல்லலாமா? சரிங்க. அந்த மாதிரி ஒரு கருத்து இருக்கு. சான்றார் என்றால் அந்த சாணார் என்ற சொல்லோடு தொடர்படுத்தி சான்றார் என்பது சங்க இலக்கியத்தில் சான்றார் என்பது வீரர்களை குறிக்கக்கூடிய சொல்லாக இருந்திருக்கிறது. அதனால் அதே நாடாழ்வார் அப்படிங்கிற நாடார் என்று சொல்லக்கூடிய ஒரு கருத்து இருக்கிறது. அது வரலாற்று ரீதியாக அதை முழுமையாக ஏற்றுக்கொள்வதற்கு இல்லை. சொல்லுங்க. சொல்லுங்க.
இது ஒரு புதிய கல்வெட்டு. சோழன் தலை கொண்ட வீரபாண்டியனுக்கு ஒரு மகன் இருக்கின்றான் அப்படின்னு எடுத்துக்கிட்டோம்னாலும் எந்த வகையிலேயுமே வரலாற்றில் அது ஒரு முக்கியமான கல்வெட்டு. அதுக்கு என்னுடைய பாராட்டுக்கள். எனக்கு ஒரே ஒரு விளக்கம்தான், கேள்வி இல்லை. அந்த கல்வெட்டெல்லாம் ராஜகோபால் சாரும் நீங்களும் எனக்கு காமிச்ச கல்வெட்டுகள் தான் ஆணையூரில். நீங்கள் அங்கே இருக்கும்போது நான் இங்கே மாணவர். இந்த 2ஆம் வரகுணனுடைய காலத்தில் தான் தமிழ் எழுத்துக்கள் பாண்டி நாட்டில் அதிகமாக வந்ததுன்னு சொன்னீங்க. ஆனால் சோழன் தலை கொண்ட வீரபாண்டியனுடைய கல்வெட்டுக்கள் பொதுவாக தென்பகுதியில் முழுக்க நிறைய வட்டெழுத்து கல்வெட்டுகள் இருக்குது. அதே நேரத்தில் நீங்கள் சொன்ன அந்த ஆணையூர் ராஜ்யத்தை தந்தரல்ல நாயனார் அப்படின்ற அந்த கல்வெட்டம் தமிழ் கல்வெட்டு. அப்பயே தமிழ் வந்து வந்துடுது. இன்னொன்று, அதுக்கு அடுத்ததாக நம்ம அதிகமாக பேசப்படுகிற அதிகமான கல்வெட்டுகளில் பாண்டி நாட்டு பகுதியில் பார்க்குறதா பார்த்தோம்னா முதலாம் ராஜராஜனுடைய கல்வெட்டு, இதே மன்னனுடைய கல்வெட்டு அதே கோயிலில் இருக்குது. அதில் வட்டெழுத்து கல்வெட்டும் இருக்குது, ராஜராஜனுடையது, தமிழ் கல்வெட்டுகளும் கிடைக்குது. இந்த மாதிரி ஒரு சூழலில் எப்படி தமிழ் எழுத்துக்களை அதிகமாக இல்லை முதல்ல புகுத்தினது பயன்படுத்தினது அப்படின்னு எடுத்துக்கலாமா வரகுண பாண்டியன்?
சோழந்தலை முடிச்சிட்டிங்களா?
நன்றி.
சோழந்தலை கொண்ட வீரபாண்டியனுக்கு முன்னாடி இருந்தவன் வரகுணன், 9ஆம் நூற்றாண்டில் ஆட்சி செய்தவன் வரகுண பாண்டியன். அவன் தான் அவன் பயன்படுத்துகிறான் முதல்ல. இன்னொரு சைத்தானிகம் நான் சொல்லிடுறேன். நீங்கள் அந்த ஆணையூரை பற்றி ஒரு அரிய ஆய்வேடை எழுதி புத்தகமாலும் வெளியிட்டிருக்கீங்க. அதை வந்து நான் படிச்சிருக்கேன், பல முறை படிச்சிருக்கிறேன். என்னுடைய கருத்து, நான் முதல்ல போய் அந்த ஆணையூர் கோயிலில் அந்த டோர் ஜாமில் இருக்கக்கூடிய அந்த கல்வெட்டை நான் பார்த்தேன். இந்த சோழந்தலை கொண்ட வீரபாண்டியனுக்கு பிறகு வந்த ராஜராஜன் அந்த கோயிலில் கல்வெட்டு வெட்டும் போது வட்டெழுத்தில் வெட்டியிருக்கான். இது இந்த கல்வெட்டு வட்ட தமிழில் இருக்கு. என்னன்னா எனக்கு சந்தேகம், இந்த கல்வெட்டை படியெடுத்து திரும்பவும் சிறிது காலத்திற்கு பிறகு தமிழில் எழுதியிருக்காங்க. ஆனால் அந்த தமிழ் எழுத்துக்களுடைய எழுத்தமைதியை வைத்து பார்த்தா அது 10ஆம் நூற்றாண்டு மாதிரி சோழந்தலை கண்ட வீரபாண்டியன் காலத்தை சார்ந்தது போன்று இல்லை என்பதுதான்.
ஆனால் அவனுடைய வட்டெழுத்து கல்வெட்டும் அங்கேயே இருக்கு. சோழன் தலை கொண்ட வீரபாண்டியனோட வட்டெழுத்து
இருக்கு, ராஜராஜன் இருக்கு. அந்த டோர் ஜாம்ல வந்து திரும்பவும், ஏன்னா பல நேரங்களில் கோயிலை வந்து திரும்பவும் ரீபில்ட் பண்ண போதும்.
ஆமாம்,
அந்த ஒரு அது எடுத்துக்காட்டாக ஒரு நல்ல இது சொல்லலாம். அந்த பக்கத்திலே அந்த ஆணையூருக்கு முன்னாடி இருக்கக்கூடிய கலக நாட்டில் இருக்கக்கூடிய தென்கரை என்ற ஒரு கிராமம் இருக்குது. அந்த தென்கரை கிராமத்தில் உள்ள ஒரு செவத்தில் சோழபாண்டியனுடைய கல்வெட்டு ஒன்று இருக்கு. அந்த சோழபாண்டியனுடைய கல்வெட்டு வந்து தமிழில் எழுதியிருக்கு, பெரிய பெரிய எழுத்தில் எழுதியிருக்கு. அது வந்து ஏற்கனவே இருந்த பழைய கல்வெட்டை படியெடுத்து பிற்கால பாண்டியர் காலத்தில் பெருசாக என்கிரேவ் பண்ணியிருக்காங்க. அதனால் அந்த பகுதியில் இந்த மாதிரி செய்தி நடந்திருக்குது. அதனால் அதை வைத்து வந்து நம்ம சொல்ல முடியாது. ஆனால் பாண்டிய நாட்டை பொறுத்தளவில் வரகுண பாண்டியன், 2ஆம் வரகுண பாண்டியன் சோழ நாட்டு படையெடுப்பிற்கு பிறகு அவனுக்கு ஒரு மனசில் அவருக்கு ஏற்பட்ட தாக்கத்தின் காரணமாக பாண்டிய நாட்டில் சோழந்தலை கண்ட வீரபாண்டியருக்கு முன்னாடி தமிழ் எழுத்துக்களை கல்வெட்டுக்களை எழுதக்கூடிய மரபு தோற்றுவித்திருக்கலாம். அதுக்கு சிறந்த சான்று வந்து அந்த கல்லுமடையில் இருக்கக்கூடிய அந்த கல்வெட்டை நான் உங்களுக்கு காமிச்சேன். ஒரு பக்கம் தமிழில் இருக்குது, இன்னொரு பக்கம் வட்டெழுத்தில் இருக்குது. அவன் வந்து பாண்டிய நாட்டு எல்லையில் இருக்கும்போது எல்லையில் உள்ள கல்வெட்டுகள் தமிழில் எழுதியிருக்கான். ஏன்னா அது 2 பகுதி மக்களுக்கு புரியணும்னு. அதனால் இதையெல்லாம் நம்ம நினச்சி தான் நம்ம முடிவுக்கு வர வேண்டியிருக்கிறது.
நன்றி.
நன்றி.
வேறு ஏதாவது இல்லை, ஒரு நல்ல கட்டுரை அளித்த வேதாச்சலம் அவர்களுக்கு நன்றி. ஐயா அவர்கள் எழுப்பிய ஒரு கேள்வி, இந்த சான்றோர், பார்ப்பன சான்றோர், அது அவர் வேதாச்சலம் சரியாக தான் மொழிபெயர்த்திருக்கிறாருன்னு நினைக்கிறேன். ஏன்னா பார்ப்பன சான்றோருங்கிறது பிரம்ம சத்திரியர் அப்படிங்கிற வார்த்தையை பயன்படுத்தினார். பல்லவர்களை அவர்களை குறித்து சொல்கிற பொழுது செப்பேடுகளில் தங்களை பிரம்மச்சத்திரியர் என்று தான் சொல்லிக் கொடுக்கிறார். அப்படியானால் சான்றோர் என்ற பழைய தமிழ் சொல்லுக்கு வீரர் என்ற பொருள் இருக்குமானால் அந்த வீரர் சான்றோர் என்ற தொடர்பை வைத்து சத்திரியர் என்று வடமொழிப்படுத்தி சொல்லியிருக்கலாம் என்று கருதுவதற்கு இடம் இருக்கிறது. அப்படித்தான் நான் அதை பார்க்கிறேன். அடுத்து அவர் பேசும்போது பாண்டியர் வரலாறை எழுதவில்லை, சரியாக முறையாக இல்லை என்ற ஒரு கருத்தை சொன்னார்கள். அது உண்மைதான். மதுரையை தலைநகராக கொண்ட பாண்டியர்கள், தென்காசியை தலைநகராக கொண்ட பாண்டியர்கள், இன்னும் சொல்லப்போனால் பொன்னமராவதியை தலைநகராக கொண்ட பாண்டியர்கள் ஆட்சி, அதற்கப்புறம் தொண்டை மண்டலத்திலே அவர்கள் வந்து ஆட்சி செய்த பாண்டியர்களுக்கும் இலங்கையர்களுக்கும் உள்ள உறவுகள் வந்து மிக அதிகமாக இருக்குது. அதை பற்றி யாருமே கட்டுரைகளோ அல்லது நூலையோ வரல. அதனால் என்னுடைய வேண்டுகோள், வேதாச்சலமே அந்த பாண்டியர் வரலாறை தமிழிலே எழுத வேண்டும் என்று உங்கள் எல்லோருடைய சார்பில் நான் கேட்டுக்கொள்கிறேன். ஏற்கனவே அவர் பொலிட்டிக்கல் அண்டு சோஷியல் ஜியாகிரபி எழுதியிருக்கிறார், புத்தகங்கள்லாம் வந்திருக்கிறது. இதையும் அவரே செய்ய வேண்டும். ஏன்னால ஒரு கள ஆய்வில் ஒரு கல்வெட்டுகளை எப்படி நாம் படித்து ஆராய்ச்சி செய்ய வேண்டும், எப்படி வரலாற்றோடு அதை இணைப்பிக்க வேண்டும் என்ற ஒரு நெறிமுறையை அவர்கள் அழகாக எடுத்து காட்டியிருக்கிறார்கள். காலையில் பேசும்போது கூட ரவிச்சந்தர் அவர்கள் சொன்னார்கள், இன்றைய மாணவர்களுக்கு தலைப்புகளை தேடி அலைகிறார்கள், கோடிக்கணக்கான தலைப்புகள் இங்கே கல்வெட்டுகளிலே ஒளிந்திருக்கின்றன என்று சொன்னார்கள். அதைத்தான் நான் மீண்டும் சொல்ல விரும்புகின்றேன். மாணவர்கள், நீங்கள் முதல்ல படிக்கிறது என்றதை வளர்த்து கொள்ள வேண்டும். இப்போ படிக்கிறத விட பார்க்கறது தான் அதிகமாக இருக்குது. செல்ஃபோனில் தான் பார்த்துக்கிட்டே இருக்கான், படிக்கிறதே காணோம். செல்ஃபோனில் படிக்கிறதும் இருக்குது, ஆனால் அதை படிக்கிறது இல்லை. அப்போ இவர் படிக்கிறது வேறையாக இருக்குது, இவர் பார்க்குறதும் வேறையாக இருக்குது. அதனால் அவர்களை விரும்பி நான் வேண்டி கேட்டுக்கொள்கிறேன், இந்த சொற்பொழிவுகள் உங்களுக்கு ஒரு பாடமாக எடுத்துக்கொண்டு நீங்கள் முயற்சி செய்தால் சிறந்த நூல்களை உருவாக்க முடியும். அந்த உருவாக்குவதற்கான வாய்ப்புகள் ஏராளமாக இருக்கின்றன என்று சொல்லி மீண்டும் வேதாச்சலத்துக்கு என்னுடைய வாழ்த்துக்களை தெரிவித்து அடுத்த கட்டுரைக்கு செல்கிறேன். The next paper will be presented by Dr. R.N. Kumaran, Superintending Archaeological Survey of India, Excavation Branch, Mysore. He holds a postgraduate diploma in archaeology, postgraduate diploma in temple arts, and postgraduate diploma in tourism administration. He actively participated in the archaeological excavations of Thiruvarkadu, Mayiladambari, Sadras, Arikyamedu, Adichanallur in Tamil Nadu, Sravasti in Uttar Pradesh, Dholavira, Unikuran, Kirsara, Ahmedabad, and Bharuch in Gujarat, Melkote, Araitipur, and Halebide in Karnataka. He has published 2 books, namely Ports and Pots in Gujarat and Excavations in Gujarat, and written a number of research articles, presented papers in national and international seminars, symposium, and conferences. At present, he is engaged in village-to-village survey in district Mandya of Karnataka. So I request him to present his paper.
Thank you, sir. Good evening to all. Actually, this is a combined paper of myself and Veera Manigandan, who is assistant epigraphist in ASI, and Veera Raghavan is assistant superintending archaeologist in ASI. In the month of July, when we are exploring in Kolar district to find a promising site for excavation excavation by ASI Mysore branch, we had explored in the month of July there, and during our course of exploration, we found many new inscriptions and archaeological data which are presented in the paper. This paper has 2 types. One is based on the epigraphical references, and another is based on the archaeological evidences. And we all know that the Kolar district comprises a main Nigarili Chola Mandala we call during the Chola period. It comprises of the present-day districts of Kolar, Chikballapur, Bangalore urban and Bangalore rural, and parts of Tumkuru in Karnataka, and also the regions of Salem, Dharmaburi, Hosur, and Krishnagiri in Tamil Nadu. The Kolar, which forms a nucleus of these territories, and some of the prominent are the Nandi Durga, Skandagiri, or other bettas, where Nandi Durga is important, where the river Pala takes its origin in that hills. And apart from that, the Kolar gold mines is an important center for economic activity from the prehistoric times, because when the excavation at Lothal, the gold objects, metallurgical study of the gold objects from Lothal are very much identical with the mineralogical study of the Kolar gold mines. So historically, the Kolar region came under the control of Gangas, Rashtrakutas, and Nolambas, forming the part of their administrative divisions known respectively as Gangavadi 96,000, Ganga 6,000, and Nolambavadi during these periods. And during the period of Rajaraja Chola, when he conquered the these regions. This area was known as Nigarila Chola Mandalam, named after one of his title. And when going to the recent exploration and excavations, the Kolar region occupies a prominent position in the archaeological map of Karnataka. Because in the late 19th century itself, the Karnataka government, the pre-British time itself, they had started the exploration and the sporadic excavations there. And based on the archaeological research in Kolar district, it may be broadly classified into three periods. One, the early notices and discoveries from 1800 to 1900 Common Era. And second, the contributions of Mysore Archaeological Department, which was under the erstwhile Mysore state, and the works of Robert Bruce Foote from 1885 to 1956. And after the independence and the reorganization of the state, the investigation, the third part, mainly comprised the investigation of Archaeological Survey of India and the other institutions to the present day. And the recent exploration we had found in and around Chikbalapur and Kolar district are the Neolithic habitation mounds, the inscribed Kannada and Tamil inscriptions and inscribed hero stones also, and memorial stones, sluice gates, measuring scales, and associate material cultures. And during the course of exploration, we had found nearly 26 new inscriptions were documented during the survey, comprising 18 in Kannada and 8 in Tamil. At Anumanahalli, a Tamil inscription of Vijayanagar king Kumara Kampana, datable to the 14th century Common Era, is discovered here. Though the inscription was partly damaged, it records land donations. The second one is another inscription datable to 11th century AD, which found in Avani area. It records to the donation of 27 cows, that is Sava Ma Perad, for the maintenance of perpetual lamp and 3 Sandhi lamps to the deity Mahadeva of Vigrapanishwara Mudayar temple at Avani, situated in the Avaniyanadu of Nigarila Chola Mandalam. That it is important because here the donor is a Sembian of a Palligonda Kudi in Narayanur, located in Narayanur Nadu of Kilar Kutram, a subdivision of Nitya Vinoda Valanadu in Chola Mandalam. Because the records highlight the close administrative and cultural interaction between the Nigarila Chola Mandalam, the northwestern frontier, and the main Chola territory. And this is another third inscription which we had found in Hunkunda, the Someshwara temple in a rock boulder of 13th century, belongs to the local chief Vettu and Mahabharanan, son of Veera Gangan of Chola Ganga lineage. It registered to the land donation to the local deity there of a temple at Ponkundram in Kulavala Nadu, a subdivision of Nigarili Chola Mandalam, and specifies the boundaries of donated land. Here the boundaries were not as a land mentioned here, but boundaries are actually the areas and land water managements on all the 4 directions. And these are at Hungunda itself, we had found nearly 11 hero stones. A cluster of hero stones were preserved in an archaeological park by the state government. Bears Kannada inscription datable to the 9th to 10th centuries Common Era and attribute to the Nolamba and Banas. One of the inscription of Nolamba king Ayappadeva refers to the conflict between the Ponkunda and Kanchisaya Narsimha Mangala, possibly named after the Pallava ruler Narsimhavarman of Kanchi. Another inscription of Dilipaya records a conflict between Tagadur and Ponkunda and mentions a grant of land to the hero who died in the conflict. And the third one, the inscription mentions of Mahavali Banarasa refers to Ponkunda 12, because here when they have the divisions, already we had seen the Ponkunda 96,000, like that they had divisions with the numerical numbers. Here it is mentioned as a Ponkunda 12 as a subdivision of Ganga 6,000, illustrating the prevalent use of numerical suffixes in territorial nomenclature. And during our recent exploration, this another inscription we had found in the Adhisthana of a Someshwara temple in Aravi Kotanur, contains 2 Tamil inscription and 1 Kannada inscription, record to a Veeraballala, dated to Kali 4431, states that one Bemichetti constructed Irungeshwara Mudayar temple and excavated a tank named Iruga Samudra in memory of his brother Iringi Chetty, a chief attendant of, and a subordinate of the king. This inscription mentions the village, now it is known as Arabi Kotanur, but in the inscription it is mentioned as Kotanur. And it also mentions a list of tolls levied on various commodities. Here we can see what are the commodities for elephant, the horse, sari, and all these things. In morning also, Professor has told that there are Adimai system in inscriptions. Here also we can find that mention about the Adimai, that is a palace servant, all those things. And in another side, Dammatanahalli, a Tamil inscription was noticed on a boulder accompanied by a decorative elephant, and which it was illegible, but it is based on the paleographical ground and features. It can be identified to the 12th century Common Era. And these are some of the late Kannada inscriptions found at Chalahalli and Reddy Gollarahalli. And this is another site, Biraganahalli, which revealed hero stones inscribed hero stones in Tamil and Kannada inscriptions. But unfortunately, at the time, we can't take the SM badges. But based on the script, it can be identified with the Mahendra I of Nolamba, datable the early part of 19th century Common Era. And the second part, which starts with the archaeological data which we had found during the course of exploration. At Hungunda, near the boulder where we had found the inscription of mentioning about the boundary donated land, here we have found the Sabdamatrikas on a rock cut boulders. And behind that, we had found some Kannada inscriptions, memorial padas and inscriptions. And this is one of the site, Patne, where we are proposed for excavation at the time, because it is here we had found the Neolithic potteries, the mount here, in between the hillocks, we had found that. And here, like in Salem, Tamil Nadu also, the people are worshipping the Neolithic cell kept in a makeshift local temple, and it is called as a Sita Peta, means Sita had came here and she had stayed here for some time. And during the course of exploration, we had found the black and red ware, all those potteries of Neolithic and Megalithic period. And this is another site, Dammatanahalli, where the illegible inscription has been found. Here is also we had found the Neolithic settlement in the rock shelters, based on the rock shelters. And here also we had found the celt which was worshipped in a local temple, and a sluice gate with a measuring scale and the elephant carved on a boulder. And this is a Gutali, one of the important sites where we had found the Iron Age burials, crane circles and cyst burials, and some of the burials has been damaged due to treasure hunting. And this is another site, Arabic Kotanur, where the inscription to Tamil inscription and Kannada inscription has been identified. Here also we had noticed a Neolithic settlement where we had found shell bangle, black and red potteries, all those things. The second one is a dolmen, which now the government has conserved it and have an archaeological park. And third one is a rock shelter, which was converted into a shelter. Actually, the natural cave was converted into a shelter in the medieval period. And these are some of the hero stones and memorial stones we found during the course of exploration there. And this is another Biraganahalli, where we had found hero stone. And this is Kariganapalaya, where we had found hero stones, the memorial stones and Sati stones. And this is a Biraganahalli where I had mentioned that due to some reason we are unable to take the SM page of the inscription. Here, actually, the temple has been dismantled and the material has been dumped as this mound. And in this mound, when we were cleaning this, we had found a Tamil inscription and some hero stones, all those things. And even we had found another Tamil inscription here, which is upside down. We are unable to remove the stones, so we are thinking to remove in the near future to remove the stones and take the stem pages. And this is one of the scale where it is the earlier scale and this is a modern scale installed by the government. And based on the summary, the significant survey highlights the epigraphical and archaeological significance of Nigari Chola Mandalam region, throws light on the distribution of Tamil inscriptions within present-day Karnataka, where these areas are mostly inhabited from the prehistoric times, because we had found the evidence of Ceramic, Neolithic, Iron Age, Early Historic, Medieval, and Late Medieval times. The evidence demonstrated the sustained cultural and administrative interaction between Tamil and Kannada-speaking regions. The notable feature is the transformation of place names and the territorial designation following Chola conquest. For instance, a 9th century Kannada inscription refers to Hungunda as Pongunda 12 in Gangasaraya, while an 11th century Tamil inscription renders the name as Pongundram. Linguistically, Pun or Hun denotes gold, while Kunda or Kundram signifies hillock, reflecting the semantic equivalence across languages. Such variations also illustrate phonetic correspondences such as Tamil pa appearing as ha in Kannada, means pal, milk is halu in Kannada. Further detailed study of these inscriptions and associated material culture is likely to yield deeper insights into linguistic, cultural, and political transformation in this frontier region. Thank you.
Now the paper is open for discussion. Mr. Ravi Shankar.
I wish to congratulate him and my appreciation, because being an archaeologist and that too in the excavation branch, I hope, others should pick up a leaf from him while they conduct this village-to-village survey. See, not only along with the other archaeological objects, how many lot of inscriptions. Of course, there's a joint article by one epigraphist also. But I think it's a trend, he has said, when other archaeologists do maybe excavation branch or other, when they keep moving, looking for some survey, if they come across such epigraphical records, if they document, and later, if in collaboration with the epigraphy branch, if they could be added in the annual report or published, it will be a great addition to our knowledge. I think I wish to congratulate. I think after many years, he has set a trend in the excavation branch Mysore, where also I have seen earlier other officers, but he has intensely done a lot of work. I congratulate you, Kumaran. Thank you very much.
Thank you,
for
sir.
your work. Yeah.
Any other question? No? No. Thank you, Mr. Murkan. And I would like to bring your notice that this
அதில் ஒரு தமிழ் இன்ஸ்கிரிப்ஷன் இருந்ததா சொன்னீங்க, அதை பற்றி எக்ஸ்பிளைன் பண்ணல.
Sir, during the exploration, we had found nearly 8 Tamil inscriptions. Almost 4 or 5 inscriptions has been mentioned here in the paper, and few inscriptions as we are unable to decipher that because due to the stones, all those things are dismantled here. So at the near future, we are going for a resurvey to take estimates, all those things. Then once it is published, I will inform you, sir.
Okay, I would like to bring to your kind notice that the Kannada area Tamil inscription is a very much neglected area. And I have tried to copy inscriptions from Karnataka for some years, but I could not continue that now. Almost 350 inscriptions, more than that I have copied and documented. What is interesting to me in those inscriptions is, for example, Rajendra Chola's inscription. There are 3 stages found there. One is Tamil script, language Tamil. The second stage, same Rajendra, Kannada script, Tamil language. And the third stage, Kannada script, Kannada language. All by the same king. So why this one? So is the Chola power is waning, it's reflecting like that. So there are so many problems like this one. And it is a good opportunity if someone is interested in studying Karnataka inscriptions. For example, language, the language Tamil used there is somewhat different from the language found in the Tamilnadu inscriptions. So one example I can give, that is a Kannada inscription of Rajendra Chola. In that, he narrates what happened during the war. Pendiram pididu jadi nasam panni. I didn't understand. Pendiram pididu am is the randam vetrumai in Kannada, Tamil ayirku. Pendirai piditu jadi nasam panni. I didn't understand. So when I asked one Kannada scholar, he said, it amounts to raping. How it is come to raping? Because the lady belongs to one gotra. If somebody marries her, and her gotra is changed. So now by doing this violent act, her gotra is changed. Her jati is demolished. So in this, there are so many interesting factors like this one can find. But that is a big area. So we have not completed our own area because thousands of inscriptions are still waiting for publication. In that condition, it's again a message to the youngsters. There is a lot of opportunities for you. Utilize this, learn this. Of course, the state archaeology is running a one-year diploma course. Several institutions are running diploma courses. Why don't you prefer to study, to take up this study, and then come into this world of inscriptions and the world of yesteryears? So with these words, I thank the authorities for organizing the seminar and giving me this opportunity. I congratulate both the scholars for their very important, interesting papers. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Now we request Dr. Vijay Venugopal, sir, to honor the session's speakers. First, Dr. Vedachalam, sir. Dr. Kumaran. Thank you, sir. Today all the sessions are ended. So tomorrow morning we'll be starting our next session by 9:30 a.m. Thank you.
மேம் அவங்கள பாருங்க.